Oh, well. Greetings from the archive. How's everyone doing tonight? Hi, it's me again. I'm here. I just moved as if I was using my 3D model. And I'm not gonna lie, the temptation's there. I might pull out the 3D again later. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe, let me just move my webcam a little bit. Maybe, like, when we get towards how do I say, the gaming segment, I might pull out the 3D again, just because I really like using the 3D, specifically with Shadow of the Colossus. We'll see. We'll see. In any case, greetings from the archive. How's everyone doing tonight? It's so lovely to see you. Chat, did you know that I'm happy to see you? Did you know, chat, that I love you? How is everyone? How have your past couple days been? I haven't seen y'all since Monday. Cause y'all got stuck with the cat on Wednesday. How was that? How was dealing with the cat on Wednesday? In any case, let me say hello to everybody. Welcome on in. Congrats to Maddie for the first welcome on in to Wasteland Radio. Hello Aurora Singularity. Thank you for the watch streak. Hello Fiona Blubber. Crocodile, Carbonic, Draconic, Lycanthropic, Omega Scale, Shabingus, Virgil the Reclaimed Echo. Belladonna, wonderful to see you. Bark, 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 bark. Hello everybody. You're coming with me to do laundry? It is an honor. One of my favorite things to do is to take streamers with me on errands. I'll just open up someone's stream, I'll set it to audio only, and I'll be like, alright, you're going grocery shopping with me. You're coming with me to the post office. You know. Let's see. Hello Zelda. Hello Natalie Weiss. Hello Techhead Zero. Jason, wonderful to see you. Crochet Dragon. Oh, Internet, please comply. Internet? Hello? Internet? I don't like it when you do that. Hopefully it's nothing. Let's see. Hello, Christopher Crow. Hello, luckiest man in the world. Am I missing anyone? Astra Arts, Ali the Crow, Lightseeker, thank you for the hydrate. Hello, Plank. I think the poor boy needs help. I've been inclined to say the same for a while. As much as I don't like Icon, I've been inclined to say the same for a while. Let's see. Hi, hello, Asuni Tensho. How has everyone been? How has everyone been doing? 1 year into my transition, proud of you, congratulations. It's you, aggressive, there's a water balloon is a greeting, I'm doing amazing. Hell yeah, hope you enjoyed the Super Mario movie. I do hope people are enjoying themselves. Tomorrow is Easter, isn't it? I don't really pay attention to, you know, your typical Christian holidays. If it wasn't obvious, I am not Christian. if somehow you hadn't figured it out yet, chat, not a Christian. So I'll be so real, I keep forgetting that it's about to be Easter. One second, I'm moving my webcam again because it's too close to me. I keep forgetting that it is in fact about to be Easter. I hope if y'all have Easter off, you know, if you are treating it as a holiday, whether you celebrate or you're just lucky enough to benefit from the fact that it is considered a holiday that most people get off work, I hope you'll enjoy it. Take care of yourselves, first and foremost. It is, hello King, it is Hot Grapes and the Rats Fun, it's our anniversary. Happy anniversary! How funny would it be if I started playing Happy Birthday on the harmonica right now? Happy birthday to Hot Grapes and Rat King. Hell yeah. We celebrate the pagan version of Easter in our house. Valid. Wasn't, Ostera, like, a couple weeks ago, though? I'm pretty sure it was a couple weeks ago. I only vaguely celebrated because I haven't had much capacity as of late. Work tomorrow with an easy shift, congratulations. Bestie's working a 10-hour shift on Easter, I feel so bad for her. Good luck to everyone who is working Easter. It is a terrible time to work. Unfortunately I have work, but I'm hoping it's slow as fuck and don't have to do much. I hope for your sake that it is slow as fuck. I frankly doubt it. Yeah, okay, real and valid. I have to go to a buffet tomorrow for Easter. It's gonna be awkward to me worshipping the Olympians. Good luck to you. Listen, I'll be so honest, when it comes to, like, you know, your traditional Christian holidays, I'll entertain them purely for the free food. You know? I'm mostly entertained it for the free food. No worries. Hello, One-Eyed Ghost Kid. Lovely to see you. Oh God. Okay, so I'm gonna be real. My internet keeps blipping, and I wonder if it's because I have a video uploading in the background, but it's gonna be uploading for 10 more minutes, and there's nothing I can do about it. Chat, I started uploading the edited VOD for the Icon stream at 5 in the morning. Because I figured if I started uploading it at 5 in the morning, certainly it would be done before stream. It has taken 14 hours to upload. 14 hours! What, am I just supposed to not use my PC for 14 hours? Am I just not supposed to use my PC for 14 hours while this video uploads? It has 10 minutes left on it. I'm just gonna deal with the scuff in the meantime and hope that's the cause. I'm so sorry for the bitrate issues and whatnot. I realize it looks unprofessional as fuck, but we're doing our best. Hello, Astral Forest. Lovely to see you. Food numb, free food numb here. Exactly. Chat, I will very rarely say no to free food. Yeah, the Icon VOD, which is a 7-hour live stream, that I had to cut a couple segments out of because they were copyrighted audio, has taken 14 hours to upload. 14! I don't know why. It's kind of hell. I hate it. We're doing our best out here. Hello, Pyro. Babysitting my nephew. Will probably be back for the game. No worries. Do what you gotta do. So I apologize for the bit of scuff there. We're doing our best, chat. I am always doing my best. Please stay. Oh my god. I don't like what my rate's doing right now. This scares me. Come on. We can survive 10 minutes. We can survive 10 minutes. I am certainly doing my best. You know what? Sometimes that's all we can do. What do I have my bitrate set to right now? 1 second. My bitrate's only set to 4,000. That's like on the lower end. That's so weird. You know what? I'm going to unplug something real quick and see if that helps. Hopefully it doesn't kill anything. Alright. I'm doing my best out here. Love when the internet blows out of me while I'm downloading games, especially ones that have a large download size. Ugh, I know the pain well. I'm gonna be very honest, I do not have good internet. Which may shock people given the things that I do. I don't have good internet. I am hoping to have better internet soon. We're working on it. I recently put out my monthly newsletter, and I did kind of forget to mention in the monthly newsletter in the section about absences that I will probably be gone for like a good portion of early May. I will probably be gone for like a week in May, which has me really anxious, but it's for good reasons. Y'all know that I hate missing streams, y'all know I hate taking breaks, but I might have some really cool big life updates coming, which are gonna put me in a better situation in the long run, so. The ROM site I discovered a month ago, and sadly they're no longer there, shut down. Yep, Miriant. Miriant shut down. I made a whole YouTube short about this a few weeks ago. Miriant unfortunately was forced to shut down because they were the largest and most complete archive for game ROMs on the modern internet, and one of the most user-friendly ones because they, had no advertising, they didn't have severe restrictions on like the amount that you could download, etc. There was really no equivalent aside of like Vimslayer, which also has been forced to take a lot of their stuff down. Hello, Eloin, welcome on in. Hello, hi. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi everybody, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not queer virtual games and do art here on twitch.tv while talking about queer and leftist issues. How goes it? Lovely to see y'all. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. It is wonderful to make your acquaintance or to reacquaint ourselves, whatever it may be. Hi, everyone on my end, make sure you go give Eloin some absolute love. Erudition incarnate. Very, very wonderful VTuber, good vibes, good energy, is someone I would definitely recommend you give some time and attention to. How goes it? Let me say hello to everyone who's coming on in. Also, hello Fenry, bite, and hello Cataduri Enjoyer. Hello Mira Okru. Hello Manifest Embermane. Hello Lucifer. Nepcaligo VT. Stormageddon. Elowin in the Flesh. Paradox Mother. Noun Orsums. Welcome on in. Hi. How was your stream? What were you up to today? I didn't have the ability to stop by. I was low-key, chat. I did this incredible thing today. I love doing this. I slept last night from midnight to 2 a.m. I worked from 2 a.m. to noon. And then I slept noon to 4 p.m. I certainly am a functional person. Something along those lines. Doing good, thanks. Did some hunts with the community in Monster Hunter Wild. Hell yeah! Oh, I love Super Random Royale. I suck at it, but I love it. Monster Hunter Wilds also. I have not actually played it yet. I've not actually played it. Big Monster Hunter Worlds enjoyer. Have not actually played Wilds yet. I do own it. My PC cries whenever I try to run it. Hello, Mal. Lovely to see you. Sounds like a functional schedule to me. I don't sleep normal hours. I'm pretty sure, because my sleep schedule is supposed to be roughly like 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. I don't think I've managed that once in the last month. I've been sleeping weird-ass hours whenever the fuck I can. I mean, life of a revolutionary, you know? Life of a revolutionary and a version of Earth where everything is just slightly worse. Sleep is a privilege you take when you can fucking get. However, I will admit, one of my fatal flaws as a person is I am addicted to the feeling of having pushed myself to my limits. Which is gonna sound really wrong to some people in chat, but I need you to hear me out, okay? I am someone who is incredibly creatively driven. You know the kinds of people who like work 2 jobs and are still content creators on the side because they need to occupy their every moment with something? I'm that kind of person. I need to constantly be doing. For me, stagnancy is a fate worse than death. For me, to be motionless, to be still, to be working on nothing is the worst possible feeling in the world. For me, rest is spending 7 hours straight working on content after getting home from being out and active and doing things for 8 hours, and then barely sleeping and doing it all over the next day, because I adore the feeling of just that kind of physical exhaustion that comes from accomplishment. And this has been a really big thing that I'm falling back into lately, because for the last 6 months I've been dealing with very severe health issues that have been getting in the way of my ability to even like take care of myself. For folks who are new around here, hi, disabled boy here. Oops, disability moment. I have orthostatic hypotension, and while we're still figuring out the exact roots and trying to work around it and find proper solutions, this does result in severe fatigue and brain fog and fainting when I'm on my feet for long periods of time. I had been hitting a point where I was like struggling to feed myself because I was so dead after being on my feet for 8 hours straight that I couldn't stand, and I was fainting multiple times a week. I finally have accommodations and am starting to get help and treatments for a lot of my issues. And holy shit, guys, I feel like a person again. So I very much am falling head first back in the habit of pushing myself creatively to my limits, and I'm in love with it. That said, sleep schedule, non-existent. Sleep schedule, never heard of it. We're doing our best out here, though. We're doing our best out here. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Yeah, I need my enrichment. Slept so badly the last week and in bed at like 9 a.m. every day. Listen, me too, though. Hey, if you ever need someone to hang out with in like the dead of night, I'm very frequently up until at least 4 a.m. Recently, it's been more like, how do I say? Recently, it's been more like 7 a.m. How dare Twitch hide your stream for 15 minutes? I know, it's so rude, right, Fish and Chips? I deserve, everyone should be watching my stream. Everyone should watch my stream, I'm so cool. AE out here being an old school functioning human, yeah, and. Hello, Fenori, wonderful to see you. Hello, Monster Kicker. Anime protagonist shit, let me live, I'm valid. Hello, Parshi, I'm sorry that you're oof owie right now. Reminds me of a scene in Doctor Who where the doctor has to spend time not doing things and was driving him mad. Yeah, I'm that kind of person. I'm that kind of person. If I'm lying in bed watching a YouTube video, you know something is wrong. Because I don't do that unless I am too exhausted to function. It's because of the fact that you constantly need your brain active and stimulated, so anything that makes your brain go still feels like you're dead. No. So I want to be very clear, this isn't a, oh, I hate thinking, therefore I must constantly be stimulated type of thing. If that were the case, I would just watch YouTube Shorts all day. This is a, I am so filled with passion and energy and adore the feeling of accomplishment I get from being so exhausted that I can no longer work, you know? I enjoy working until I hit the point where I can't anymore. Because I feel a sense of accomplishment from that. I'm the sort of person who wants to make the most of every moment I have. I want to be intentional in everything I do. Let me find the way that I worded this the other day. Also, hi Grey Rug, congrats on the streak. Let me grab the way I worded this in my monthly newsletter the other day. By the way, there's a monthly newsletter I do, and you can catch it in my Discord. Thank you for the bark boy bark for the arp. I want to be more intentional in everything I do. I want to live every moment to its fullest, to party loudly, to engage in local activism at every opportunity, to chase creation as recklessly as I possibly can. And I know those statements sound contradictory, but I don't think they are. The feeling of accomplishment is why I push as hard as I do, and being forced to take a rest finally can completely right to feeling a person again. I think you get it, Gracie. I think you get it. 16 was a myth, true. Top got invited to go something with his sister and nephews. Will be fun. Hey, enjoy! Enjoy! I'm happy to be the bark bark bite bite pops. Everyone should watch your stream because you're cool beans. True! Consistently not getting enough sleep because most of my social contact these days is online. Most people online on the other side of the Atlantic. I'm so sorry, Mal. I will continue to make this worse. Hi, Katie! Yeah, there's a monthly newsletter that you can catch in the Discord server. I just kind of at everyone and like post 5 to 7 paragraphs talking about like ongoing projects. Like this most recent one, I basically talked about like the recent Icon event and how this is a test run for future events I want to do, pushing the bounds of VTubing and for storytelling, about my upcoming video essay that I'm getting back on, and how like the next couple months are going to be a little bit dry while I kind of focus, oh, my internet's lipping again, don't do this to me. About like a bunch of the projects I'm catching up on and how like the next couple months are gonna be a bit dead. Every month I give a rundown on the money I make off of content creation because I value being transparent about like what I make off of content creation and where that money is going. So I'll basically just run through like, okay, here's everything I made in profit off of content creation this month because I want to eventually go full-time. I am not currently a full-time content creator. I do not make enough money to do that. But I want to set expectations for others who might want to go full-time, as well as document my own progress and show you guys where your money is going. This is how I do that. So every month in the monthly newsletter, there's a little section where I just talk about like the financial state of the channel. I talk about some upcoming absences, like I'm going to be out of town from the 4th through the 12th at a music festival. I talk about how I'm going to be attending Offkai and Megaplex this year. Those are probably going to be my 2 big events this year. And usually I'll end it off with some kind of call to action or political messaging or a note of hope. This time I was selfish. I'm just a dog sometimes. I think that's part of why I enjoy your content. You really are passionate and absolutely shows. I do my best and I appreciate it so much. Met the singer of my favorite local band, coincidentally another house show. Oh fuck yeah! Found out they have a new song. She works with my mom. That is really fucking cool. Avocat. I also love being punk. One of the best things about being punk is just being able to run into like literal artists that you adore and that you listen to the music of regularly in person and hang out with them. I've moshed with like many of my favorite musicians just because they happen to be local small time people who live in my community. Hell, I'm friends with one of my favorite band's tour managers? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Life's cool. Being punk is cool as fuck. Hello! I'm having trouble reading your username one moment. Alvin, welcome on in. Bye. Me with like 3 separate projects, on the go. Yes, same, that's how it goes sometimes. Need to catch up with what's going on the server then? Hey, no pressure or rush. One thing I know about content creation is when you start, you set your earning expectations low. I will say, like, the line that I have set for what will be livable for full-time content creation for me is about 1,500 a month. That would not be enough for me to, like, properly chase my dreams, but that would be enough for me to survive and be able to put, you know, a little bit into savings a month and, you know, afford my taxes and whatnot. It would be enough for me to survive and handle the occasional emergency. I'm not there yet. Most months I make anywhere from 600 to 1,000. This past month, I made $1,700. Which I am incredibly grateful for. Most of the money I make off of content creation, if it does not go directly back into content creation, goes into my savings, which then helps me fund bigger projects or emergencies or like the fact that I'm moving soon, shit like that. And it means the world to me. And I do want to eventually turn more of that back into activism as well. I have a lot of plans, many of which are just kind of waiting for me to be a bit more stable before I take them on. For those who are not aware, a year and a half ago, I was actually homeless. And content creation is what got me out of homelessness and what has allowed me to kind of build up enough of a cushion to ensure that I won't be homeless again. But I'm incredibly grateful for every dollar I make doing this. It really is what allows me to have any amount of stability and to not feel like I am on the verge of dying constantly. And I very much dream of doing this full-time someday. For a lot of reasons. We'll go watch the April Fool's stream because I feel too overstimulated to chat right now. No worries. It's almost done uploading. To YouTube. Listening to her for 3 years, it's crazy. I recently got to go to the final ever show of a band that I have been listening to for nearly a decade. I did not know that they were Florida-based until I found out that they were going to be at a local music festival, and then I show up to the show, and I find out that's their last performance ever, and I'm so glad I got to meet them. Briefly hung out with Voyager, really cool people. Hell fucking yeah. Remember back in 2005, I was in the pit at a local show and the bass player from the headlining act helped relocate my hip after I dislocated it. Chat. I've gotten to be on stage and perform and sing alongside the band that made me punk. Days and Days. I have gotten to get on stage with Days and Days, the band that made me punk. Anyway. The hoodie is cheaper than I expected. I've seen them go from 60 to above. I try to keep my merch relatively affordable. There's only so much I can do, but I do what I can. God, I love being punk. It's a bit crazy to me that it's kind of the same for me. I was about to be homeless and donations saved me. Hey, we fucking love that, like, content creation can change lives like this, you know? I think it's absolutely incredible that, like, we, as artists, via the internet, have the capacity to, if not make a living, help ourselves out of difficult situations and have a level of stability that otherwise is not accessible to us. And I don't think we should have to. Ultimately, I'm extremely anti-capitalist. I think capitalism is a terrible, broken system which exploits the worker and just leads to the rich become richer, the poor suffer. That will invariably eventually lead to this kind of late capitalist hellscape that we are currently living in. What we are experiencing now is not a flaw of the system, it is the system working as intended, and I think that goes to show how broken capitalism is at its fucking core. That said, I think it is incredible that, you know, as flawed as even the existing system is, as these algorithms become more and more pinned against us, and the you know, it's becoming more and more difficult over the years to make any form of living off of content creation, that we can still use the internet as a means to uh, survive when, as artists, when capitalism does not want us to. Capitalism convinces us that art is only worthwhile if it can make a profit to a CEO, and fuck that. I want to be proof of that, of otherwise, you know? I want to be a beacon of the idea that you can survive in spite of these systems. Love being punk, or as I like to refer to it, aggressively me. Hell fucking yeah. Listen, I'm one of those people who's of the mind that, like, if you're a hardcore fucking leftist who's ready to punch a Nazi, you can call yourself punk, you know? But real as shit. Not converted, but like, kickstart the fire. Hey, I'm glad to have helped you into the punk scene. I do sing, yes. I am a classically trained singer, fun fact. And I do make music. I'm currently working on my first EP. I put a Nazi in the river. Listen. I can't say what I would do to a Nazi because it would get me in trouble. Unrelated, but I recently discovered that I'm a Therian. Hell fucking yeah, congratulations. I am also, I don't talk about it that often, but I am also technically Therian, you know? I don't talk about it very much, but I am essentially in that box myself. All I'm saying is Luigi was with me that night. Listen, I do gotta be a little careful what I say on the internet, given I am absolutely on a list. I have been investigated by the FBI. Fun fact for folks who are new around here. I haven't talked about this in a couple weeks. I have been real life investigated by the real life FBI. This is not a bit. This is not lore. This is a real thing that happened to me. For being a potential domestic terrorist. It's the main reason I don't currently own a gun. Because it would genuinely endanger my life to have one registered in my name. I'd pull a paramedes on one, if you know, you know. Yeah, so for folks who are new around here, June of last year, or rather, okay, last year, for 5 months, I was getting frequently doxxed and harassed by transphobes on the internet. It is just kind of a risk that you take if you are a prominent queer or leftist figure online. You are going to get haters. They are going to try and dox and harass you. This really just happens if you are any form of, like, weird or cringe or queer. But especially to those of us who, you know, are marginalized, who are, you know, trans, disabled, people of color, etc. We tend to be very frequently targeted by this shit. They, for 5 months straight, on and off, were targeting me. They didn't have my address. In fact, most of the info they had was incorrect, but they kept attacking me regardless. And eventually, they got bored. Because they weren't getting a reaction out of me. My mod team and I had gotten so good that we were deleting the accounts before they could even post anything. So, instead, they decided to impersonate me online and post threats in my name. Specifically, threats of performing a mass shooting. A couple weeks later, I get a call from the FBI. I am forced into a lovely little interview. One of the most terrifying experiences of my life. Eventually, I want to, like, actually make a video essay talking about this, but honestly, I think it'd be more interesting to approach it from a narrative format to try and, like, display the experience in a more tangible way, because there's really interesting psychological tricks that they utilize when you're in an interrogation room and outside of the interrogation room to get information and trust out of you. And I watched myself fall into a few of those pit holes without even noticing. The most important question they asked me that day was asked in the fucking elevator. Because they know that's where I was going to be more disarmed and more likely to, you know, not be thinking. It's really, really interesting shit. So I did have to, for a while, pull away from my activism, because I'm gonna be honest, not all the activism I do is completely over the table, or completely, like, you know, Some of it could get me in trouble, but I've recently started to dig my feet back into my local activist community, but it was a really terrifying experience, and I am very certain that the FBI has kept some amount of eye on me. What would your definition of punk be? So punk is a culture which is centered around anti-fascism, anti-capitalism, direct action, mutual aid, and DIY. It is a music genre and subculture and whatnot. And that said, how do I say this? Of course there is punk music, there is punk fashion, etc. But more than anything, it is about that political culture centering around direct action, mutual aid, and DIY. And while most punks, I do think, are folks who listen to the music, who engage in the aesthetic and whatnot, I'm very much of the mind that if you are a loud anti-fascist who is ready to punch a Nazi and engages in your local community, your local activism and mutual aid scene, I think you have a right to call yourself punk. I'll be so honest. I think you have a right to call yourself punk. Given the number of fucking punks, quote-unquote punks I see who show up to the shows and whatnot, but will never show up to a protest, I think if you are someone who is active in your local activism scene, who fights for change, who embodies that spirit, I think you have the right to call yourself punk more than someone who shows up to shows but would never go to a protest. You know? You take care of yourself, L-U-N. Bye. Wish you could stick around, but gotta have a 6-hour stream. It's past midnight, gotta get dinner. No worries. You take care. Enjoy your ramen. It's so lovely seeing you. I appreciate the hell out of you. You keep being yourself as well. Hello, Crocodile as well. I'm the government's eye that tracks AE. Yeah, Crocodile is like the FBI realized it'd be too suspicious if they kept keeping an eye on me themselves, so they assigned Crocodile to my case. Never been to any kind of concert? Fair. I'm someone who goes to, concerts and punk shows usually like once a week. But not everyone can. Moved it over here has kind of altered how the devs in Georgia think. It's kind of crazy. That's really cool though. Aesthetic is not important, action is more important. Genuinely, like, I am of the mind that, someone who doesn't go to punk shows but who is active in who participates in local activism and embodies the spirit and politics of punk is more punk than someone who goes to the shows but will never go to a protest. Genuinely my mindset on the issue. I will say when it comes to punk shows, if you find your local scene, most shows are going to be under $10. Or rather, under 15. If you find your local scene, like, I very rarely go to shows that cost over 20. The majority of the shows I go to are going to be anywhere from $10 to $20, which I know is still a lot to ask for some people, but if you want to get involved in your local punk scene, sure, it's a little bit of money, but it's not as expensive as you're probably thinking. Hello, Yui! I have found an absolutely incredible, thriving punk scene in my city, with local bands that I've come to adore, and a lot of those shows are also what we call Not a Fluff, which is an acronym standing for No One Turned Away for Lack of Funds. If you see the phrase Not a Fluff on a poster, it means that the cost of entry is negotiable. It is pay what you can to get in, because part of the punk scene is just caring for your community and engaging in mutual aid and activism. I've been to shows where like the artist's merch is sliding scale, and I appreciate the hell out of that shit. I've had fucking artists like in my local community try to give me free merch because they know that I'll use it and I keep showing up and whatnot. I'm like, no. Let me give you money. Hello, Consterfus. Lovely to see you. Thank you, Nataluka, for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Happy to be close to my city. Feel close to my scene. Hell fucking yeah. Like, see if you can get out there. See if you can find some cheap shows in your area. But I also know it's not that easy. I send all my love in that effort, though. Genuinely. About the price of a movie nowadays, yeah. Like, it's, don't get me wrong. I know for some people, $10 to $20 is a lot. Oh, if you're in Atlanta, it's not a punk band, But I do have a band for you. There's a band that I've been listening to for a while that I saw live the other day. They're not punk, but they are alternative, and leftists, queers, punks would probably still vibe with them. They're a dark cabaret band called Sarah and the Safe Word, which I recently found out are from Atlanta, Georgia. One sec, let me pull up their page. I recently saw them on their tour with Moonwalker. Sarah and the Safe Word, dark cabaret. It's very, like, if you like early Panic at the Disco. If you like early Panic at the Disco, you will fuck with Sarah and the Safe Word. But yeah, they just toured with Moonwalker, and I went to that show. It was absolutely incredible. My whole night yesterday cost $20, which is a lot for me, but it was, like, so cheap. Yeah, like, genuinely. For me, like, you know, I go to a few shows a month, 3 to 4 shows a month, and it ends up being, like, generally $50 to $80 out of my pocket, which is a lot of money, don't get me wrong. But for me, that is worth it for the life and community that punk gives me. Went to my first Metal Gear last year, unfortunately, not punk, but one of the first gigs I've gone to. Congratulations! Hey, I've been to plenty of metal stuff as well. Metal definitely has messy history. There is a history of, like, the little Nazi circles within the metalhead scene, skinheads, etc., etc. Though most skinheads I've met these days are chill people. That said, I'm very glad to say that, like, for the most part, the metal scene has chilled out and is mostly left-leaning. You're not gonna find as many anarchists over in the metal scene, but I do enjoy the occasional metalcore band and whatnot. I'm a weird soul. My pop culture knowledge were CDs that could drift to my homeland, so most of the music from the 80s. That's honestly so fair. If you are... how do I say this? I'm someone who, like, I can't imagine listening to bands that aren't actively touring. For me, it's so sad to, you know, no, I'm never going to see a band live, but, like... Hello, Al! Lovely to see you! Welcome on in! Hi! Pleasure to make your acquaintance. We're talking about, like, punk shows and music and like, fucking scene culture and whatnot. How are you doing today? I just realized I forgot to set something up on my model as well. Give me a moment, folks. Pleasure to make your acquaintance properly. Welcome on in. Can I ask how you found the channel? There we go. Now I got my fun visual effects. Hehe. But yeah, I know there's a couple folks in the channel who are from the Atlanta area. I saw Sarah and the Safe Word recently. I've been listening to them for a couple years. They're so good. It's dark cabaret rather than punk, but absolutely adore it. And I'm pretty sure the show tickets were literally like $20. Are they gonna be in North Carolina soon? Oh, never mind. A lot of these shows have already passed. But in any case, they are Atlanta based, so you might be able to catch them occasionally in that area. Vibe with that a lot. Yeah, no, it goes hard. Dark Cabaret goes hard. It's very early Panic at the Disco, and I fuck with that heavy. Pyrotechnics went great at the show, unfortunately dead crowd. Damn. I will say, the folks, Moonwalker is on record saying that my city's show is one of the favorites of the tour so far, because we moshed. I forced Demi the Daredevil into a pit and I feel so bad about it. Fucking Demi the Daredevil was one of the other opener at that show, and he, you know, during his last song got off the stage, and I accidentally shoved him into the mosh pit, and I felt so bad about it. I apologized to him at the merch table, and he was like, dude, no, that's never happened before. That was so cool. You know any punk scene in the East Midlands, UK? So I can't say I specifically know any bands that are based over there, but I can show you this. Give me a second. Can I find this? I can tell you that, that this month, Apes of the State and Sister Wife Sex Strike are both going to be touring in the UK. So I don't know many UK-based bands. But if you are interested in going to a show for two artists that I adore, two of like my favorite bands, folks who are in the UK and Ireland, you are in luck. Literally starting like in a week and a half, Apes of the State, Sister Wife, Sex Strike, UK and Ireland tour. If you're near any of these cities, there you go. Hello, Joe. Lovely to see you. Hello, U.S. Department of Gay Affairs as well. I don't know what Sipcord is. How do I say? I don't know why someone would want to join via a VoIP rather than just doing so from their phones. And I do have some concerns over that given how VoIP numbers have been used in cyberstalking me. Farming aura, real as fuck. Like, I don't understand what the benefit of having that would be. Where would you be uploading your EP so I can keep an eye out for it? So of course I'm going to make a bunch of noise for it in the Discord. I will be- Thank you so much for the bits, how dare you! I'll be making a bunch of noise about it in the Discord, of course, as well as on stream, but it will be getting released on all major streaming services as well as on Bandcamp. And I am planning to do a live music stream where I perform the EP front to back. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm not paying Dublin pint prices. That's okay, you don't have to. I'm just saying. Two of my favorite fucking bands are gonna be in Ireland and the UK. For anyone who lives in those areas and wants to see two of my favorite bands. I'm just saying. Of course, they're visiting Birmingham. Checks out. Listen, I don't fucking know much about the UK. Sure, Coles and Sillies, plus there's no way to abuse as far as I know. I've had VoIP numbers used specifically to dox and cyberstalk and harass me, without, like, you know, easy means or recompense. I don't know. Like, it's very easy with VoIP numbers to spam create them and then use them to bypass bans and whatnot, and being blocked and all that. Because often there's many services which do not require you to link them to any kind of identity. And so I've had people like spam create VoIP numbers to spam call my personal phone number and send me threatening voicemails, and there's nothing anyone can do about it because they can't track them back. See, I don't understand how that adds benefit, you know? I don't understand what that does to improve the experience using the Discord, you know? Birmingham is one of the biggest UK cities and contains absolutely nothing at the same time. You know, real and valid? I can think of a lot of cities that describes. Give me a second. I just dropped something. Where did it go? I need that. If that's important. Where did it go? Where the fuck is it? Come back here. There you are. There we go. No one fucking likes Birmingham. You know what? Real and valid. Hello, Napalm Iguana. It's been a hot minute. How you been? Forget about the fact that British have a whole genre of British punk rock and roll. You know, I actually just remembered that I do know a UK-based punk band. Give me a second. I have a UK-based punk band that I can shout out. One moment. Oh god, what the fuck is the name of your band again? I'm actually about to be shouting out my friend's band. This is actually my friend's band. I don't know where in the UK Leeds is, but based in Leeds, UK, this is Eat Defeat. This is my friend's band. I'm friends. This is my friend's band. I am friends with one of the members of this band. They are a pop-punk band, but they're pretty good. I fuck with them. Hello, Data Moshes! Are you in Shrimp? I am a fox boy. If you mean, do I sit like a functional person? The answer is no. Mid-North England, I think? I don't fucking know shit. Guess we're my UK brothers and sisters, real and valid. Are you bi-sitting right now? I currently have I'm currently sitting crisscross applesauce in my chair, leaned over like a gremlin. That's a bi-sit? Yeah. I am technically bisexual. I prefer to call myself queer. I guess I'm like technically in the like, okay. Here's my thing. I am mostly attracted to men. My taste is any man with the slightest hint of femininity and alt women. Very specifically alt women. Like androgynous alt woman. Which technically puts me in the bi-pan sphere. That said, I don't like using the terms bi and pan for myself, even if they are technically correct, because all of the infighting over the terms bi and pan back in the 2010s so deeply bothered me. And is one of my biggest icks with the LGBT community at large. One of my biggest icks with the wider LGBT community, I'm gonna be so honest, is the way in which people so often police others' use of language and labels. I've seen this happen time and time again, where people get really mad at other queer people for using words in a way that they disagree with, oftentimes in ways that don't fucking matter. I'm so tired of discourse over like, oh, whether or not the term bi is transphobic, or whether or not you can, you know, be bi while liking non-binary people, or, you know, fucking, you can't be a lesbian and use he, him, I'm so sick and tired of that shit. To a point where I just refuse to use labels like bi or pan for myself, even if they technically fit. I call myself queer. I call myself queer. It's very fair, I still get called out for saying I'm bi instead of pan. Literally, my take is that it doesn't fucking matter. my hot take. Chat, it doesn't fucking matter. Language is constantly evolving. You will never be able to communicate the whole of an identity within a finite number of words, so why are we getting mad at people for using language in ways that we personally don't agree with? Why are we policing other people's ways of expressing their queerness, especially if they are not harming anyone in doing so? How does it hurt you if someone uses the word bisexual slightly differently than you? Sure, it makes it a little bit harder to communicate the ins and outs of your identity, but why does that matter? If it becomes relevant to you, that is a conversation you can have. But in 99% of cases, this is a person who you, where knowledge of the ins and outs of the sexuality does not matter, you know? As long as you can communicate the general gist, I don't see what the issue is. Hello, Fuzzy Muzzy, bark bark bite bite. Like, these terms have shifted and changed in definition so much over the decades, and people are constantly arguing and fighting over what are the correct ways to use them, and I don't think it's worth it. Hello, Fuzzy Muzzy, pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm so tired of discourse over queer labels to a point where I just kind of refuse to use most of them. I call myself non-binary, I call myself trans, I call myself queer, and that's about it. I only actually started using the term aromantic relatively recently just because, like, I need to, you know? I only use the term aromantic because I have to. And if I did not have to use that term in order to really, like, succinctly describe my identity, if people didn't hear queer and immediately assume that that wasn't part of a potential part of the equation, I probably wouldn't, you know? There should be different ways to use things. I agree, yeah. Chillin' for once I don't feel like I have nothing to do despite the well over 30 different video games I own. Hell fucking yeah. I got some shots yesterday and knocked me on my ass with fatigue. But it went away eventually, able to hop in open Helldiver's queue. Hell yeah! Hope you're having fun with it, genuinely. Thank you for the hydrate as well. Burp my bite. If it's a very specific label only used by first-time disabled people, then it matters, but otherwise it doesn't matter. Cope. I mean, how do I say this? I'm trying to think, like, even what you would mean by that, or what terms would apply in that situation. But in any case, I'm so sick of queer people acting as though our identities need to be easily categorized. Quite literally, it feels so, how do I say, performative to do so, and it really feels to me like an attempt to make our identities more palatable to like cishet people, which I don't think should ever be the goal of queer activism or queer, how do I say, there's a word I'm looking for. The word's not activism, it's like, it's not revolution either. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Oh my god, why can I not think of the word? It's similar to revolution, but I'm blanking on it. Whatever the case, you understand the gist of what I'm saying. But I don't think the goal of our attempts to fight for the queer community and to fight for our rights should ever include the desire to make ourselves palatable to cishet people. Hello, Druid of the Gaze, lovely to see you. Not mutiny, no. Liberation, queer liberation. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. Liberation is the word I was looking for. I guess my concern is when communication of identity becomes important. I mean, here's the thing. I think when it comes to like sexuality and whatnot, the ins and outs aren't really relevant to anyone who you aren't like looking to date. Like, okay, terms like bi and pan, where people argue a lot over whether or not like the term bi includes non-binary people, or like if the term bi means you can even be attracted to trans people, or if the term bi is transphobic, or like, oh, pan means that gender isn't part of your sexuality and bi means it has an influence, etc., etc. I feel like we're getting to a level of nuance where the distinction, one, you're just policing how other people use words in ways that have no historical basis. Terms like bisexual have shifted meaning massively over the decades, and you're forcing people to abandon words they've been using for years because suddenly you have decided that the way they've been using it for decades is not accurate anymore. And I think that's very revisionist, and more often than not just serves to comfort cishet people and to make our experiences palatable and easier to categorize, rather than add anything actually to the fight of queer liberation. But those minute distinctions and difference, like, you know, is this person gonna be attracted to a non-binary person? I feel like that's such an individual conversation that you just need to have if you are interested in dating someone regardless. You know? Hello, Sheffel, welcome on in, Barper bye bye. I heard from someone that identifying as pan is bi erasure, and this kind of discourse frustrates the hell out of me, you know? I like to call myself queer because it is an easy catch-all that I think very heavily describes the way that I approach the entire notion of gender and sexuality. I don't want to put bounds or limitations on myself. I label myself in the vaguest terms possible to communicate the basics of my identity. And if someone needs to know my preferences, they can have a conversation with me, you know? Fun fact, by the way, you can't use the word queer in your Twitch bio. I guess it depends on how visible people want their identities. I don't think, though, that means that we should police how other people get to use these terms, you know? I don't think that means that we should be allowed to tell other people that they're using words incorrectly by our own standards. Fun fact, the term lesbian used to include bisexual women. The term lesbian used to refer to any woman who was attracted to other women, whether or not they were attracted to men. And in the past 2 decades, we have decided that actually no, lesbian refers to specifically people who are specifically women who are only attracted to other women. And you're erasing decades of queer history in doing that. You're asking people to change the words they've been using to define themselves for so long. And I just don't fuck with that, you know? I went through the trenches of queer discourse as a teen, dark times. I was on Tumblr in the 2010s, and I have hated the bi-pan discourse ever since. Gender, assonant je ne sais quoi. Why can't you use queer in your bio? Because Twitch considers queer a slur. Treated Tumblr for Reddit as a youth, it wasn't worth it. Like, my point just being that ultimately these terms are incredibly nuanced and exist within cultural contexts, and it's extremely difficult to communicate the whole of an identity within a finite number of words. So why are we trying to why are we trying to tell other people how and when they should be allowed to use them, you know? So long as someone is not committing acts of harm, I don't think it matters. And ultimately, if you need to know the precise ins and outs of someone's identity, that is a conversation you can have with them. I call myself queer, and if someone wants to know what my preferences are, I will happily have that conversation. I literally had someone in the Discord, like, ask me very in depth about, like, why am I attracted to the certain dynamics and demographics that I'm attracted to, and I happily gave a, like, 5-paragraph ramble discussing the ins and outs of my sexuality. And that's okay. And that's okay. Because to be honest, ultimately, the exact ins and outs are only relevant to people that I'm looking to engage with romantically or sexually, but I'm totally fine to have those conversations. What's the type of fictional character that you're attracted to? Alt woman. Punk girls. Would you say that what matters more is not policing how people use certain words, but instead teaching people to learn to understand different meanings of the same word? Yeah, I mean, I guess so, yes. I suppose this is just a matter, like, part of the problem here is that so many queer people refuse to read and research and understand their own history. I am begging younger queers, I know I'm saying this as a 24-year-old, but I am begging, like, queers under the age of 30 to sit down and read your history. Read about Stonewall, read about the ways in which our terminologies and language and expressions have changed. Read about our history. Whenever I see kink at Pride discourse, I fucking die a little bit inside, because so many young queers don't understand the ways in which kink spaces were fundamental in allowing queer people to express themselves and fight for their rights. We would not have modern LGBT rights without kink spaces, because for so long those were the only spaces where it was safe to be openly queer. Yeah, kink is integral to queer pride. Like, I am begging younger queers to learn our own history. Us over 30s also need to read it, also true, yeah. A lot of it is that lack of education, lack of research, lack of willingness to understand queer history. And I am happy to educate where I can. Take care, Virgil, all the best, Barpa by Bite. Wasn't kink at the first Pride parades? Yeah, absolutely. How do I say this? Looking for words. My brain blanked for a moment there. And I really hate the way that we police language based off our modern standards. And so many of these standards are things that were invented on Tumblr, you know? So much of the root of bi versus pan discourse comes from people on Tumblr not understanding, root words and looking at the fact that the root of the word bi is 2. Therefore, if you're bi, you can only be attracted to 2 genders because the root's bi. And it wouldn't make sense to be anything otherwise, but it's been used in different ways for generations now. Just because something literally means one thing or etymologically means one thing does not mean that's the actual literal meaning of the word, and that's okay. Language is allowed to shift as our understanding of our own identities shifts, but we shouldn't police people from using language that we've been using historically as a community for so long. I used to be one of those keep kink out of Pride people when I was 14, now I'm a furry. Real! Like, and don't get me wrong, like, we deserve to have, like, spaces in the LGBT community that are, you know, kid-friendly, but also I don't think the existence of a puphood or whatnot is so NSFW that, like, it shouldn't be seen in public or whatnot, you know? Like, we deserve quieter, chiller, like, you know, spaces that are orientated towards kids and younger folk. But I also believe at the same time that, like, a man wearing a pup hood isn't, you know, fucking inappropriate for kids or something, you know? Let me know when they ban straight makeouts from public spaces. Real, yeah. Languages and interpretation of different words? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's important to mention that while gender and sexuality are all just scams by big bathrooms somewhere bathrooms, because all these terms evolve as a way to understand ourselves in the context of heteronormative society, and many people find immense comfort in being able to relate to a term or label. It's like a tethered to reality, fear of the unknown and all that. Yeah, and that's okay. It's just about policing the way other people use language. I've had so many people try to push labels onto me, because I'll describe my experiences. I'll describe the ins and outs of my sexuality and gender, and they'll go, oh, that sounds like this micro label, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to use it. Don't use it on me. Cool. I'm glad there's a micro label that you think fits my experience. I don't want to use it, don't push it on me. They really went, here's your fan service with the side of social commentary. Also, like, how are we here removing the sex from sexuality? Also true, also true. Also, there will be ad settings soon. I do apologize, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the drill by now. I'll still be here when the ad break ends. Just finished watching the Soul Eater prequel show, and they had a whole episode about unpacking purity culture and how sexuality is integral to freedom and humanity, and shit was wild. Real! Chat, you can't have your anti-censor- Okay. So often in the conversations around, like, anti-censorship on the internet, people very much focus entirely on the ways it is going to potentially harm innocent content, especially innocent queer content, and I don't think we talk enough about how we need to be defending NSFW artists as well. And, like, we can't be abandoning sex workers and porn artists in our anti-censorship conversations. We need to stop being so comfortable to throw NSFW creators to the wayside in these conversations, because so often they are the first to be attacked, but also because that is real art that needs to be protected just as much as your innocent Yuri visual novel, you know? Did kind of speedrun the experience of getting labels and doing the fun part, and very quickly getting tired of labels. Yeah, that's real and fair, honestly. A lot of people go through that phase. Hi, Walnor! Hi! You're the first furry I know, but is being a furry mean to you? I don't know if you can hear me in the ad break. I don't know if you can hear me in the ad break. I am a furry and also, like, very Therian, though I don't tend to talk too much about that side of the experience. For me, I am very mentally aligned with the experience and identity of animal. I do not see myself as a human, which is not to say that I'm not a person, but there is a deep part of me that resonates and functions best when I understand my experience as an animal. You know? God bless freaky artists, real and valid. Hello, no eyes for you, Aurora. But there's a very deep part of my brain which just very heavily resonates with and best understands my personal experience and navigates my personal experience of the world while understanding it as animal. I find comfort in it. I'm not sure how to better explain it beyond that, you know? Like, as far as the furry fandom, it is a community which very largely founds itself in being I would call it a queer accepting space. So many people who are in the LGBT community, as well as, like, neurodivergent folk, tend to centralize in the furry fandom and in Therian spaces because they so often feel abnormal due to inherent inalienable elements of their identity. Because they are queer, because they are neurodivergent, they often feel treated as non-human or as though they are missing some fundamental element of humanity, which I think is what drives a lot of us to these alternative spaces, wherein we are allowed to be very transgressive and express that disconnect with humanity. You know? Hope you don't mind me saying this, but this reminds me of the Danny DeVito screaming, "I'm not a human being, I'm an animal." Yeah, I've been getting ads for prep for some reason. You know what? I'm glad they're running on my channel, you know? So like every other sentence of mine contains gay sex. I love gay sex. Gay sex. Welcome back from ads, everybody. I don't know if you could hear me while I was in the ads, Alvin. I'd be happy to like reiterate everything I just yapped about. If you were not able to hear, I'd be happy to. Only censored by supporters against the French. No audio? Alright. So to reiterate what I was discussing there, personally, I have a disconnect with the concept of being human. I am someone who exists in furry space as well as in Therian spaces, and there is an amount of mental disconnect between me and the concept of being human. I find it easiest to understand and navigate my experience and my own mental patterns if I understand them as animal. Which is not to say that I'm not a person. I am a person, but I do not relate specifically to the identity of being human. As for the why there, I think it has to do with the same reasons a lot of queer and neurodivergent people trend towards the furry and Therian space as well. I think that a lot of queer people, and especially a lot of neurodivergent people, feel a disconnect from humanity because so often they are treated as being different and alienated from certain experiences. A lot of autistic and other neurodivergent people feel as though they are missing some fundamental part of the human experience. A lot of queer people have been, bullied and treated poorly for inalienable characteristics that lead to them developing similar inclinations. There's also the very specific, trans experience of, feeling as though you are not loved and thereby wanting to occupy a space wherein you are nothing but lovable and are deserving of care, which is where you get, a lot of the trans femme puppy girl phenomenon, etc., etc. But I think a lot of the leaning towards furry and Therian spaces, especially within queer and neurodivergent folk, including myself, comes from that disconnect with humanity that is rooted in being told or feeling as though for much of your life you are alienated, being othered for your entire life, So I am a person, but I don't relate to the concept of being human. In my mind, I am animal. And I function the way a person does. But I am animal, I think I recall you mentioning something called Rabies Pride. Oh god, I love Rabies Pride! Okay. Rabies Pride. Humans are eldritch horrors and bone mechs with meat armor. We are the universe experiencing self-happiness to the point be happy. Real and valid. And you know what? If me being happy means I call myself a dog, so be it. If me being happy means I refer to myself as a dog, so fucking be it. I do have a furry version of my design as well. I just haven't rigged it as a model yet. One of these days I will. So for folks who are unaware, Rabies Pride, if you've ever heard of the term Rabies Pride, you've probably heard it in the particular context of the rabiosexual memes on Tumblr, where a bunch of people were supposedly sexually attracted to rabies. That is not where Rabies Pride started. That was a bunch of assholes on the internet hearing about this whole Rabies Pride thing and deciding to make fun of it. Rabies Pride is actually a micro label which was founded by a number of primarily queer, trans, neurodivergent folk who felt as though because of their particular, conditions, disabilities, sexualities, and labels, like they were treated as non-human, feral, and contagious. I can read through the shit here. Rabies Pride was a movement for neurodivergent, mostly autistic, transgender individuals who are usually treated as if they are animals or as if they have a contagious disease for being too loud, too hyper, and too much. And I know I was just going on a whole rant about how I'm not super big on like the policing of language and micro labels have limited use and whatnot. But this is a notion that I very heavily relate to. And I think the same reason why Rabies Pride became a thing initially before all of the, memes and bullying happened, like that's the same root that leads to so many queer and neurodivergent people being furries and therians. It is that feeling as though you are treated as this feral animal with a contagious disease who doesn't fit in. You have been alienated and ostracized for your whole life. It becomes so much easier at times to understand yourself as something aside of human. And then, of course, again, there is also like the modern like puppy girl phenomenon that we talk so often about, which oftentimes has its root in just like not feeling like you are allowed to be loved and for once in your life feeling like you can be cared for, etc., etc. I like Rabies Pride. I have a Rabies Pride patch on my pants because I think it's funny. Had no idea Rabies Pride had a deeper meaning. That it was just a meme. Yeah, no, it was a whole thing that I really love. I love Rabies Pride. I'm not sure what to do personally, and I know you're not plural, but one of my headmates identifies more with their animalistic things. Yeah, I'm clueless. What I know can't help much, but I thought I'd throw it out there. I mean, just let them explore it. Is this an appropriate time to mention that I've had multiple psychiatrists want to evaluate me for a dissociative disorder and I've repeatedly refused? Lol, now. I am a dog. Please give me headbats infection. Real and valid. Rabies Pride is peak. I'm probably gonna put it on my battle jacket properly. Yeah, I have a Rabies Pride patch on my pants. On my patch pants. Because I just really love the notion behind it, even if I know, like, people aren't going to see that, most people aren't going to see that flag and understand what it means. And if anyone wants to know, it's something that I'll have to explain, but I'm okay with that. How do I say, it's a fun little label that I just think it's cute. Why no check? Because I already function really well as is, and I don't need to have a major disruption in my life. Straight up, like, I have my medication that works really well for me. I have already, like, half a dozen diagnoses. I have a really good handle on my mental health and my ability to function for the most part as things stand. And I really enjoy, or rather, I don't want to have any major disruption in my life. I don't want to have to face some big crisis of selfhood that forces me to readjust how I live my life when I'm at a point where I am functioning really well. Especially when I am fighting so hard as is to just have enough time and energy to work on my art. If I am happy and I am functioning and whatever underlying condition that I may or may not have is not causing problems, then I don't see a need to look into it personally. I am not in a place in my life where I have the time or energy to unpack that shit. Out of context, would have assumed it was a vaccine thing. Keep up on the vaccine because all animals are friend-shaped. Real and valid, real and valid. If you are someone who works frequently with mammals, getting a rabies vaccine is smart. ADHD likes answers to puzzles, so I like giving answers. Completely valid. If I were to say get evaluated for a dissociative disorder, it would just force me to put a lot of time and energy into reorganizing my life. Like, if I were to get diagnosed with one, it would force me to put a lot of work into reorganizing my life and reevaluating so many things about myself, which I just don't want to do when I'm in a good position, and have the, like... I already struggle so much to keep up with all my goals and ambitions because I don't have enough time and energy. I don't need more of my time and energy to be dedicated to thinking about, like, it's just rationalizing a new diagnosis and shit. I'm gonna be able to have insurance, I'd be able to get answers, but I'm raw dogging, not getting sick and not dying. I get it. I'm very lucky that, like, I've been, you know, getting a lot of answers to my physical health lately. Several months ago, got a general psych evaluation focusing on autism and just kind of forgot to mention my dissociation. Personally regret it, would have loved to get that checked, but now I'm in counseling, get to work on that. Hey, good luck to you. You got this, genuinely. The engineering mindset, if it works, is not broken. Yeah, exactly. like, I don't have the time or energy right now to unpack whether or not I might have a dissociative disorder, so I'm just not gonna deal with it. I'm functioning really well. I very rarely get bursts of dissociative amnesia these days. I only get them, like, a couple times a month, and they're never in any kind of way or environment that endangers me. So, like, cool. I'm fine. I'm chilling. Like, oh, I lose a couple hours of my life a month. Alright, cool. Thumbs up. I'm okay. I'm literally so fine. Dissociative disorders are protective measures put in place to your, by their brains. If you're not in the place where it'd be safe to unpack that, totally understand just letting it be. Yeah, I'm chilling. Listen, I'm chilling. Got bigger issues than figuring out if I have occasional weird sounds in my ears, tipness, or that bastard Steve. See, I'm also already schizoaffective, and, like, I've rationalized a lot of bullshit that way. I'm fine. I'm on meds that work, you know? I have 2 jobs, even though they're both bad together. I make enough to not qualify, but nor enough to be able to afford it. Okay. Alvin, I'm in a very similar situation, and I totally understand it. I make just barely over the poverty line, with, like, income, between my other sources of income and content creation. I am, in an average month, just slightly over the poverty line, which means I cannot access a lot of social services, but living is so expensive that, like, I would not be able to survive if I made much less than I do, and that sucks. I totally understand that difficulty. Genuinely, getting on things like disability or social security, etc., is really, really difficult because the cost of living is so high. If you do not have a partner or a roommate who is willing to cover so much of your shit, or happen to be in some other kind of, like, you know, I say quote-unquote privileged position, you understand what I mean when I say that. Not an actual privileged position, but to be lucky enough to have social support, it's very difficult to get on those kinds of services. I'm just glad I live in a state-sized town where the cost of living is relatively cheap. I'm glad you've got that, genuinely. At this point, I'm doing engineering out of pure reflex. My primary killing blow is Ohm's law. Why do you need tape for this cut on my hand? Dude, go to the doctor and give some doctor $100 even the same tape. Real invalid, though. Real invalid. The main reason that I started seeing doctors for my shit recently was because it was getting bad enough that I couldn't solve it with just, like, over-the-counter shit, and I needed to get actual accommodations, and unfortunately that requires paperwork and documentation. But, you know, we do our best. But nah, like, there's this very real issue where, for example, I'm someone who probably has bad enough, you know, disabilities that I can or should be on disability, because the only jobs I can feasibly work without harming myself are remote jobs, and those are really hard to get. But unfortunately, the cost of living, or rather, unfortunately, in order to qualify, I would need to have less than 2K in assets. I don't know how to explain that I have way more than that in assets. I currently have a few thousand in savings, as well as, like, my PC alone costing several $100s, having several $100s in instruments and shit like that. Point just being that, like, I would not be able to qualify for disability without... I also just make too much a month in order to even qualify, so I would have to quit working to make low enough income to qualify so that I could stop working. And ultimately that would drain my savings and take so long that it would, you know, be a problem. What instruments do you have? I have an acoustic guitar, a banjo, a ukulele, a keyboard. That's currently it. But they're like, it's really nice ones. My guitar is like a $400 guitar. My banjo is like a $250 banjo. It's a gold tone. The asset limits exist entirely to keep people off it. Yes, and they are not being adjusted to account for the fact that like people need to live. The amount of savings that, you know, qualify as you, that you have to have under in order to qualify for disability would not be enough to keep me alive for 2 months. And the application process would cost more than 2 months. And it sucks. Oh yeah, so one sec, let me check what the current poverty line is. One sec. Let me divide this by 12. So the current federal poverty line for 2026 is $1,330 a month. That is what is considered poverty. I don't know how to tell y'all this. You can't get a studio apartment that cheap here. You cannot get a studio apartment that cheap here. A 1-bedroom in the city I live in is going to run you a minimum $1,500, unless you specifically go to low-income housing, in which case it's going to run you about $1,000. And in order to do that low-income housing, you have to prove that you're under certain income limits. And unfortunately, if you're kind of in that weird little gap, money-wise, you're kind of screwed. I made that working part-time. You cannot get an apartment less than that here. What the fuck? Yeah. It's hell. And it is intentionally designed in order to be difficult to survive and to keep people off of these services. The income that you would get off of something like disability or off of Social Security is so low that it is really impossible to survive on your own, or at the very least, very extremely difficult if you do not live in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like, there are parts of the world where, you know, you can get a place for $800 a month. But those places are few and far between, and usually are not where the jobs are. That's the big thing a lot of people miss when it comes to cost of living. The places where the jobs are tend to be more expensive places to live. So yes, there are places in the world where you can find, or places in the country where you can find an apartment for, you know, $800 and get like a 2-bedroom and whatnot. Good luck finding a job there. My understanding is that places where $1,500 is an actual surviving salary just do not have this infrastructure at all. Even more messed up, houses are cheaper than rent, but paying rent does not affect your credit, so you can't get a loan for a house. Yeah, I will say I'm very lucky to have extremely good credit, but I don't think I will ever have the savings for a house. Given I made about 20k last year. Chat, last year, I made 20k. I made 20k last year. Before paying taxes. I own my house. Good for you, Stella. That is a rare privilege. And bear in mind, that is while working 60 hours a week. I don't talk about this much, but I spend about 30 hours at another, you know, thing working. I stream 20 to 25 hours a week. I do YouTube. I make music. I do whatever the hell I can to survive. 60 hours a week, and I made 20k last year. I work my ass off, and I live barely above the poverty line in a sizable city. And I'll be honest, I am in a place where I am happy. It's part of why I'm so active in my punk scene and my local activism and whatnot, because I'm very happy with the life I live. I am not comfortable, but I am able to chase my art, and I am content doing that. But it ain't fucking easy. Barring taxes, making federal minimum wage $7.25 an hour for a 9 to 5. For 365 days a year, no weekends, no holidays, no 6 days, no vacation days, is only 21.17 thousand a year given for taxes. I make 50 cents over minimum wage in my state. Ha 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 ha. After taxes, I think it comes out to about 13 an hour. And unfortunately, with how often I get sick, I do end up having to miss shifts pretty regularly. Yeah, 50 cents over minimum wage in my state. Now, I live in Florida. Minimum wage in Florida is currently 14 an hour. But even 14 an hour working 30 hours a week, it's not much, you know? So what you're saying is you've got good credit and need extra income? I mean, basically, yes, I've got good credit and need extra income. Just got back from Florida? Yeah. Stella, you mentioned you were going to Universal, and that was very funny to me. Because I may or may not have been in Orlando at one point for a punk show while you were presumably still in the state. So at some point, Stella, I want you to know, at some point, you were within 30 minutes of me. Congratulations. When a job pays enough to pay my debts. I'm very lucky that I have no debt, I will say. And that is one thing I intend to maintain. I refuse to ever end up in debt. I refuse to ever end up in debt. Even like if I have an emergency, I will sooner like fucking pull all-nighters doing 24-hour streams before I fucking take on debt, because I refuse. How do you have good credit? So in order to have good credit, you just need to have a credit card and to pay it off consistently. Like the answer is you have a credit card, you use it like once or twice a month, and you immediately pay it off. You know? You have a credit card and you just stay really on top of it. Like you use it to buy your groceries and then just pay that off with your actual money. You know, that's how you have good credit. If you made $1 million a day for every day since the year zero, you would have about $739.5 billion, aka less money than Muskrat's net worth. Yeah, it's crazy. I hate it. Minimum wage needs to be raised, or social services need to be expanded to where minimum wage doesn't need to raise as much. Okay. Here's my hot take. Raising minimum wage alone is not enough. Raising minimum wage alone will never fix shit. Because you know what happens when you raise minimum wage? All of the companies and landlords go, oh, people have more money now. I want to say I am not a expert on anything. I'm specifically talking about credit cards. I'm not talking about loans. I'm specifically talking about credit cards. Because I don't know. I'm not a financial expert. Definitely, like, do your own research or consult someone who knows better than I. I'm just saying that, like, having a credit card and being responsible in your payments and only using it for, like, the kind of stuff that you already know you can afford is good. But, you know. As a teen, I set my credit card to pay for World of Warcraft monthly, and then set my debit card to pay automatically. Got my credit to 777. Yeah, literally. Like the best way to get good credit, take it from just a random guy on the internet. I have a credit card. I don't spend any money that I don't know that I have. I have a budgeting spreadsheet. If you're gonna do this, have a budgeting spreadsheet, track your income and your expenditure, and make sure that whatever you're spending is something that you can pay back, but just have it automatically pay from your like primary checking account. Make sure like just have it be your everyday purchases. Run the math to make sure you know what you're doing. But straight up, how I handle it is like I have a credit card and I use that for some of my grocery purchases, and it automatically pays out of my checking account, you know. And I've never had issues. But in any case, unfortunately, raising minimum wage will never be enough. Because the moment minimum wage raises, all of the companies and landlords go, oh, people are making more money now, which means that we can extort more money out of our customers. And inevitably, you end up in this process where minimum wage and all of these companies are just, you know, playing leapfrog, trying to beat out each other and keep people in the same exact state of poverty. Capitalism inherently is a flawed system that will inevitably degrade into this exact scenario we are currently living through. We are living through late stage capitalism. This is not a flaw of the system. This is not the system being exploited. This is quite literally the outcome of the system. It is a feature, not a bug. The only answer to this mess is to destroy capitalism and implement better economic systems. I personally am an anarcho-communist. I know for other people, like, the answer is socialism, etc., but whatever answer you come to, we need to understand that what we are seeing is an intentional flaw of capitalism which will not be destroyed by any change in policy. Sure, you can put in rent increase controls and things like that, but at that point you're not even living in capitalism anymore anyway. Or you're living in a like state capitalism or a very tightly controlled capitalist system anyway. I think we have to acknowledge that what we are currently experiencing is the system working as intended, and sure, we can try to put guardrails in place, but at that point, why not just try something else? Communism is good on paper, just power-hungry pricks that have ruined it every time, which is why I'm an anarcho-communist. That's why I'm an anarcho-communist. Enjoy the Lord Dragon's Horde. Bark, bye-bye. I do think strong interventionalism would probably solve a majority of the issues, but it's not likely to ever enter common implementation again, especially since we already low-key tried it and it fell through. Well, the other issue with it is, like, we live in a society wherein any, like, actual policies that help people can just as easily be repealed, which is also why I argue that we need a fundamental shift in our, like, base system, you know? The issue is people are flaws, so every system eventually will end up with people in power taking advantage of the system. Would love for people to try and work together for each other, but it's impossible considering how many people are just so selfish. Hot take! People are not inherently selfish. Hot take! Hot take! Greed, selfishness, etc. are learned behaviors that are not inherent to human nature. That's my other hot take. So many people, you know, look at, you know, modern capitalist culture and assume that people must be inherently selfish, and I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I believe that people are inherently altruistic and inherently giving, but modern capitalist culture forces people to, or rather, heavily incentivizes selfish behavior. It is learned. Greed is a result of hierarchy and capitalism. Thank you. I don't like the take that every action is inherently transactional. Like, yeah, I gain something by hanging out with my friends. I gain dopamine, but also, like, I don't think that makes it a selfish behavior. And I think that's an unhealthy way to view the existence, or the situation. Also, Alvin makes a very good point here. Chile chose communism twice and the US brought it down. The US for a long time has had a habit of tearing down any attempt at communist or socialist government tried by another country, especially in South America. We've seen this in Chile, we've seen this in Guatemala. I have a book on this. Oh god, what's it called? there's a book in my collection. Can I find it? It was a really good book that I thought, yeah, okay, Bitter Fruit, The Story of the American Coup in Guatemala. Really good resource and introduction to the ways in which the US has repeatedly intervened in democratically elected socialist and communist governments, which albeit are not my ideals because I am an anarchist, but it still very much goes to show it's very much one of the reasons why we've never seen successful socialist or communist government, because the US is so quick to shut any of it down. There are dozens of examples of this throughout history of the US fucking over any country which even attempts to implement leftist policy. And I think this particular book does a great job of documenting a specific example of it. Bitter Fruit, The Story of the American Coup in Guatemala. Heavily recommend. Now I'm thinking of the absurd amount of chemicals. Will you perish like dog? The Jakarta Method is also a really good book on US intervention and leftist movements around the world. I'm not familiar with that one, Professor Pigeon, but I'm gonna write that down and see if I can get a hold of it. I'm gonna write that down. Give me a moment. Let me add that to my little hidey hole. Alright, that has been added. I'm gonna see if I can get that out of my local library. You just love when your dad says the dryer isn't working and tells me to touch the hearing element on the check, says April Fools when you get burned. That is gross. That is very gross. I'm so sorry, Vox Morganix. I hate that. Fuck your father. I'm a weird person, but I try to believe if economy doesn't depend on labor, especially human labor, then full humane communism can happen. I mean, we're always going to live in a world where some amount of labor is required, you know? There are always going to need to be people who pave the roads and to manage our you know, electricity and to upkeep our services and produce our goods. So long as we need things like food, there will be a need for some amount of labor. But I believe that labor can be done equitably. I believe in a world where we are able to work less and to not have our ability to survive be determined by how much and what kind of work we are capable of doing, you know? I am someone who struggles to do hard physical labor because I have disabilities that make it difficult for me to stand for long periods of time. But there are things that I am good at and enjoy doing, even aside of my art. I can do tasks that allow me to sit and work on computers and do data entry. I have experience with the sciences, particularly I have experience in a genetic a molecular genetics lab, which means by proxy that I have experience working with dangerous chemicals and performing very detailed lab work and whatnot. Like, there are things I can do that I would be happy to do if they guaranteed me the ability to work reasonable amounts of time and guarantee that my needs are met, if that makes any amount of sense, you know? My dad loves doing construction work as a hobby. If he didn't have to work, he'd be building whole towns for funsies. Yeah, straight up. Like, I think people would be a lot happier to do work if their ability to survive was not contingent on it, you know? Hi, pizza! Aurora. I think that most people would be a lot happier to do work if their ability to live and to make rent and to eat food was not solely dependent on how much they can produce for someone else. Yeah, same with school as well. I can imagine that if I wasn't constantly concerned with, you know, making enough money to eat, I would create a whole lot more in my art, and I would probably be back trying to chase the sciences again. Writing a political thesis about my theory on a communist society. Hell fucking yeah, happy for you. But then some people would not want to work because they aren't paying me to do it. I genuinely think those people are fewer and further between than you think. We saw this happen during COVID, where a lot of people were, you know, forced out of their jobs. And so many of those folks took on new hobbies and interests. So many of those folks took on various forms of art or big online projects. And sure, not everyone. There are going to be that small handful of people who are not forced to work and thereby don't. They are a minority. They are a much smaller minority than you think. Most people, like I genuinely believe that if we were to implement something like universal basic income, there would be a couple of months where a lot of people just stop working, and then after those couple of months they would get bored. You know, people would need those couple of months to recover from the burnout of surviving capitalism for forever, but as soon as they're over the burnout, they're gonna get bored. So they're gonna start chasing their passions. They're gonna start engaging in the forms of production that bring them some form of fulfillment. And for a lot of people, that is some form of manual labor. I know people who love working in service. I know people who what they adore is working in service. But because they're constantly held to the expectations of capitalism, it makes it miserable. I know someone who, like, she used to, she worked, you know, at a coffee shop. Eventually she became the manager of the coffee shop, and she was so happy. She loved it because she loved serving people and making people happy. She loved providing food and bringing joy to, especially, like, return regular customers and whatnot. And then she ran, like, the best store in her fucking district, and then the company fucked her. You know? There are people who adore that, but then capitalism is the thing that ruins that joy. I genuinely believe were we to, like, you know, implement universal basic income or implement communism or implement some sort of system where labor does not become mandatory anymore, yeah, there's gonna be a couple months where a lot of people stop working because they're tired and exhausted and burnt out, and then they're gonna get bored and they're gonna find something to do. A lot of people are gonna turn to fucking volunteer work even. I know so many people, like, I know a lot of people who are, like, stay-at-home partners and whatnot, who after a year or two of it get really bored, they start volunteering in soup kitchens or at their local libraries or at animal shelters and whatnot. People want to do stuff. Studies repeatedly show that happier people who are treated better are just as hard and fast and more productive. Yeah, exactly. I know people who like cleaning, but hate being treated how people treat janitors. Yeah, I'll be so real. I like cleaning. I just don't like being forced to do it, you know? I have a really close friend who absolutely loves detail cleaning and will like detail clean friends' cars for super cheap. We'll literally for like $50 spend a few hours detail cleaning your car because he just genuinely enjoys it. And if people don't have to worry about putting food on the table, the amount of art and intellectual exploration that could happen makes me giddy. Exactly. No, I oftentimes imagine how much more I could create if I wasn't constantly forced to push myself to my physical limits at a day job, you know? I would probably be creating so much more. I'd probably be so much more tuned into local activism. I would probably be a lot happier, and I would probably, honestly, turn my attention back towards academia, if I'm being perfectly honest. But you know. Currently volunteering as a young leader at Cubs and also teaching sailing this summer. There's a lot of us who like volunteering, even kids and teens. Hell fucking yeah. I love that. The idea that people will only want to do something if they have incentive is honestly disturbing to me. With that being the stance of so many capitalists, whether they realize it or not, it shows the predatory nature of the system. It's literally a false conclusion that capitalism instills in us. Like, so many people not wanting to work is just because they're tired of being pushed to their limits and extorted. I promise you, I'm someone who wants to work and create and do things. I am incredibly passionate about learning. I'm incredibly passionate about educating. And I'm incredibly passionate about both politics and science. I'm incredibly passionate about helping people. I am an educator. I am a born want to help people. I am a born learner. Those are my great passions. And if I was not constantly forced to be pushed to my physical limits in service of those passions, I can only imagine how much I would be able to do. You're also passionate about pathetic men. This is true. I'm also very passionate about pathetic men. God, I fucking love pathetic men. I'm so normal about pathetic men. Also suspected as a brain draining effect over time. There's only people in EE I've met who are only there for the bag and kind of suck at it because they do not like it at all. Oh, absolutely, yeah. A lot of people work purely to make a paycheck at the end of the week, but who can blame them when their survival is dependent on that, you know? I'm biting you so hard, Plink. Also kind of how voter apathy works. People get screwed over with the system, so they don't think they'll participate in the system anymore. Yeah, I will admit, this is a big disagreement I have with a lot of other leftists. I do believe voting can be a valid form of harm reduction. Take this from someone who lives in Florida. Take this from someone who lives in Florida. I believe that voting is a means of buying ourselves time and making the conditions of organization easier, you know? Yeah, not a big fan of accelerationism. Not a big fan of accelerationism. I do worry about like what happens when Trump is gone, about the number of people who might stop participating in protests and activism, but that's part of why I'm focusing so hard on getting people out on the streets and especially pushing them to engage with leftist groups in their community now. Because yes, taking this opportunity to build those connections is super vital. Opening people's eyes to these things is great, but also I don't think accelerationism is the fucking answer, you know? Take this also from someone who's been investigated by the fucking FBI. There will always be people who want to build, people who want to farm and grow food, people who want to drive things around, who want to fly, who want to be doctors, who want to fight fires, who want to crunch numbers, who want to sit in front of a camera, who want to pick up trash and clean up their community. Yeah. Yeah. And especially once, like, you know, we get past the initial exhaustion and burnout of capitalism, I'm sure we'll fucking figure it out, you know? Whoa, he's gonna play Shadow with the Cocoa Melon! I hate you. Hi, Queen Moms. How are you doing today? I built a friend group whom shares my ideals. Hell fucking yeah, I'm glad to hear that. You deserve that. Most of the firefighters at my local fire station are volunteers, all lovely people. Yeah, absolutely. It's beautiful. I love that. I like people. I like humans. Humans are pretty cool. I think humans are cool and capable of a lot of good. I like people. Even if we don't want, I would clean toilets if it means we could be free. Real, yeah. There's a really good song about this. Sorry, everything is a music reference in my brain, chat. I don't watch TV shows or watch movies, I only listen to music. So everything is a music reference in my head. There's a really good song by this, I think it's by Wingnut Dishwashers Union. Give me a second. Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna play it because I don't feel like muting my desktop audio right now, but the song is Jesus Does the Dishes by Wingnut Dishwashers Union. Can I get, like, lyrics? Can I get lyrics? Hello. Can I find the line? We're kids building models of a world that we might want to live in, and sorting feelings in our stomach. Is this liberation or starvation? But have we made it anywhere and all of the dishes are never done? If we can't live without dishwashers, how would we live without cops? And so you're asking me, who does the dishes after the revolution? Will I do my own dishes now? I'll do my own dishes then. You know it's always the ones who don't who ask that fucking question. I love this song. I just remembered an older punk song you may like. We Are Young. Drop that in Discord if you don't mind. I'm gonna listen to that as soon as the stream ends. Hell fucking yeah. Really good folk punk shit. It's literally just a song talking about, like, you know... I don't know, it's interesting, because I believe, if I recall correctly, yeah, Pat the Bunny... Okay, this guy right here, Pat the Bunny, is one of the biggest names in, like, 2010s folk punk. He left the scene for about a decade and actually recently reappeared with a new band called Friends in Real Life. And his music, a lot of it is very focused on, all sorts of things, ranging from, like, his experiences with alcoholism and drug abuse to his particular form of activism. He did end up leaving the punk scene for nearly a decade because of his issues with drug abuse and needing to get out of the scene to deal with that and get his life back in control. And his more recent music is very much talking about how, like, you know, just as he is starting to find comfort in life and beginning to exist, he's feeling the spark and need for revolutionary action again, and an apology for leaving, but also a promise that he is happier now and whatnot. It's very, very fascinating, but in any case, really, really good shit. Absolutely recommend Pat the Bunny. One of the just historic faces of folk punk. Folk punk would not be what it is today without Pat the Bunny. I very much consider him, like, one of the greats of folk punk. But yeah, he's also the voice behind Wingnut Dishwashers Union, which makes a lot of really good, it's not necessarily protest song adjacent stuff, but it's some of his more, how do I say, it's a lot of his more hopeful work, you know, it's a lot of his more hopeful work, which talks about, like, particularly my favorite song is My Idea of Fun, which is a song about, what it takes to build a new world, and about how together we can be enough. I don't want to kill a cop. What I want is neighborhoods where they don't have to get called when the shit goes down because our friends, they are enough, and our neighbors have enough. Like, that shit is beautiful to me. Hello, Goddess Wannabe. Lovely to see you. Rah, 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 rah. Welcome on in. Hop into the Vintage Story server. Enjoy, enjoy. Also, there's absolutely no way to recover my old Pokemon data from the Switch. No, I'm so sorry, someone awesome. That fucking sucks. God. I hate that. A new Fentanyl album dropped a few days ago. So I'm gonna be so honest. I have not listened to much Fentanyl. That said, friend of a friend. How long does the stream have left? Oh, I stream for a minimum of 6 hours. I stream for a minimum of 6 hours. You will very rarely see me stream less than 6 hours. I have a minimum of 4 hours left in the stream. But yeah, Fentanyl is a friend of a friend. I actually almost went to Halloween Horror Nights with Fentanyl. Chat! True story. I almost went to Halloween Horror Nights with Fentanyl. I almost went to Halloween Horror Nights with Fentanyl, but we couldn't fucking agree on a date as a group. Why do you have insider connections everywhere? The funny part is, this has nothing to do with VTubing. I've never actually spoken to her, but I'm friends with a former coworker of hers, and we almost went to Halloween Horror Nights together. We've never met. She doesn't know who I am. She does not know what I do. This is not a connection I have through VTubing. I just happen to live in a city with a lot of arts culture around it, which means I have a lot of connections to people in the arts. Like, I have connections to people who have worked on Cartoon Network shows. I have connections to people who have worked... I have a lot of connections to people who have worked on Disney shows. I have a lot of connections in, like, the performing arts, and I have a shit ton of connections, obviously, in the punk scene. Holy shit. I literally, like, one of my close friends' brother is, like, the tour manager for one of my favorite bands. Shit's wild. I'm gonna go kind of tired. No worries, you take care, Fiona. All the best. Bye bye. Hearing the story reminds me of my friend who somehow knows people who are so far off from our group. Yeah. A is aggressive character lore chat. I didn't ask to be the main character. The plot just kind of showed up at my front door and robbed me for everything I'm worth. I almost went with the chairman of Anthrocon at a local fur meet. Real and valid. Only connection I have is someone who's worked for McLaren F1. See, I have a lot of like vague insider connections to a lot of industries and like the arts and creation and whatnot. And I don't talk about most of them because most of those connections don't actually know about what I do here. Most of those connections are not directly related to streaming. And also most of them are not people that I'm close with. They're people that I just am acquaintances with or have like friend of a friend connections with. I do plan, especially as I get into music and start like actually releasing music publicly, to start leveraging those connections. Like I know people who have, you know, managed tours for large bands and have a lot of experience with music distribution and whatnot, that I will be leveraging eventually. I also know several sound engineers, eventually. He even has a tragic backstory and trauma, literally main character. Yeah, and I'm from a version of Earth where everything is just slightly worse. I'm literally the main character. So it all began when I was homeless. Only connection I have is that my grandmother was at a meeting with one of my state senators, who's a Republican, so she can fuck off. I forgot about this. Also have connection to someone who's working on Challenger 3 power units for Britain's new main battle tank. Fascinating, damn. Oh, I'm trying to think, like, what are some of the weirder connections I have? Because I do have some connections in politics. I've met some of the figureheads of the and organizers behind the fight back against ICE in Minneapolis, and I've gotten to talk to them about like their organization tactics and whatnot. That was really cool, getting to like meet with some of the organizers who like literally put together Minneapolis's anti-ICE fight. I know someone that eats wet cat food. I'm also friends of a friend with some of like the biggest names in VTubing. Like folks who in their past lives were some of like the biggest names in corpo VTubing and whatnot are friend of a friend with me. It's badass. Unironically, those people half the time end up being extremely famous based on aura. Yeah, I hope I have that much aura eventually. I hope that like by the time I'm 40, I am like a known figure in the activism scene and people whisper about how I'm like also a big name Twitch streamer or some shit, you know? I genuinely hope someday to be a figure worth remembering. I want to have my name in a textbook someday, you know? I wanna do something big and meaningful enough to have my name in, like, a textbook about, like, Florida's DIY activism scene or some shit, you know? Don't we all want to be remembered? I mean, yeah, I'll be honest, that's a large part of why I started doing content creation when I was younger. A large part of why I started doing content creation initially when I was a kid was because I wanted to do something big enough to be remembered, you know? I want to create things that are grand enough and meaningful enough to change lives on a much larger scale. And as I've, you know, been creating long enough, it's become less about having a legacy and more about just wanting to enrich lives and be someone who can sustain myself off of my art and to make a difference in my local community. That said, I would love to still regardless someday hit a point where like my name can be in a history book, you know? I need to get my grandma an AE patch, pass some of those around next time I'm at a thing. I need to print more. Honestly, I should print a bunch of patches before Offkai. Open a textbook and find a photo listed at 1889 and whisper, "That's me." And then I start to disappear. Don't even want to be revered, just want to leave an imprint so I can make the world a better place. I die happy. Real and valid. What AE? Oh, I'm AE. Sorry, hi. Hello. I'm AE. Hi. People call me Archivist or just AE for short. Some people also call me Ash. I'm very attached to the letter Ash, which is like the combined AE. So, you know, my full username is just pronounced Archivist, but you can also call me AE or Ash. Hehe. That said, no, you're totally good. I recognize, like, my branding is a little bit confusing. That said, when we talk about patches, let me pull up my merch store. Someone hit exclamation point merch, just to the links in chat. I'm plugging my merch a tiny bit. Please, people, only buy my merch if you have the money to do so. It is a great way of supporting me and, like, repping the channel and whatnot, but please take care of yourself first and foremost. That's I said I do have a merch store where you can buy things, and a couple of these items are things that I actually produce, package, and ship myself. The primary thing that I like to draw attention to being these sew-on patches. If you aren't big in the punk scene, you might not know this, but like DIY is a big element of punk culture, and so it's very custom in the punk scene to, for example, like cover your clothing in patches to personalize it to express things about yourself and your ideology. I have a few different pairs of patch pants. This is one based off a song that I like. And I sell patches for anyone who... It's my way of giving back to the punk and DIY culture. So for anyone who has a battle jacket or patch pants or anything like that that wants to represent a weird queer VTuber who is trying to also get into the music production scene, that exists. You know? I've also got dog tags, I've got t-shirts, I've got stickers, I have a wanted poster that you can purchase. You can buy my wanted poster. If for some reason you want my wanted poster on your wall, but you know. It sounds dumb, but I really relate to being punk with how I code. You know, that's real and valid. The way you code is kinda like about as punk as coding gets.
Oh shit.
Thank you, Jordan, for the follow. Welcome on in. How much shipping costs to the UK? I don't know. It depends on what you get. I know Fourth Wall has estimates for how shipping's gonna be. I will say international shipping, though, does tend to cost, like, at least for my self-packaged items, does tend to be like 15 to 20 bucks. So do be warned with that. International shipping for these items that I ship myself, being the patches and dog tags, probably gonna be like $15 to $20. Want it? Yeah, he is. I know. I'm so hot. Fuck you, I'm not using Unity. I'm using goddamn OpenGL. Fuck you, I'm not using VS Code. No, I adore it. I think it's very cool. Genuinely badass of you. Alright, ad's gonna be hitting any moment now. I do apologize, folks. I'm probably gonna stand up and see if I can grab a snack real quick. We do have like 4 hours of stream left, but I wanna see if I can grab a snack. I like snacks. I've eaten like 2 meals today. I do know I've shipped a couple international orders at this point. Thank you everyone, by the way, who bought stuff internationally. Appreciate the hell out of y'all. Jesus Christ, some of y'all spent so much money on my merch. Thank you. I did not see your question, no. Alright, one sec. I'm gonna go see if I can scrounge up a snack. Hello? Oh, I should check to see if the VOD finished uploading. One sec, give me a moment. Fuck. Okay, it's literally just all of the shit from the, No, that's literally, like, a track that I'm allowed to do. Okay. Got it. That's fine. I don't care. Post the VOD. There we go. The fixed version of the April Fool's VOD is now complete. Alright. So anyone who missed the April Fool's VOD, that stream is now up on YouTube. Let me just update my previous post about that real quick before I forget, because I will forget. I know myself well enough for this. There we go. It's been updated. Beautiful. All right. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Hello. Hi. How's everyone doing tonight? Hope you're all having an absolutely wonderful evening. Love to see you guys. Sad no one asked me to be their fool for April Fool's. Damn, that's so sad. Oh. There was something I was gonna talk about. I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, chat. How mad would y'all be if cause I did not have time to polish my boots today. And I've been needing to polish them for like a month and a half. I am like very overdue on polishing my boots. How mad you want me? Listen, if you're gonna lick boots, they might as well be mine, I guess. If you're gonna lick someone's boots, they might as well be mine, I guess. God fucking damn it. I heard that cup slam. I'm so normal right now. Remember last boot polishing stream? Slightly less unhinged. I didn't have time to finish polishing my boots. I cleaned them. I didn't have time to apply any conditioner or polish. And I was gonna ask if y'all minded. I could hand cam it, but I would more likely just end up, like, ASMRing it. It just depends if y'all mind, Finally, a socially acceptable form of bootlicking. Thank you, Good Humor Gaming, to the gift sub to Blank. Capple's bootlicker. No, you misheard me. I'm an anarchist bootlicker. Listen, I mean, bootblacking is a whole ass kink. That is a real kink that people have, you know. For those who are unaware, bootblacking is the kink around polishing boots. No, Pyro. Like, I do need a bark emote, you're so right. Yes, that is a kink. Yeah, it's like a whole power dynamic thing. Like, it's an active service, to polish someone else's boots. And it also ties in with, like, leather kink. Okay. So, a few different elements of this. One, leather kink. Leather is already an established kink. Leather boots are gonna be part of that, too. It's an active service, so it can lean into certain power dynamics. It is a very common kink. It's a little more niche, but like it's kind of a natural extension of already existing kinks, you know? Like when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. Keep on polishing boots. Now, it makes sense why there's a full park of shoe polishers in my city. Ayo. Hello, Kiba. Lovely to see you. I was just gonna ask if people were okay with me polishing my boots. Would y'all want me to hand cam it or just like do it silently? Why do you know about this niche kink? Because one of my best friends, their owner, because they're in a, like, you know, full power dynamic, their owner runs a leatherworking business producing primarily leather kink gear. That's why I know this. Because I am active in my local kink community. I know about boot blacking because of an excellent Tumblr comic I read a few years ago, real and valid. But hello everybody. Also, thank you for the hype train. And hi Kibu, guys. I'm gonna show off the art that Kibu did again. I'll pull up the hand cam in a second. Give me a moment. I'm gonna be very annoying about this. Okay. I'm gonna be very annoying about this. I'm choosing to be a problem. I'm choosing to be annoying. Bark, 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 bark. Look at it, chat, look at it, chat, look at it, chat, toxic yaoi, toxic yaoi. I know you want it. Toxic yaoi on the stream. Yaoi alert, yaoi alert. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. There's toxic yaoi on screen. But in any case, my my friend whose owner runs a leather kink gear like business taught me how to polish boots. That's why I know about this shit, okay? That's why I know about like boot blacking and crap. I'm so normal. Me and who? I mean, how sinful. On my Christian Minecraft server? Hi, Book Tiefling. Lovely to see you as well. Aurora. Hope you're doing well. In any case, I'm so normal. My vehicle question is, what if I made an AE themed vehicle in the crew too? What color and model should it be? Honestly, I don't know enough about vehicles to say. The dreams are pretty. Yeah, thank you, Kibu, for this. It's so good. How are you doing, Kibu? Lovely to see you. Aurora. Aurora. Drawing at you was so fun. I'm just a little guy. What do you mean? I'm just a little guy. I need to pester you at some point in DMs, but, you know, who trade their kinks with me, with my boredom. I'm studying. Glad I caught your stream. Yeah, glad to see you. Always a pleasure. You're such a sweetheart, and I appreciate seeing you in any capacity. Alright, let me see if I can get this set up. The hand cam is always, like, so anxiety-inducing. Because I definitely need it up high this time, because I'm gonna be, like, polishing boots. Give me a moment. Alright. I like your hair. Multicolor is top tier. Thank you! I love my bleached bangs. Hehe. Let me see if I move this over here. No, where's my hand cam? Where is my shit for my hand cam? If I bring it maybe to this one? Give me a second. This is always so anxiety and oh, there it goes. All right. Hi, hand cam. It's my desk, chat. Look at that. Ignore the fact that my desk is like an absolute fucking mess. It's fine. It's so normal. Yeah. Oh my god, hands. Look at that. He has I've been told a lot that I have yaoi hands that I don't know what to do about that. I have been told so many times that apparently I have quote-unquote yaoi hands. Don't know what to do about that. You do legitimately have what the fuck does that even mean? God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Alright, give me a second. I need to restart my music because I think the playlist I was listening to ended. Oh, hell yeah. There we go. Anyway. These are my Corcorans. They are a pair of vintage boots from the 1980s. These are paratrooper boots, so like old vintage US military boots. This particular model of boot, this brand, was founded to produce boots during World War II, specifically paratrooper boots. However, this particular pair, if I recall correctly, was produced in the 1980s. You can see I haven't taken care of them for a while because I bring them to a lot of mosh pits. They're a little bit torn up right now, and the goal is to polish and repair them enough to, at the very least, cover up the visual damage, because, yeah, they've gotten torn up quite a bit in the mosh pit. And as much as scuff is personality and all of that, I would like to reduce some of that scuff. Listen, I'm a big leather enjoyer. While we're here, by the way, this is, I think, one of my coolest pieces. I haven't taken care of them in a while, so they're a little bit dusty. Give me a second. Let me wipe the dust off. Haven't touched them in a while. But I have this pair of roller skates. These are my oldest piece that I own. These are from the 60s. And I did a very, very lovely restoration on these. I'm pretty proud of how well these got restored. But in any case. Do I know how to rollerblade or skate? No, I don't. But I keep a lot of vintage leather. I also... Where is it? Couple weeks ago, I got a hold. Why do you want me to eat your skates? Don't eat my skates, North Princess, that's bad. I also recently got a hold for $18 of this 90s biker jacket. That's in very bad condition, and I haven't had a chance to run a restoration on it yet. But you can see the brand right there. You can see like it's got holes and scuff and whatnot that probably are gonna need like some kind of leather filler in order to cover up. But it's in really bad condition. You can tell from the feel of the leather that this thing has not been cared for. But God, it's such a beauty. It's such a beauty. Anyway. I was watching from Knuckles' computer, had to run to see the skates. I love skates and can't wait to get a new pair. Hell fucking yeah, Circus Snickers. I hope you're able to get a new pair at some point. I need to learn to roller skate now that I have that, pair of skates, but I actually don't know how to. But anyway, I already went ahead and cleaned them. My cleaner of choice is saddle soap, but they've already been cleaned. Which means it's time to move on to, why am I blanking? Conditioning them. This is what helps keep them waterproof. You're going to use some kind of oil in this. A lot of people will use beeswax. I am using the only thing that I could fucking find in my local area, because I hate using Amazon. I'm using mink oil. Do I feel bad about it? Yes. It's literally the only thing I can get a hold of. Been watching you pineapple skates for ages. See, okay. I've never roller skated. I did used to I did used to skateboard a lot, and I used to make custom skateboard decks, and I miss that so much. Anyway, I have a number of horsehair brushes. This is a horsehair brush. I polish my boots with horsehair brushes. And then, where is my other rag? Because I have a specific rag that I use for the oil. You can tell this is the rag I use for cleaning. I specifically have one that I use for when I'm working with conditioner. One sec. Where is it? Yeah, there's my conditioner rag. I can tell because I can fucking feel. It feels. You take care, Alvin. All the best. Right. Been a blast. Yeah, it was lovely having you. Hope to see you around sometime in the near future. I'm here 3 to 4 nights a week, usually. Alright, alright. So, I just put some of this on the brush, and I'm gonna do small circular patterns. Generally, with anything like this, you just want to do small circular patterns. Hi, Orleans, hi. Biting off more than I can chew? How can it not be about eating your skates, boots, and jacket? Listen, we've been live for 3 hours. We've jumped like 3 different topics, okay? I'm valid. Fuck off. Nah. I appreciate you. Please don't put your mouth on my leather, unless. Yeah, the entire point of this step is to essentially waterproof the leather. Hello, Lampy Moth. Lovely to see you. Things have been very well lately. I didn't have time to polish my boots today, and chat wanted to watch me polish them, I guess. So now I'm polishing my boots on stream. But no, life's been really good for me lately. How have you been? Sorry I haven't had a chance to pop by in a while. I've been so busy lately, dealing with like a lot of health issues and disability stuff, but I'm finally kind of getting the help I need. And we're starting to make progress and like get better, which is pretty cool. You know, we like getting better. We like it when things get better. Now, the toe of the boot is rubber. I do want to just point that out. The reason I'm not, like, putting any conditioner on the toe of the boot is because this is rubber. It is not leather. You hear that? That's rubber. Hello, Darkwood Rider. I'm doing quite well. Lovely to see you. Was it, safety toed? I don't know. They're military boots. Y'all know how military gear works. It is produced as cheaply as possible while being functional. But they are resolable. That said, I really need to get these resold soon, because, yeah, these, I need to take these to a cobbler when I got the money. I've not had the money lately. Is it important to polish daily? No. Well, it depends. Personally, this depends a lot on how much you're using them, what kind of conditions they're seeing, and where you live. Personally, I polish my boots every other week, and I condition them once a month. But, well, okay, I don't know if I condition them once a month. I try to condition them every 1 to 3 months, but I live in a humid place, so depending on where you are, you might have to condition more or less frequently. I would not recommend conditioning or polishing your boots daily, just because that can fucking cause a problem. But it depends on, like, your goal. Definitely need to get that patch when you can afford it. Yeah, it's a little bit rough. But they are military boots, so, like, they are meant to be resold. These are Corcorans. They're, like, pretty well-known, easy to fix and repair military boots. But, you know, just, like, small circular patterns. Apply that in there. Same with on the tongue. Just gonna go in small circular patterns. I tend to neglect the tongue a little bit. Like, if I'm ever speed polishing, I'll just not do the tongue sometimes. Whoopsie. Did I say hello to you, Forlorn? I hope you're doing well. I don't know if I said hello. But in any case, it's wonderful to see you. Alright. Alright. And I'm just gonna leave that on here while I work around in circles. Mostly because I haven't polished in a while. Normally, I would, like, work in sections and then wipe away the excess and then, like, move on to the next section and whatnot. I'm gonna leave it a bit longer specifically because I haven't conditioned them in a couple months. Absolutely, that's part of why I still have my old deck boots from the Navy. Those assholes because they're out of the apocalypse. They're meant to be repairable, and that's, like, part of the wonder of them, you know? I really appreciate military boots for a lot of reasons. You know, they're really easy to get, cheap, accessible. You know, you can get a nice pair of like old vintage military boots for like $50 online. But the greatest wonder of them is that you can take them to any cobbler and they will resell them for you. I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Hell fucking yeah. I want to get a denim jacket and a tricolor camo desert jacket. Can cut out the upper shoulder or the sleeves and put the tricolor on my shoulder with the denim. Do it, do it, do it, do it. That's so cool. I love that. I encourage this. Is now an appropriate time to reiterate my hot take that I think secondhand leather is completely vegan and should be a part of vegan culture because it's generally a lot more environmentally friendly than pleathers. Quote-unquote vegan, there's no such thing as quote-unquote vegan leather. Or rather, most things that brand themselves as vegan leather are not vegan, and while there are, you know, a small number of options that are actually truly vegan, it's near impossible to verify if what you are getting is actually true quote-unquote vegan leather, because the majority are going to still be using plastic backings, which are more harmful to the environment than most real leathers are, and I'm of the opinion that that's not vegan. You know? And so if you are vegan, the most respectable thing you can do for the environment is buy secondhand leather, rather than relying on plastic alternatives that ultimately cause far more harm. You know. Thrifted leather is so much better than what most vegans prop up. Like, there are... So even like your mushroom leathers and whatnot are usually going to be put on a plastic backing, and while there are a handful of vegan backing alternatives, it's very hard to verify that what you're using is using those actually vegan alternatives. And to top it off, you're going to be getting like maximum 3 years out of those. You can get decades out of a piece of real leather if you are willing to take care of them. Pair I use for daily wear, almost as old as I am, been resold 4 times, will probably outlive my household by the time I'm done with them. Real and valid. I don't know if these boots are going to survive my entire lifetime, given that they are already, like, fucking 40 years old, and I bring them into mosh pits a lot. So they are starting to, like, show some wear, and it's, like, I don't know if this pair of boots is going to survive forever. But I do my best to take care of them, and at the very least, they are going to last me, you know, way longer than my... Okay, I'm gonna show you all my first pair of combat boots. Give me a second. Don't mind me going to my closet. I'm gonna have to ask y'all to ignore how rough they are. They've been abandoned in a closet for about a year now. Military boots on throne? No. One moment. I'm gonna have to ask y'all to ignore how dirty they are, because they've been sitting in a closet for a while. These were my first ever combat boots. They are pleather. I wore them for about a year and a half, and in that year and a half, they have already started to fall apart. You can actually see here where I had to stitch the sole back down because I couldn't afford another pair. I paid $50 for this, which is about what I would have paid for this pair of Corcorans secondhand, which have already lasted me longer. And you can see I wore through the sole. Having a pair of boots that is resolable and will last me decades when they are about the same price as this shitty pair that I got, it's so fucking worth it. Alright, one sec, putting that away. There's a long combo out there about cat leather as primarily a byproduct of beef and dairy is very interesting. Yeah. Because you know what? As long as we are consuming beef and dairy, we will be using cows, and those cows are going to die, and leather is a byproduct of that. And I think that's okay. Like, okay, I'm not vegan, I can't be vegan for medical reasons, and I'm of the mind that, like, a world that is truly full of the use of animal products is not something we are going to see anytime soon. And it would require a lot of work gone in to accommodate people with medical issues like mine. Or to accommodate people who have other dietary restrictions. I don't think a vegan world is something that is going to exist within my lifetime. and that's okay. Reducing our consumption and treating our animals with more respect is a meaningful step forward that I'm absolutely all for. Uh, but it's so long as like we are consuming beef and dairy to some extent, there will be cows and there will be leather. You know? And I'd rather that not be wasted. I am all for treating our animals more sustainably and being more sustainable where we can. But the where we can matters. Hello, welcome back, Fiona. Lovely to see you again. Alright. I just need to hit the heel of the boot. And then I'm gonna wipe all this off. I'm giving it like longer than I normally would to sit on the boot, just because I have not done this in way too long. Hopefully I don't accidentally overcondition, because that would suck. Do wish the bugs were included in more community diets. Spread a lot of protein can minimize carbon output. The issue is, so the medical reasons why I cannot be vegan primarily have to do with the fact that my stomach is paralyzed. So I cannot consume things that are high in fiber, high in acidity, high in fat, so I have to rely a lot on lean meats. Most bug-based protein, unfortunately, very high in fiber. So would not be viable options for me. Damn, these boots were hungry for some conditioning. My god, alright. These boots were hungry for it. They're absolutely eating up the oil. Alright. I'm a little bit worried with how much I've overworked these lately. Even with going fully vegan, we also still need to work on improving farming practices that currently have a lot of run-up from fertilizers. Yes, and also about, like, the horrid, human rights abuses and environmental damage done by a lot of farming, practices. Like, ultimately, I think the vegan community is very noble in standing up for animal rights. I think that's beautiful and glorious. I agree that we should be treating our animals a hell of a lot better than we are. I think that a lot of modern vegan practices are very blind to the actual underlying problems of, you know, society and capitalism. You know? I think it's very easy for a lot of modern vegan practices to be very performative and to ignore a lot of the underlying issues that create these problems in the first place, and to overlook, you know, other forms of environmental harm that humans are perpetuating. These without mentioning vor equals 0? I can't believe some people genuinely know me as the vor streamer. Oh, chat, look how much better that looks already. Oh, these are so pretty. Wait, you aren't the vor guy? Not intentionally. I didn't intend to build the reputation of being the vor guy. Chat, they're so pretty. Alright. This is one of my... I'm a little bit mad that I haven't been polishing my boots every other week lately, because it's genuinely one of, like, my little rituals that I love. There's a song lyric that I'm trying to fit into a song somewhere, about how in love I am with just the daily ritual of lacing my boots up every morning. Because, like, every morning, if I am planning on leaving the house... Hi, Skylar, how are you doing today? Nothing is wrong with my shoes, we're literally just polishing them. It's part of the general upkeep. I try to do this, like, a couple times a month in order to upkeep them. They are combat boots, and they're vintage, so, you know, a lot of work goes into them. But how are you? Lovely to see you. Where was I? Oh yeah. I'm very in love with, like, the ritual of lacing my boots up in the morning. Because every morning I get out of bed, and if I have somewhere to go, oftentimes one of the first things I'm doing in the morning is putting my boots on and lacing them. I specifically, how do I say, straight lace my boots. And it's a process that requires a lot of focus and attention to detail. And I really love that ritual. One thing I never know how to do is to get in these little crevices here, by the way. Anyone else who, like, owns combat boots that they care for, how do you get into those crevices? Because, like, there's the bits of brown in there, and I can't get it out, you know? You're not the voice streamer, but is the second best trans person I know. You know what? I'll take second best trans person, you know. I gotta wonder who the first is, but I'll take it. Toothbrush, soft or medium bristles? Hello, Doubtful Snake. Hi, I would say tongue, but it's def not standard. Would I just go in with, like, saddle soap or what? How are you doing, Doubtful Snake? Lovely to see you. Hope you're doing absolutely incredible. Now, tongue is pretty standard for this chat. I asked my chat if they'd be okay with me polishing my boots on stream because I didn't have time to do it earlier today, and chat's immediate response was, can I lick them? So I think that is actually the normal response around here. Working short strokes and working sections. Okay, got it. I know I already laid the conditioner down, so I'll probably let the conditioner soak into most of it first and then come back and do that in a bit before I put the polish on, question mark. But yeah, like, I've really struggled to get out the yeah, I really need to resole these. Y'all see that? I really need to resole that. I don't know how much it's gonna cost to take them to a cobbler, so I've been fucking putting it off. Yeah, I've been putting it off for a few months. I noticed the problem a while ago. For a while there was like a click when I walked, and like I really need to get that taken care of, because oh, I feel so bad for them. Ultimately, it is a sign that they have been well worn and well used, and they are meant with they were built with the intention of being resold. But oh, yeah, these soles have seen a lot of mosh pits. Let's just get the, like, let me pull the other boot to get the before and after on that, because this one has been cleaned, but not, conditioned, and yeah, you can see what that does to the grain of the leather there, how much smoother even just a little bit of that goes. Hi, Rillo. Excuse you? Fucking excuse you? Who do you think you're talking to? Who do you think you're talking to? Hi, Safi, how are you doing as well? I literally just asked chat if they'd mind if I polished my boots while I was fucking yapping during a just chatting segment, because I didn't have time to do it earlier, and these fucks were like, hand cam it. These fucks, the two comments I got were, one, hand cam it, and two, can I lick them? Oh god, yeah. You can tell these motherfuckers have seen so many mosh pits. I'm very overdue for this. Alright. But hi, Rolo, and also Safi. I'm killing you. I'm killing you. Listen, I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking to, or what the fuck you think you're pulling. That fucking cat boy. Chat. Did that cat boy do anything particularly fucking weird on Wednesday? Yes, you know what? You know what? Fair point. Nothing's normal about him. Fuck that cat boy. Fuck him. Can I go back to how aesthetically pleasing your kid is? Oh, thank you. One moment. Yeah. I wasn't here, but I bet he smells funny. He probably does. Fuck him. Screw Icon. Chat, I'm Icon's biggest hater. Nah, I think it is quite nice. He was very weird, kept flirting with me. That does not surprise me whatsoever. He seems like the type. alright. It's literally a kit I got online. I'll be so dead ass with you. Alright. Oh, that's way too much. Okay, one sec. I definitely need to wipe some of that excess off because I just put way too much on here. Listen, chat, I think I'm Icon's biggest hater. He flirted, he tried to convince chat to give out the credit card numbers, cried! But no, I hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. I need to wipe off that excess because I put way too much on there. Aww. Did feel bad for him later, but I also felt like he was gonna try and steal my kidneys. I mean, he is a fae. I'm also fae. Chat, don't trust the fae. That includes me. Don't trust fairies, cat or otherwise. Alright. Look, I'd give you my name. Don't! Don't do that! Bad! I'm also a fae. Fascinating, Noctilia. Alright. You're a fairy, truly? Yeah, I know I'm gay. You don't gotta tell me that much. Alright. We got this. These four... Shit. Hello, Claude the Red! Welcome on in. Don't mind me currently polishing my boots. It's a long story. Welcome on in. Hi, everybody. Hello. I'm Archivist, your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream Notco Ritual Games and do art here on Twitch.tv. More than anything, I'm a loud punk anarchist leftist here on the internet. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. How fucking goes it? Hope y'all had an amazing stream. Everyone over on my side, definitely give a look to Claude the Red over here, fellow leftist VTuber. Someone deserving of your time and attention. Someone who who I recently met and will be participating in a little bit of a project with soon. Announcements dropping relatively in the near future. Just learned about you on Blue Sky. Hell fucking yeah, welcome on in Dream Bomb as well. Hi. My pronouns are he, they. Like I said, loud ass punk. I didn't have time to polish my boots for like the last 2 weeks. So I asked my chat if I could do it tonight while we were yapping, and they said hand cam it. So now we're hand camming boot cleaning. These are a pair of Corcorans from the 1980s. They are paratrooper boots. This is, how do I say? This was a design originally produced during World War II, though these particularly from the 1980s. There is a similar design that's currently in active use, but these ones are actually not valid for military use anymore. Because the tongue is too long. Yes, I am conditioning them. Got my conditioner right here. Now the fops make vulgar hand gestures for chat to clip. Hey chat, hey chat, hey chat, hey chat, hey chat, hey chat. Where are these boots from though? These are US military boots. I got them from a trans punk dog. A trans punk dog gave them to me. He stole them during his first race. Nails being clipped now. Oh god, shit, fuck, I haven't... Alright, whatever. Foxbird dog thing, now with extra bird. Now with extra bird. Fuck you, chat. Fuck you. But no, how was your stream, Claude? Pleasure to see you over on my end of things. Like buying old military surplus? Oh, very much the same. I'm also just a very big vintage leather enjoyer, though. I own and upkeep and a lot of old leather, and I've done a fair bit of vintage leather restoration. I think my oldest is from the 60s. Oh. Hell fucking yeah. Listen, live your best life. Military surplus goes hard, and like it's accessible. A lot of it's built not necessarily to last, but to be easily repairable, you know. Nail cutting stream. Listen, I have my nails are a bit of a mess right now because I haven't taken care of them recently. Let me live. I'm valid. Fuck you. Alright, you can tell these motherfuckers have been through so many mosh pits. You can tell these fuckers have seen so many pits. Nail painting stream? I have painted my nails once in the last decade. And it was while I was drunk in a voice chat. I've considered doing it since. I feel like that'd be fun to do as like a sub goal for something. AE paints his nails for the second time in a decade. Let's get drunk on VC then. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Listen, I got 2 handles of vodka chilling in my fucking pantry right now. Rolo, I'm starting to think you might be confused. Rolo. Whiskey chillin', hell fucking yeah. Alright. I also finally got around to trying to close up this little nick in the leather here. This damage was here when I got these. This was here when I got these. But I finally put some like how do I say? I forget what it's called, but I put something in there to like fucking help keep it secure and kind of bind the leather back together. It's gonna look better after I polish it, I swear. Rilla, I think you might be confused. Your cat boy is not here. It doesn't like properly heal the leather. It just kind of gives it the appearance of being cohesive and less damage than it is. Because you can like cover up small nicks, cuts, scrapes in leather, etc. with specialized like glues and adhesives. It's a thing. Well, there's like leather fillers you can use. Again, I keep a lot of vintage leather. Can you stick a finger out again? You mean like this? The damage is also very punky. See, I've never really gone through the effort of like mirror polishing my boots. I've never, you know, gone the full length to give them like a nice mirror shine and whatnot. Because I do like a little bit weathered look that they have. But I take care of these primarily to make sure that they will last. I've had these for a year now, but they have been around for easily 40 years, and I want them to last at least a couple decades in my hands, you know? You take care, Noctilla. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. AE feeding the hand and finger kinks. Ayo. People keep saying I have yaoi hands. I'm sorry, I had to shapeshift my hands into human form to do this. I'm sorry. Deal with it. No, the damage is very punk though. Like how do I say? I'm very punk. A lot of my clothing is all patched and worn and tattered, and it's part of the. Don't do that to me. Part of the vibe. You got long fingers, pal. Welcome to the club. My entire life, people have been telling me that I should play piano. My entire fucking life, people have been telling me that I should learn piano. Yaoi hands? Wait, I'll be the judge of that. I'm pulling up the toxic yaoi again. I'm pulling up the toxic yaoi. Kibu was in chat just a second ago. One sec. I'm pulling up the toxic yaoi again. Guys, shout out to Kibu. Shout out to Kibu-chan. Guys, look at the toxic yaoi. Toxic yaoi alert. Toxic yaoi alert. Where are my moderators? Gotta head out. No worries. You take care, Professor Pigeon. Take care of yourself. I don't know how the Europeans survive in my chat. I don't know how the Europeans survive here. Toxic yaoi alert. Anyway. I'm very normal. But nah. I was literally, like, just a second ago going on a whole rant about, like, veganism and leather. Because I'm not vegan. I can't be vegan for medical reasons. And even so, I don't believe that, like, while I do believe in treating animals with more respect and better conditions than we do, factory farming and the various abuses within it are absolutely fucking horrendous. I don't believe that entirely removing animal products from our diet or production is feasible or something that should be an immediate concern or goal compared to many other issues. It's a bit lower priority on my personal list than, say, you know, destroying capitalism and you know, police and prison abolition, shit like that. I am very much of the opinion. Like, I hate particularly the way that the vegan community treats leather. Fucking pleathers are not vegan. There are anything that is claiming itself to be vegan leather, very low chances it is actually environmentally sustainable in any way. Because they're primarily plastics. What in the brand risk? I don't think I'm who you think I am, Rillo. We move further away from industrial farms so we can absolutely shut them down and go back to local farming practices. I am an anarcho-communist. I am specifically, though, of the mind that I think a lot more, especially like the ways in which we access our food, should be handled on a local level. I believe in general that people will eat more sustainably if they are more connected to where their food comes from. If it comes from their local communities, and if they have more awareness and involvement in that process, is kind of my ideology as it comes to like treatment of animals and farms. I honestly am kind of the mind that like industrialism needs to slow down a little bit. We need to pull back a little bit on the industrialism. But you know. But yeah, no, I hate pleather because you're paying exorbitant prices for a product that is going to last you a handful of years and then break, compared to like real leather products that can last decades if you are willing to take care of them. Shout out to my buddy Hank. Shout out to my buddy Hank for taking care of these boots before they came into my care. Don't know who Hank was, but thank you, Hank. Shout out Hank. Don't know who Hank is. It'll connect people to their food, as well as make things a lot healthier, more sustainable. Yeah, exactly. Agreed. What is a Hank? Presumably whoever the fuck owned these boots before me. Thank you for the fucking text to AE, Doubtful Snake. You're my little Hank champ. I hate it here. Alright. I might have over-conditioned these a tiny bit, I hope not. Please work with me. Please work with me. So much is mass-produced these days. I miss old genuine craftsmanship with its quirks and flaws. Agreed. I genuinely think, like, a better world is one wherein people are more connected to where their goods come from and more involved in those processes, where there is more hand-on craft. And yes, that is a world wherein things are less industrialized and thereby, you know, the products you seek aren't being mass-produced in the ways they are, etc., etc. But I think that's a good. I hate fucking mass production and the abuses of capitalism. I hate the way so much capitalism functions by extorting what is practically fucking slave labor in other countries in order to mass-produce goods to be sold in, like, first world countries so that you can waste your money on fucking garbage. I'm not phrasing any of that well. Apologies. I'm normally a little bit more verbose and put together than that, I promise. But in any case. It would be nice indeed. It would be nice indeed. Okay. Okay, what the fuck vision is Kibu seeing? Wait, what did Darkwood Rider see? Now I want the prince to sing, I'll make a royalist interview as a parody of the Milan song, give me a week, ayo, ayo. It's not just shirts and such, but good lord, saw little Italian brain rot trading cards at the store. It's... it deeply bothers me how blind and disconnected people are to where their goods are coming from. Because people produced those, and a lot of the people who had a hand in producing those things, like the reason why you can walk into a Walmart and buy a shirt for $10 is because that was produced via what is practically slave labor in far off countries and then shipped to you, to the store, en masse, and it is such a terrifying system. Fuck capitalism. You know. Alright. And it's a really difficult system to revel with, because I think ultimately, at least the anarchism that I dream of is one that relies on us being willing to have less luxuries and even sometimes less comforts, but I think that is a better world overall, you know? I'm perfectly okay with the thought of living in a world where to be fair, I'm also already someone who like lives extremely frugally. Like most of my clothing is thrifted or secondhand, if not bought directly from like artists and musicians. I do my best to be as not consumerist as I can fucking manage, partially because I live in poverty, but you know, that's besides the point. Regardless, I think like we have to be okay with the fact that living in a better world means having less, you know? And that's okay. AE is Wally confirms. Glad you finally seem to pick up on that, Rillo. I'm not your fucking cat. I miss the elaborate craftsmanship that went into old houses, figures carved into wood, fancy furniture, flowing stair rails, and we have wet plain walls, warehouses, no soul. You know, we were having this conversation in chat earlier, about the whole myth that, like, if you get rid of capitalism, no one will want to work. We were having that whole conversation, and the point I always, you know, push towards, there are people who love to create, and when you remove the burnout of capitalism, you end up with people creating things out of genuine love, desire, and passion, who are energized to make those things. And yes, it means living in a world where the things that we want take more time and effort to produce, and wherein we have less, but it is a world wherein things are created with love and care sustainably, you know? People reformed labor long before capitalism. This is true. I made content on the internet long before I was getting paid for it. Alright. Money was never the initial goal with any of this. Well, I've always, like for me, I'm very lucky to be in a position now where, like, I make a good money off of content creation. It is what allows me to, like, not die. For those who are unaware, I used to be homeless. Thank you so much, Dream Bomb, for the follow. I used to be homeless, and this is not my, you know, sole source of income, but it is a decent portion of my income, and I am very, very lucky to be in that position, especially as a disabled person, who struggles to, you know, do a lot of work, who struggles with a lot of, like, traditional labor, especially the things that modern capitalism may demand. I am so lucky to be in a position where I can say that doing this is anywhere from, like, a third to half of my income. I didn't start it for that reason, you know? I want to go full-time as a creator, in large part because I struggle to survive otherwise, but that's not why I started this. I started this because I just fucking love making shit. Alright, that is both boots condition, which means we go back to the first boot and we start to polish. Actually, People saying who will work are the first who will stop working and realize we actually enjoy doing things. I genuinely no agency. I do this shit myself. Alright. Brain. Where's my brain? Where was my brain? I do believe that were we ever to, you know, find our way to a world wherein labor is no longer necessary for people to have their basic needs met, we're gonna end up with like a couple months wherein most people stop doing shit because they're tired and burnt out. But once that initial burnout fades and people start to, like, you know, recover from the years of being pushed to their limits and needing to fight to survive, I believe once that phase ends, we will find ourselves in a... People will start to do things again just because they want to. You're gonna end up with people who want to dedicate their lives to you know, volunteer work. You're gonna find people who want to create. You're gonna find people who find joy in basic tasks, cleaning, cooking, etc. Like there will be people who desire to work because they're bored and passionate. All right. Let me put this brush away. So I'm gonna go in and because I forgot to do this in the first place, I'm gonna detail this soul a little bit. People don't know work. Hand any guy a shovel, see what happens. I want someone to do that to me someday. I want someone to just give me like a big mound of dirt and a shovel. I would love to dig a hole for fun. I feel like that'd be gender affirming for me. I feel like letting me dig a hole for fun would be gender affirming. Ad will be hitting any moment now. I do apologize, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the drill. We're going long with the yapping tonight. Unfortunately, I'm tired. No worries. You take care, Fiona. Man see shovel, man happy. All right, this is my Nope mug, which I accidentally chipped a few months ago, and since I chipped it, it has been turned into my paint and also the mug that holds the water when I clean my boots. So this is the mug I use whenever I need water for any art task or cleaning task. It served its purpose well. Yummy poo water! Oh my fucking god, if you're gonna lick boots, they might as well be mine. Let me put the conditioner away. Someone buys some land, we all get to dig. You're so right. Alright. Sips the Nope water. See, the Nope is a helpful reminder for me to not drink the contents of the mug. Commune where we just dig holes all day, ayo. Alright. So we're just gonna get in here and we're gonna clean this little difficult to hit part. Don't mind me. Oh yeah. Now how the fuck do I dry that? AU's new marketing scheme, yummy Nope water, now sold worldwide. Communism sold separately. Hey yo, Doubtful Snake, thank you for the resub, how dare you? Hey yo. Chat, I want to dig a hole. Chat, stream where I dig a hole. Chat, hole digging stream when? Chat, big hole enjoyer. Oh, big hole enjoyer. Thank you, Celerity, for the resub. Hi, friend. How are you? Chat, hole digging stream when? Oh, shit. Dig a hole is a real game. I need this. Thank you so much for the follow, Nepcoligo. Oh my god, chat, it's so wet with the dust. Guys, look, it's so wet with the dust. Wouldn't have done that if Snake wasn't a buddy. Fair. I also know Snake. How have you been, Snake, by the way? How have your adventures been? I hope you have been good. I hope life has been treating you pleasantly. I know you've been, like, fucking busy as shit. Legitimately though, AU spends 3 hours in a rented excavator digging a hole stream would go hard. That'd be so fun. Oh god, I'm so tired. Yeah, you've been pushing yourself real fucking hard lately, haven't you, my guy? That'll do that to you. What do you mean I missed a big hole joke? This is tragic. Chat, big hole enjoyer. Someone grab the clip. Does anyone have the clip from my last Silent Hill stream with the prince? Big hole enjoyer. Alright, I'm just gonna do my best to get in here. I already fucking polished these. Gonna Montreal in 2 weeks, after that I'm taking a massive break. Real and valid. I hope life's been treating you well. Let me know if you're ever in the mood to video edit again, but literally no pressure. I hope that you have been enjoying your adventures. All holes are gold. This is true, this is true. As a child, I dug holes in the beach. I would make houses out of them, even carved furniture in the sand. I love this for you. No, you can see the desire that humans inherently hold to work in what happens when you put any man at the beach. Alright. Gonna take a cat nap. Take care, dog AE. Alright, you take care, Willow. I don't know what the fuck your deal is, but okay. Name's familiar, though. I'll have to look into that. Alright. I was going to beaches to just enjoying myself, dig holes, sit in the sun, fish and eat. Should have blocked me, it would have been funny. Did with the 44 months. Thank you, Celerity Does, for subscribing to my channel for 44 months. Cell, in literally like a month and a half, we're gonna have known each other for 4 years. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that, huh? I'm just going to the beaches, just enjoying myself, dig holes, sit in the sun, fish and eat. You know, it's really weird given I have spent my whole life in Florida with very easy access to beaches and I am terrified of the ocean. Doubtful Snake, how do you feel about the fact that we're gonna know each other for 4 years in a few months? Alright. Okay. Oh, that looks so much nicer now, chat. Look, that's so much nicer. There's still a little bit of grit in there, but I'm not gonna stress too much about it. I just want to make sure these are cared for. They were a gift after all. Thank you to my queer dog friend. I hope they're doing okay. I should check up on them. It's an honor to know you, friend. Bark, 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 bark. Anyway. Hey, it's been an honor to know you these past 4 years. May 20th, if I recall correctly. Hehe. Expect a very, very long, fucking message of friendship on the fucking May 20th. You know me. Why would you be in a shore state if you're afraid of the frickin' sea? I have not left this state in 8 years. Grew up in North Florida because we lived in the lower income side of things. We would go to the beach a lot in the summer, that and the sinkholes. Sinkholes are so cool though! Sinkholes are so cool! How many of y'all... I'm gonna guess it's none of you. How many of y'all have been to the fucking Devil's Mill Hopper? I'm sure the answer is 0 people here aside of me. Give me a moment. So the Devil's Millhopper is a giant geological state park located within a sinkhole in Gainesville, Florida. Bowl-shaped cavity that is 120 feet deep and 500 feet across. It's really fucking cool. It's really cool and very pretty. I had a kid with that just like I got stuck in quicksand when I was youth. Does that count? Yeah, I think that counts. I've been there a few times. I love when I have other Floridians who I can share stories with. I love like when I hang out in VC with people who are also from Florida, and I'll just like mention a city and people go off about stories they have of those cities. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your bark boy bark. Team too tall to die in quicksand. But yeah, no, sinkholes are really cool. Do they have like any photos? Can I see photos? It's so pretty there. Like, look at this shit, chat. This is the Devil's Millhopper. You have a Florida roll in your server? I should have a Florida roll in my server. It's gonna be like anyone I know who has ever lived in Florida for an extended period of time. No, straight up. I'll just be like, yeah, you know, so I was in Ybor City recently for this thing, and a friend will be like, oh yeah, here's a time that I accidentally walked in on some organized crime shit in Ybor City. I'm like, what the fuck, my guy? Yes, please, I'll slam that roll so fucking hard. Real, real. I need all of the Florida stories. I love this state. I have been honestly, I've had a song concept in my head for a while, which is just kind of a love letter to the state, talking about just all of the coolest places I've been to. I want to talk about how cool like 5 Points is in Jacksonville. I want to talk about how beautiful Ybor City is. I want to talk about fucking Sanford's historic district. There's so many incredible places in this state that are just homes to me in little ways. Just hanging out with the wild city chickens, real and valid. I love that. Insert 5.5 guys pun here. Is Gatorland on that list? I've never actually been to Gatorland still. You know what? You know what? Next time I do a big event, someone remind me to make one of the sub goals that I go to Gatorland and like make a video out of it. All right, all right. Next time I do a big like sub event, I'll make one of the goals. AE goes to Gatorland and makes a video about it. Gatorland, Gatorland. Never been to Miami, Ohio. Gamer, yeah, the Gators are gamers, actually. The Gators, they all play video games. They're really good at it. I'm scared of them. Alright, where the fuck is my actual polish? Oh, wait, did I... Yeah, okay, I still need to go through on this one. I got distracted for a second. They have a Torino sponsorship! Oh. Does like Navigator. Wait, did you just change the fucking. Oh my god. Dusklight. Incredible, incredible. Chat, I'll bring y'all on walkies at Gatorland if I get like 50 gift subs or some shit. Don't want to anger the gamer gators in Gatorland. They'll bite if they lose. GL Gatorland is half off Floridians till the end of the month. Wait, actually, give me a second. Like, actually? Florida resident savings through April 30th, 2026. Wait. Just pay $17.50 plus tax per adult. Y'all. Wait. How many gift subs would that be? Give me a second. I'll guesstimate that's gonna be like 20 with taxes and shit. and I make like $3 per sub. Someone gift like 10 gift subs and I'll go to Gatorland. Someone give me like 10 gift subs and I'll go to Gatorland. And I'll make a video out of it. Fuck it. What's a sponsorship you'll accept? Actually, a genuine one I would accept would be if like when Incogni or a similar service came to me, because I do use Incogni. I would. Like if Bug made a tech firm, would you take sponsorships? It would really depend. It would really depend. Chat, I'm halfway to go into Gatorland. What does Dolph know about sinkholes before iPizza? So sinkholes, they tend to form because most of the like rock around here is porous limestone. And that porous limestone, when a lot of weight is put on top of it, can like fail. I have been to Ocala National Forest. Yes, I have been to Ocala National Forest. I did accept a Royal Match Mobile Lab scholarship, because it unironically helped me get through the rest of the episode. Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. I have been to Ocala National Forest, yes. I travel around the state a lot, and I'll oftentimes make stops along the way at various like nature trails. Because you know what? If I'm going to drive 3 hours to another city for a show, I might as well like, you know, make a day out of it. So like stop at a nature trail along the way, whatnot. Go on a walk with friends. I've been to a couple trails in Ocala. Sorry, the use of the word scholarship just made so much sense to me knowing you. Congratulations, my friend. Thank you for the I guess I'm going to Gatorland. Thank you, Omega Scales. Chat, I guess I'm going to Gatorland. Fuck it. I'll make y'all a Gatorland video by the end of the month. It'll be like a side channel video. Y'all know I have the side channel. I still can't decide how I want to brand the fucking side channel. Right now it's just the stacks, which is like, you know, the fucking disorganized back parts of, well, not disorganized, but like the back parts of libraries where they keep a bunch of like extra shit and whatnot. But I haven't figured out better branding for it. If anyone has better branding ideas for the side channel, please hit me up. That said, I'll probably be a side channel video where I just like, you know, VTuber goes to Gatorland. Thinks money haver's real. I'll go to Gatorland. Like, the stacks is really cool, but it's not very identifiably me, you know? Like, I love the stacks for the thematics of it. I don't think someone hears the stacks and goes, yeah, that's AE side channel. So I need to find some way to make that more evident, I guess. Also, I need to upload more shit to it. That's its current name, Celerity. And I think it looks ugly. I think my playlist just ended. One sec. I don't know. I'll figure it out. New playlist. Animal Crossing. See, I want it to be quick, snappy, short. Like, the Stacks is perfect for being... Like, I think the Stacks is a perfect name if it was more identifiably me. But with the AE, it looks ugly, you know? Posted the AE vehicle in Discord when you get a chance. I'll look at it in a little bit. I am polishing my boots. I'm detailing around the sole right now. I need to fucking take these bitches to a cobbler. I need to get these bitches resold. These poor babies have been through so much. These poor babies. Alright. Yeah. See, nothing's ever gonna perfectly smooth out this, unfortunately. Like, even putting a shit ton of, conditioner on there is not gonna smooth out how rough that is, just from how much it's gotten beaten up, but you know. How many mosh pits? So I go to... usually 2 to 4 shows a month. How many shows have I been to this year? But if there's, like, if I go to a show, I'm at minimum dancing. I almost always mosh. Let's see. I have done so far. I need to get a weekly view. Give me a second. I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've done 11 shows so far this year. We are in the beginning of April, and I've done 11 shows so far this year. And given last year, like, I wear these to every show I go to. You know what? How many shows did I go through last year? You take care, Puppin! Get some good sleep. How many shows did I do last year? I'm gonna count every day of a music festival as a unique show. Even if they're like, you know, 12 hour or like 8 to 12 hours of music. Just cause, you know, calling a whole music festival one show is not appropriate. But you know. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. Don't say anything. I'll kill you. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. I did 31 shows last year. 31. So far this year, we're on 11. I go to so many fucking shows. Thank you so much, Grim Chaos Streams, for the follow. That's more than 2 a month. I'm not normal. You take care, Celerity. Been so heavy in my roll off my shoulders. No worries. It's so lovely to see you. Always. I care about you so much. There's always room for you in my life. You take care, my dear friend. Happy almost 4 years of this shit. So yeah, it's just a really high concept stream, chat. Friend, my phone number is 6967. I think that's so cool. That's really funny, Kitsune. That is really funny. Oh, thank you for the stretch, Grey Wook. I appreciate it. Oh, big stretch. My local punk scene and the punk community and punk music in general is a very big part of my life. It's so important to me. Like, I'm very active in my local you know, leftist activism scene and whatnot. I content create with everything I've got, but the punk scene around here is so vital to my life. It is thanks to my local punk scene, honestly, that I am still here. It is thanks to my local punk scene that I'm on HRT. It is thanks to my local punk scene that I have the means to fight the ways that I do. It is so important to me, and I will fight with everything I have to defend this community. Punk culture is my everything. Punk music is my everything. Primarily folk punk and ska punk. But I love punk. I love punk. I have my little critiques here and there of the minute little details of punk culture, but I think that it is something so beautiful, that the kind of loud transgression and resistance that we embody is something to be celebrated. Punk, very much to me, it is a celebration of direct action, of mutual aid, of DIY culture, of loud resistance in all its forms, and I will fight for that with everything I've got. And if I go to a show, I'm in the fucking pit. Moshing is a really gender-affirming thing for me, if I'm so fucking honest. For me, like, being in a mosh pit, it's the kind of, like, it is a consensual, act of collective violence and catharsis in a way that I would very much say is gender affirming for me. Like, having a large cis-het man bear hug me and yell, "I love you, bro," very like drunk man as well, is just a beautiful experience to me. Boys being boy kind of thing, yeah, like, I don't know, I hear a lot of stories about, you know, boys getting into schoolyard fights and whatnot, and it feels like it is the closest I get to accessing that, but I get to access it on my own terms now. It's very nice. I know, I think the punk subculture was a mosh pit. Give me a second. So, moshing is a form of dance, primarily engaged with in like punk, metal, and rock concerts. It is there are many different styles of mosh pits. The common ones are going to be things like circle pits, where you kind of just run in a circle pushing people around. Push pits, which are, you know, violent, shoving people around. You have walls of death, where you run into each other and slam into each other. They are basically violent forms of dance, which have heavy elements, or have a heavy presence in like punk and alt culture. Can I find something? All right, this one's gonna have like a few examples. No, that's on Facebook. I don't fuck with Facebook. Can I get just like a random YouTube video, please? Let me just actually search on YouTube. You know what? That'd be smart. Because I can't easily pull up any of my own videos. Though I send pit POVs to a lot of my friends. I take POV videos whenever I'm in a pit, so that I can like show my friends. Because I find it fun. I love a good mosh pit. Oh, this one's from Rockville. I've not been to Rockville, but Rockville is a Florida show. But yeah, this is an example of like a push pit. Like, it is a collective catharsis, consensual, violent form of dance. And while it looks chaos, there is a order to it. There is organization. There is etiquette. People do this. They know what they're getting into. You've also got, like, walls of death, where two people will gather on either side of a room, and then when they get the appropriate signal, they just run and slam into each other. Come on. Do the thing. No, don't start. Fucking hell. Do the thing. Yeah, there we go. Got picked up in the pit and was so thankful. Hell yeah, nah. Like when you fall over, like pit etiquette, you know, if someone falls over, you pick them up. If you need to get out of the pit, it's you just move off to the sides. Usually someone will fish you out. Fucking, if you're gonna crowd surf, make yourself as small as possible. And you have circle pits. Circle pits are very fun. You just run in a circle. I was at Summer of Loud last year, and at Summer of Loud, there were a bunch of people up on the lawn circle pitting, and someone brought their kids up, and we were just running in circles with these two, like, 12-year-olds. It was adorable. I would say a circle pit is probably the most friendly form of pit to get started in, because they're much more organized, and it's a lot harder to get injured, and if you need to slip out, it's very easy. Ants around food. It's a vibe, but like I live for this shit. I live for this shit. And then the other big thing is gonna be two-stepping. Come on, I can type. My hands are in weird positions right now. The other big thing that you'll see is going to be a two-step, which is another form of you know, dance. These are two steps. These are people two-stepping. This is a little tutorial. You start, you know, you bounce on each foot back and forth, and then you just get another rhythm of it. There you go. And that's how you two-step. Had a fun circle pit at a ska artist performance at a festival. Ooh, I don't think I know the Interrupters. I'll have to look into them. I'm a big ska punk enjoyer though. I've been really into Jer recently. Jer being an incredible Florida-based ska punk musician and a friend of a friend. Absolutely adore Jer, but like Straight Manifesto is incredible. Yeah. I may or may not be roommates with like someone who used to manage tours and shows and like help book shit for Jer. I have connections. I've got big connections in the Florida punk scene. Absolutely love Jer. They're super cool. They're super cool. My roommate may or not like be good friends with Jer. Absolutely adore Jer. I've been super into their shit lately. But also a big fan of like Straight Light Manifesto, Space Monkey Mafia, how to Stacked Like Pancakes, really good shit. Just a little enthusiastic about ska. I'm mostly into folk punk is the thing. I'm mostly into folk punk. I've just been on a really big ska punk kick lately, and I love ska as well, you know? Like my favorite band's Pigeon Pit. I'm really into Apes of the State, Sister Wife Sex Strike. I've got a bunch of like local artists that I absolutely adore as well. Heavy shout out to Confession Kids and to X Dirty Fingers. X Dirty Fingers in particular is like super fundamental to Central Florida mutual aid and whatnot, and I would give my fucking life for Taryn. Taryn being the lead of the band. I would jump in front of a fucking bullet for Taryn. She is an incredible person who has done so much for me. A is the infield that goes, I know a guy whenever Florida punk bands are mentioned. I have a lot of connections, chat. I know Less Than Jake's tour manager. I know Less Than Jake's tour manager. Alright, we're getting some polish on these bitches. I'm just gonna rough polish them right now. If I want to go in with like a better, higher quality polish, I can worry about that later. I love everything about punk. God, I got to see Streetlight Manifesto live at Warped Tour last year, and it was fucking glorious. One of the most violent pits I've ever been in. Honestly, the Warped Tour pits did not disappoint. There was another pit for another band where I took an elbow to the throat and could not speak for 2 days. Ever heard of ska P? I'm not sure I have. I'm not sure I have. How do I say? I've been very stuck in the folk punk pit for a while, like the folk punk hole for a while, and it's only recently I've started kind of expanding out into other punk genres, because I am not super big on heavy bass, and that's kept me out of like punk rock and whatnot for a while. Uh, I'm very like it's like last year of my life I've started getting more into like ska punk and other subgenres. How violent is a regular pit? So I mostly go to folk punk shows, and folk punk shows are gonna be on the gentler end. Um, it's mostly people two-stepping and like, you know, push pitting. But you don't get too much violence. Uh, the P suffix makes me think of Hatsune Miku producers. I would love to see ska with Vocaloids. That goes so hard, actually. Folk punk is amazing. I'm right here with you. Hell fucking yeah. I love folk punk. Like, for me, part of why I love folk punk is that so much of it feels like old protest songs. I listened to a lot of, like, when I first got into folk punk, it was, you know, Pat the Bunny, fucking Apes, of course, because Apes has been iconic. Apes is, like, one of the only 2010s folk punk bands that's like still playing, but like Days and Days, Mischief Brew and whatnot. And like, so Days and Days was the band that made me punk. Days and Days was the band that made me punk, and it was, you know, I was a fucking teenager who was angsty and edgy and upset, and so the very like fuck the world, people suck, fuck everything was kind of my energy back in the day. But since then, and I have gotten to see, like, I still enjoy listening to Days and Days, and I've gotten to see them live. I've gotten to get up on stage with them. I have been on stage and like performed and sang on stage with Days and Days before and all that. But like, I've kind of found I've outgrown that more fuck everything, people suck, let's do drugs style of punk, and I very much trended into the like me and my friends can change the world activism and like protest song side of folk punk. I really love how much folk punk really leads into the vibe of protest songs, as well as just the hopefulness of a lot of modern stuff coming up in the scene. Like big shout out to Pigeon Pit and to Sister Wife Sex Strike, to Dusty the Kid, to Confession Kids, to a lot of these rising folk punk bands that are a lot more about protests and wanting to change the world. Like Dusty the Kid and X30 Fingers in particular, their music feels like old protest songs, and I really love that about folk punk. Play Glass Apology is my favorite. Hell fucking yeah. I folk punk because you need 4 chords. I write folk punk, and I'm hoping to get an EP out later this year. We'll see. Grew up listening to Days and Days, got to see them live last year, it was amazing. I'm very curious where you saw them live, because I also saw them live last year, in Ybor City, Florida. And I have been recognized for that, because I made a little bit of a fucking splash at that show. I've been recognized from the loud ass appearance I made at that show. What music did you like before your punk rebirth? I was an emo kid. Oh, never mind, I know who you are. Never mind, I know who you are. Welcome on in, Grim Chaos. I forgot that you're someone that I've met before. I saw you at Black Flag. My bad, apologies. Jesus Christ, I forget usernames sometimes. We never stopped loving emo music. Yeah, I was an emo kid. I was really into, like, of course, you know, My Chemical Romance, Panic at the Disco, 21 Pilots, etc. But as well as, like, Law Dispute, 3 Days Grace, etc. I very much, though, like, mellowed out into a folk punk kid at some point along the way. I think I developed a will to live. You're good, haven't been online much since then? No, real and valid. It's lovely to see you, though. I hope you've been well. I gotta catch you at another show sometime. I do still fuck with 3 Days Grace. Just like, I hate everything about. I need to learn how to fry scream. I need to learn how to fry scream. I have not learned vocal distortion. I actually just started checking out La Dispute. They're really good. I used to be really big into La Dispute. Alright. Yeah, I'm mostly on the folk funk side of shit these days. I'm so glad I'm finding the other punk music enjoyers because this shit's my life. This shit's my life. It's not. There's no foot inside the boot. I'm polishing it. I'm giving it a nice little rough polish right now. These are my 1980s Corcorans. Remember, Chad, if you recognize the pops as the Vor guy, I'm very easy to recognize. Hopefully gonna make it up to the Subhuman show in June. I will see if I can make it to that one. Alright. I will see if I can make it to the Subhuman show. The one issue being that I've got like 2 other shows that week. I'm gonna say, remember guys, Pops is the Vor guy? Apparently there are people who know me as the Vor guy. I've had people come into my chat and go, wait, you're the Vor guy. And I'm like, It's the fact that I'm remembered for making Vor jokes over being punk. It's the fact that I'm remembered for making Vor jokes rather than like being punk or leftist. Like most people, if they recognize me from either I Don't Regret Girlhood being like my one video essay that I finished, or they recognize me for my digital privacy and censorship coverage. Because I have very consistently made a point to cover like digital censorship issues. Those are the main 2 things that people recognize me for. More recently, some folks might recognize me from like Shinies for Good, that being the shiny hunting charity group that I'm part of, because we did a big like anti-ice campaign earlier this year. But like the fact that there are apparently, despite the fact that I've gone viral dozens of times at this point, despite the fact that like hundreds of thousands of people have seen my work and you know, most people are gonna know me from one of those. There are still people who know me as the Vor guy. You're the one titling streams things like biting off more than I can chew? Well, that's because I was supposed to be playing Shadow of the Colossus right now. Okay, Vor guy, god fucking damn it. Eat the rich, it all connects to Vor chat. I'm gonna eat the rich, but like in a cannibalism way, you know? I'm gonna eat the rich, but in a cannibalism way. I'm gonna chop them up and I'm gonna cook them, and I'm gonna be the evil leftist that the government keeps warning you about. I say, quite literally having been investigated by the FBI. Do not the rich, I'm gonna eat them in a cannibalism way. I'm a domestic terrorist. No, not actually. I have to be very careful what I say on the internet sometimes. Yeah, I am supposed to be playing Shadow of the Colossus. You know, because I'm like a twink beating up a bunch of colossi. Thank you, Jordan. This is why we have this goddamn command. CIA dude that watches your stream must be having a blast. So every now and then I get the temptation to name drop the FBI agent who fucking sat me down for an interrogation. Every now and then I get really tempted to name drop him, but I know that's a bad idea. You take care, Doubtful Steak. I know that's a bad idea. Every now and then though. I still have his business card. Quote unquote business card. I have his fucking personal phone number. What the hell? But you take care, Doubtful Snake. Lovely to see you. Reminder of that video. Dear FBI, all my threats are serious and I'm a threat to society. Hit him up for coffee! So for those who aren't super familiar with my whole FBI case, last year I dealt with a severe doxing and harassment campaign because, you know, I'm a trans content creator on the internet. Hello, host. Lovely to see you. I was actually a lot less political at this point in my career. I still talked openly about the fact that I was an anarchist, but like my content was a little bit less focused on like outright activism and whatnot. That is a shift that actually came because I got FBI investigated. So while I've always, you know, talked about being an anarchist and talked about leftist issues, I wasn't exactly like covering leftist news and fucking keeping people updated on protests and whatnot at the time. But regardless, you know, some fucking transphobes decided they hated me for a solid 5 months straight. They continued to try and dox and harass me. My moderation team and I were really good. We're really good at dealing with this shit. And eventually they got so bored that they decided that they were gonna stick the FBI on me. And so I ended up getting hauled away to have a lovely little interview with the FBI. The claims being made against me were bullshit. I was not guilty of anything that, you know, it was being claimed that I had done, and so I walked away from that scot-free, but I know I am an anarchist, and I know we are living in an era where that is not exactly a friendly thing, and I very much, it's very much the thing that compelled me to make more loudly political content, because I realized no matter what, I am never going to be safe from the system, even if those charges were dropped. But I also know that, like, the activism that I am engaged with in my real community is not fully fucking legal. So I kind of had to keep my head down for a few months, and then I very heavily pivoted my content into outright political advocacy, because I realized, fuck it, you know what? The government knows who I am, where I live, what I do, what I believe. I might as well be loud about it. I'm not gonna be safe no matter what. Why the hell did trans censor trans on my chat on my end? That's fucking wild. The hell? But I very much came to the realization after like the FBI situation, like, okay, the government knows who I am, where I live, what I do, what I believe. They've proven that they are willing to like intimidate me, because like they very fucking much knew that the claims being made about me were not real. Like, it was some absolute fucking bullshit, but they still took the time to try and like intimidate me and be shit about it. It kind of made me realize that, like, you know, keeping on the quieter end wasn't going to save me. So I decided I was gonna get really loud, and I've been making an effort since to pivot my my content towards like leftist news coverage and loud activism. So while I've always talked about anarchism, I used to do it on a more theory angle. I'm a lot more praxis orientated these days. And you can thank the FBI for that. I know that I'm almost certainly on a list. I am very careful with keeping my shit locked down when I engage in activism these days, because I have to be. I know that they know who I am. And I am certain that they are keeping tabs. But you know. I try to be very careful. It's why we have, like, the no violent rhetoric rule and shit like that, just to fucking keep myself safe. I had to pull back from local activism for a bit in the midst of it, but I'm back on the streets these days. Gonna go eat dinner? Have a good night. You take care, Consterfuss. Honestly, one of these days, I want to either make a video, or honestly, more likely, an animatic or comic series, like, talking about my experiences getting investigated by the FBI, primarily because I want to show people what that feels like. Because there's a lot of little psychological tricks that, like, government agencies are going to use to get in your head and to get the information they want out of you. For example, like, the most important question I was asked in my 3-hour conversation with the FBI was asked in the elevator, where they knew I was more likely to have my guard down. It was asked in I would say in the elevator as they were escorting me out of the building as well. at a point where they knew my guard was going to be lower and I was more likely to say things. And I knew exactly what they were fucking doing. They were basically trying to secure information on my precise location, because they did not have my address. The FBI did not have my address. They found me via my work. That's where they nabbed me. Because they didn't have my address and they were trying to secure that information. But they waited until they were escorting me out in the fucking elevator to try and get confirmation on shit like that. And I know that was an intentional choice. Not surprising, but damn, yeah, there's a lot of little psychological tricks they'll lean into. It's fascinating but terrifying. If people catch me in private conversation, I'm pretty open to talk about like or rather in like voice calls and whatnot. I'm a lot more open to talk about like the kinds of activism I do, like IRL in my community. I try not to talk about it too much on stream. A lot of us leftists, where even a third of violent is the right or law enforcement claim, there would be no one aside from leftists left in this world. Real. Very real. But yeah, no, I've had to be a lot more careful about what I talk about, but also I've gotten a lot louder with my activism, because fuck it, you know? I'm not gonna do anything that incriminates me. I'm not gonna do anything that incriminates me on stream. And I'm very, very careful in those regards, but I've decided that fuck it, where I am able to do so safely, and wherein they cannot press any criminal charges, I am going to be as loud as I fucking can. And the rest of my shit, well, that'll stay between me and the folks that it is relevant to. Alright. They couldn't get anything to fucking stick the first time around. So I will say, the biggest thing that saved me in the whole FBI situation is that I had very thorough documents regarding everything that they potentially could have brought against me. I had caught word of the, like, you know, shit that was happening, because they impersonated me. The folk cyber stalking me impersonated me to try and stick the FBI on me, and I had caught word of it beforehand, so I had prepared, like, so much documentation expecting something like this to happen, in order to, like, save my ass. And my biggest advice for other leftist content creators is, if you start to see suspicious activity, or people hating you, or you start getting doxxed and harassed, document fucking everything. If it's even mildly suspicious, write it down, keep it all in one place, have that shit ready. It could save your life. Alright, that's one boot down. We're just fucking rough polishing right now. And then we'll play Shadow of the Colossus. Alright. Beautiful. Aurora. Polishing boots, making them shiny. See, I have never actually done a mirror shine on these boots. I've only ever given them like a rough polish. I've only ever done a very rough polish on them. Alright. But I want these to last for as long as possible, so I take good care of them where I can. It really irks me that private life is genuinely possible now unless you ditch modern society and tools. Yeah, it is very hard to maintain any sort of privacy on the modern internet. every time you make an online purchase, or hell, fucking even like use your credit card and shit like that, you are in some way exposing your personal data in ways that are tracked and traced and used to advertise to you and whatnot. There are entire databases that are bought and sold by companies containing your personal information for the purposes of selling it to companies. If you use the internet, you are your privacy is not secure. Hello, Vexcal, lovely to see you. And that's a really difficult thing that I have to deal with as a content creator. There is a song I think that speaks to this really well. I think it's called "The Player in the Game." One sec, who's that by? Yeah, "The Player in the Game" by Cricket. That I think talks about this pretty nicely. It very much is a song about like the very difficult moral dilemmas you face as a content creator. The fact that as a creator, if you're not losing, I'm not eating, you know? If you are not to some extent sacrificing your data and money and time to massive corporations that fucking own us at this rate, I'm not eating. And it's a very uncomfortable notion that I've had to wrestle with as a creator. Ultimately, it is really it is pretty much impossible to, like, you know, make money on the internet or to even, you know, spread and share information and build means of change without to some extent utilizing these shitty ass resources and services that are owned by horrid capitalists that want to own and sell as much of our lives as fucking possible. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism, and while I do believe we have a duty to be as ethical as we can where we're able to, our ability to do so is often limited, and we do what we can within reasonable bounds. That's the whole thing with like boycotts and whatnot. We boycott in ways that are accessible by cutting out and replacing what we are able. But it is a very difficult moral dilemma that I have to deal with, that like in order to make the income that I need to survive via my art, I, you know, need to feed you guys advertisements and psychologically trick you. I don't like doing that. I don't like playing by the rules of algorithms. I don't like having to put ads on my streams and all that. But it's the game that we're fucking playing, and I hope someday to have the bravery and stability to push beyond that in some way. I've very recently started to expand like my news consumption and whatnot, and try to engage in more like independent left wing news coverage, shit like that. And it's had me thinking about directions I could potentially take my art and my channel to keep them sustainable while feeding into a more leftist kind of model someday. But as things stand, I don't really know what that looks like. Because even a lot of like the, you know, leftist podcasts I listen to, sure, they have their own services, but if they want to keep themselves accessible and afloat, they still have to put themselves on the shitty services that are feeding you predatory ads. And I don't like that. I don't like that. But here we are. So fucking get the information to the people, you gotta be where the people are, and whatever the hell. Weird things that I wrestle with as a creator, you know? We play the cards we're dealt, try to diminish the wins of the house as much as possible. I'm very glad at the very least that when military ads get run on my channel, I know most of y'all are smart enough to not touch that. Alright. Sometimes I like to imagine your paws in the boot, somehow positioned to those funky angles. No. Listen, enjoy what you enjoy, but... Alright. Hee. I'm so normal. Give me a moment, I need to check something real quick. Hi, host. Hello, host. Is there a version of Wikifeet called Wikipause? Y'all have not seen my my fucking feet or paws. Y'all have not seen that shit. No pause. I promise you I do not have this level of flexibility. I actually have like a fucking deformity in the bones of my legs. My grippers are not meant for the internet. You're not ready for that shit, chat. Megamind image no pause. Listen, if you want to see paw that badly. Chat, how wait. This makes the stream look so much worse. Wait, this makes the stream look so much worse. Wait, no. Wait, no. That makes the stream look so much worse. God, fuck. Fucking hell. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Thank you for scuffing me. I'm scuffed now. Alright. Wait, don't keep doing it. It's so funny. It makes this look like a fetish stream. And like, listen, I don't kink shame, but I am not an 18 plus creator. Leave for 5 minutes, go back to pause. Ugh, Jesus fucking Christ. Terrible timing all around. Just be the vor guy, not the feet guy. No, my reputation. Jesus Christ. This chat, this is not an 18 plus channel. We can't be doing this. No. I did forget that if you keep doing that, there are people who will enjoy it in the way it was not intended. I was talking about the role of kink in queer history. Fuck you. Thank you for the hydrate, I appreciate it. Bark, bite. Alright. Where's my water bottle? You know, hey, chat. Energy drink. Second energy drink of the day. Ad will be hidden in about a minute. I do apologize, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the fucking drill by now. I hate capitalism. Okay, I'm so fine and normal. I need to fix this. Friends with a VTuber who has a foot model and is say-so shrug. That does not sound say-so to me. Like no judgment. I don't judge anyone, like, regardless of the kind of content that they pursue, so long as they're not, like, being a fucking right-wing grifter. Make whatever fucking art makes you happy. That's sus as shit. My one thing is, like, I'm all in for supporting, like, NSFW artists and sex workers. My one thing that drives me mad is when NSFW creators try to pretend that they're not NSFW and try to pass their content off as family friendly. That feels, especially if you're building an audience primarily of, like, younger folk by doing so, that feels very iffy to me. If you are going to make content that is lewd and NSFW, all the more power to you. Just, like, call it what it is. That's my take. Label your fucking content. Like part of how we fucking make... Like, okay. I'm a big defender of problematic NSFW media. Big defender. Massive on the anti-censorship. Part of how we allow that to exist healthily is by making sure that content is properly labeled so that people can filter for and away from it when they need to, you know? So that people can moderate their own experiences. But in any case, boots done. I think we play Shadow of the Colossus. I finished my boots, so just in time for the ad. Oh, they're so pretty, chat, look how pretty they are. Chat, look how pretty they are. Oh, look at my beauties. Time to kick the teeth into some Colossus, chat. Time to pretend the Colossi are Nazis and like kick their skulls in. Look at how pretty they are. Alright, give me a second to like deconstruct all this shit. Now people are gonna want to kiss and lick them. Like I said, if you're gonna lick boots, they might as well be mine. If you're gonna lick boots, they might as well be mine. Listen, that's gonna- I'm gonna be repeating that line a lot, because that is such a clever line that I came up with there, and, I need to overuse anything funny that comes out of my mouth, because that does not happen often. I am not clever, I am not humorous. When I get a fucking gold-ass line like that, I need to abuse it. Alright. Put my shit away. Say goodbye to the leather care kit. Well, let me finish putting shit back in it, actually. Alright. Hello, hello, Fuse! Lovely to see ya! Popping in, post a local punk show. How'd it go? Yeah, we just finished, actually, polishing my boots. Give me a moment. We just finished polishing my boots, and... look how pretty. Looking very nice. They're very- I'm very happy. Right. But hell yeah, how you been? How was the show? Donation to a good cause and some lovely bands? Hell fucking yeah. I've been going to a lot of, like, anti-ice fundraising shows lately, which have been an absolute fucking blast, mostly hosted by local bands. But I did get to recently see, I got to see Wolves and Wolves and Wolves and Wolves again. Really good band. Wolves and Wolves and Wolves and Wolves. Yes, that's the full band name. Got to see them at a show lately. Alright. Put my fucking rag away. Alright. Give me a moment while I get myself to my normal overlay. We're gonna be coming over here in a minute to play our video game. Chat, do I pull out the 3D model for this one? Do I pull out the 3D model? I wish I could recommend these bands, but some of them are hyper-local, so yeah. See, I'm very lucky that I travel around the state constantly, which means it's very easy for me to recommend local bands without people knowing if they're local or not, you know? Oh, thank you! I commissioned this from BPA Art. Oh, that made me normal. I also have, like, my chat box, which I like a lot. I drew that one myself. I'm gonna be working on a new one soon. Alright, alright, alright. Where is my controller? Where did I put you? There you are. He's so normal? I am so fucking normal, chat. I'm so normal. Alright. Snack. I forgot that I wasn't hand camming anymore, so I threw the snack on my desk as if y'all would be able to see it. I'm doing my best. Haven't seen it since its debut. Alright, I think we'll pull out the 3D for a bit. Fuck it, yeah. Give me a second while I pull out Warado. Patience, I will be invisible for a moment. I know y'all struggle with object permanence, but y'all just have to be patient for a second. Don't worry, chat. I'm still here. sec. I'm straight only doing missionary now. Oh. It's, oh, why are there two of me? Why are there two of me? Huh? Okay. Alright. Whatever you say. The fun thing about this is y'all get to see how much I like actually move when I talk. Because when you're piloting a live 2D model, you have to move in a very exaggerated way in order to properly puppet the model. And then this exposes how exaggerated my movements are. I've trained myself to move in ways that are extremely exaggerated. Alright. Oh, it's my guitar. Chat, it's my guitar. If I were doing a live music stream, you'd be able to see me strumming on the guitar. I do have full body tracking with this model. I have Slime VR trackers, so I can do full body like live music shows, and I do them like a couple times a year. It costs like fucking $800 to set up, but it's super cool. Alright. What is the button to make the guitar go away again? Nope, don't do that. Nope, nope, no, 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 no. Wrong button. Okay, one sec. I have to check my hotkeys. I always forget my hotkeys with this model. Hello, King Trillian. Lovely to see you. What are my hotkeys with this model? Alright, it's gone. I have hands now. Hi! Hi, chat. How are you doing today? I'm gonna get Shadow of the Colossus open in just a minute. But in the meantime, I'm just having a little snack real quick. Hi, Lady Danger. It's me in 3 dimensions. There's so much of me now. How are you doing? It's so lovely to see you, friend. But yeah, I do acoustic punk shows on the channel a couple times a year. My next one's probably in September, most likely. I'm hoping September to be doing an acoustic punk show, primarily of originals. So that'll be fun. Alright. Preparing for the Hells in my shift tomorrow? Oh, I feel so bad for everyone who's working Easter. Good luck, guys. Hang on in there, soldier. Hang on in there, soldier. All the layers went to the tail. I do have a very big tail on this model. Alright, give me a second. What can I close? I'm gonna close my calculator. That wasn't quick. I guess stream isn't lagging this time. Hi, Trillian. Lovely to see you. Shrug emoji. Doing morning at the grocery store now? Oh, hang in there. Oh. Capitalism. Alright, I'm normal. No, hang in there, soldiers. I will admit, like, real AE thing that I do, sometimes when I just need to get through the day, I will pretend in my head that I'm just some fucking soldier. I look down at my little military boots, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just a soldier. I don't know, for some reason, like, putting on a character and playing a role for a period of time can just be a coping mechanism at times. Soldier at the capitalism factory. Soldier on the Western Front in the First World War. I don't know, it works. It works. I don't know why, but it works. Alright, let me get my PS2 up and running. My totally real physical PS2 that is right in front of me. Because I definitely own a PS2. Where's your gas mask, soldier? You know, the funny thing is on my main model, like, hand put the bandana over my mouth. Alright. Give me a moment. Thank you for the hydrate. I need to actually figure out how to have it throw things at me. Because I have not figured out how to make it throw things to the 3D model. I might need separate software for that. Give me a second though, folks. There we go. An enlightening experience. Listen, if it helps you get through the day, so that you can, like, live your life, then so be it. Very, very nice post I once saw, I think on, like, Instagram. Don't give more to your job than you have to get by, you know? Don't sacrifice more of your time and energy to your job than you fucking have to. Take the rest of that time and put it into the things you love, whether that be art, whether that be like fucking playing games, whether that be talking to your friends. Do not put any more of yourself into your fucking job than you need to. They don't deserve anything more than your bare minimum, you know? So the issue with Twitch integrated throwing system is that it is like a paid thing. AU where Archivist was found by the military and trained as a soldier in Killian's platoon. I'm realizing I never showed you a particular piece of art like him. I need to send that to you. Give me a moment. Can I find this real quick? Can I find this before it becomes an awkward amount of time? Let me get the game pulled up in the meantime. While I see if I can spot this. It would have been 2024 that I did this. I thought it was 2024 I did that. You know what? I sent it to Safi. One sec, folks. This is important, and if I don't do this now, I'll forget. Like, and there's art in your inbox. Okay. Do I want to... How do I want to handle this? Is this... Actually, did I used to do this on the other screen? Did I used to do it over here? Yeah, okay, I do it on the screen, got it. Why did you just freeze? Don't do that. Don't do that. Hello? Okay! So it just crashed. I would argue some jobs deserve as much as you can put into it, healthcare and education specifically. I mean, yes, but those are exceptions to the rule. Like, when I say this, I'm mostly talking about, like, minimum wage jobs or jobs where you're intentionally treated as very replaceable and shit. I would honestly argue even with educators, oftentimes they're not paid to be doing as much, like, off-the-clock labor as they do, you know? Educators specifically are barely paid for the amount of labor that is extorted out of them. And so while I do agree that kids deserve, like, the best quality of education they can get, I don't blame so many teachers for being really, like, tuned out and exhausted when they're not getting paid crap for what they do. When they're expected to do so much unpaid labor. Like, you know, maybe let's pay teachers a competitive wage before we start asking them to put every shred of energy they have into their work. Healthcare, though, yeah, absolutely. Healthcare professionals, generally speaking, they are being asked to work, you know, wild hours and whatnot, and they should probably be worked a little bit less in that particular regard, but yeah, no, they're, like, they're making money that I've never fucking seen. Alright, checking one last thing, and then I will hop into the Shadow of the Colossus. Rah. Alright, there we go. Welcome everybody back to Shadow of the Colossus, a 2005 PS2 game, which we've been very much enjoying lately. It is, more than anything, a puzzle game, and a game I would heavily recommend. Holy shit, this might be one of my favorite things I've played on the stream. My local SAU would pay me less as a new teacher than I make at my fucking grocery store. Magnifier Hans. God, Horse Magnifier was such a good game. Chat, everyone needs to play Horse Magnifier. Everyone needs to play Horse Magnifier. Peak shit right there. Did you play Horse Magnifier off stream? Oh, we played it for a few minutes on stream. Last time you beat 5, but these next few will be putting you to the test. That's okay. We're making good progress. We're making good progress. I have not hit the end yet. You know what? You know what? Maybe on Monday, before we hop into Vintage Story, we fully finish Horse Magnifier. What about that? What about that? We could do that. Hi. Hello, woman we've seemingly devoted our life to. Oh, the artful use of controller rumble there. My next foe is the land where trees now regrow. It sleeps in a dry lake bed. Crocodile? A rude awakening. Crocodile? Chatwin: 3. Chat, I'm going to Florida! Chat, it's time to go to Florida! I will say, I love Florida. Florida is my home, has always been my home, will remain my- Oh, nope, don't hurt aggro. I cannot imagine living anywhere else, being so perfectly honest. Chad, did you know the Florida Everglades are the one place in the world where alligators and crocodiles cohabitate, and that the American crocodile is actually an endangered species? Do you know what you can do to help the Florida... This is a reference, a joke that no one else is going to get. I cannot be making that joke here. This is not the audience for it. Y'all will not get it. Y'all don't understand. Hey, you're preaching to the choir. Share, please. No, you guys won't get it. That is a very specific joke. Like, it is true. The American crocodile is a endangered species, and the Florida Everglades are the only place where they cohabitate. But I can't explain to you why it's funny without doxing myself. I cannot explain to you why it's funny without doxing myself. Did you know that the Florida Everglades are the one place in the world where alligators and crocodiles cohabitate? You know what that means. Fish! I basically invented a copy pasta with a couple of people who know me IRL, but it's so deeply specific. You know what that means. Fish! My heart knows something my brain doesn't recognize. You, me, gas station. What are we getting for sushi tonight? I just fucked it up so badly. You, me, gas station. What are we getting for dinner tonight? Sushi, of course. Uh-oh, there was a roofie in our gas station sushi. We black out and wake up in a sewer. We're surrounded by fish. Horny fish. You know what that means. Fish orgy. The stench draws in a bear. What are we gonna do? We're gonna fight it. Bare-handed. Bear fight. Bare-handed. Bear naked? Oh, yes, please. We befriend the bear after beating in a brawl and ride into a Chuck E. Cheese. Dance, dance, revolution. Revolution? Overthrow the government? I think so. Next thing you know, Next thing you know, I'm reincarnated as Jesus Christ. I turn into a jet and fly into the sun. I forget the rest of it. I always forget the rest of it. I always forget the rest of it. Fucking hell. Arky, what the hell are you talking about? Dance, dance, revolution. Revolution? Overthrow the government? I think so. It's my favorite copy pasta. It's my favorite copy pasta. One sec. I'm learning. You know, every now and then there's new people in the community who haven't been exposed to, you know, what that means fish. And I need to fix that. I need to resolve this. I need to make sure that everyone knows the good word of you, me, gas station.
There was a roofie inside of our gas. You, me, gas station. What are we getting for dinner? Sushi, of course. There was a roofie inside of our gas station. Sushi. We black out and wake up in a sewer. We're surrounded by fish. Horny fish. You know what that means? Fish orgy. The stench draws in a bear. What do? We're gonna fight it. Bear fight. Bare-handed. Bear naked. Oh, yes, please. We befriend the bear after we beat it in a brawl. Then we ride it into a Chuck E. Cheese. Dance, revolution. Revolution? Overthrow the government? I think so. Next thing you know, I'm reincarnated as Jesus Christ. Then I turn into a jet, fly into the sun, black out again, wake up, do a bump, white out, which I didn't know you could do. Then I smoked a joint, greened out. Then I turned into the sun. Looks like the meth is kicking in.
It's my favorite copy pasta. I'm incredibly normal. Okay, I'm normal. I'm so normal. I'm so fucking normal. I'm the most normal VTuber on Twitch. This is real 5 a.m. looking for beans post. Just love how I just love how his neck gets more bulge as he goes. It's so good. Everything about that video is perfect. Everything about that video is perfect. How are you doing, Kage Mori? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. It's so good. God, I love 5 a.m. looking for beans. Chat, what if it's 5 a.m. and I'm looking for beans? Listen, okay, I need to spend like the first, you know, 3 to 4 hours of my stream being like an intellectual and talking about politics, alright? And then I open up the game and all my brain cells die. It's okay, I'm allowed to be silly goofy sometimes, I'm just a dog. You know, those first 3 hours of stream are for like being an intellectual and talking about politics and whatnot. After that... Nah. You're lucky to get a coherent thought on me for the next, like, rest of stream. Hello, Cafe Foxtail. How are you doing today? Shout out to Cafe Foxtail. Absolutely lovely trans VTuber and good friend of the channel. I need to respond to your DM. I'm pretty sure I owe you a DM response. I meant to catch up on my DMs last night, and then I took a nap instead. Oopsie. But I hope you've been well. We love Cafe Foxtail. Wait, do I? One sec, do I? Sort of. You were talking about going to PAX East. We were talking about how we need to do a video at some point. That's what it was. This was like a week and a half ago. Yeah, not really. I don't know. At some point. I thought I owed you more than I did. My bad. We'll figure it out. I don't think I can say literally anything about it, but reminded of Joel's big boys eating beans, but you know, Big Joel. Gotta plan that out at some point. We do. We'll figure it out eventually, one of these days. I promise. DMs are always open. I thought that I had never initially responded. My bad. Thank you so much for the follow, Kova. Oh, Joel Vibe Sauce. Got it. I know we are both extremely busy people working on our crafts, but I would love to do something with you sometime. I'm trying, especially as I am finally getting accommodations for disability shit, to like be more social and interact with people more and try to like plan collabs and whatnot, which is very hard. But I am trying to put the effort in slowly and steadily now that I'm starting to feel like a person again. Chat, who knew that like being allowed to sit and like not constantly dealing with low blood pressure would like make you feel like a person? It's pretty cool, actually. Hello, J Crispy. Thank you for the hydrate. How are you doing today? Bye. I've been told it's pretty awesome. Yeah, no. I've had a lot of people comment that I'm like suddenly a lot more energetic and visibly happier, and can confirm it's been pretty fucking sweet. I am living life. Okay, I'm gonna come up here and see if we can figure out where we're going. Okay, so up in this direction. Got it. How y'all's holiday, if any of you celebrated? I don't really celebrate any holidays anymore. Mostly because I don't really have folks to celebrate with, I'll be perfectly honest. Planning to around disabilities is rough. Yeah. It's hard to plan around disabilities. It's also hard to plan around like 3 jobs, but you know. 2.5 technically, depending on what you count. It depends on whether you consider YouTube a job or not. In my particular instance, but you know, it's very hard trying to plan around so many responsibilities. But we make it work. It's almost as if even tiny steps taken to accommodate people's issues, not only are they happier and healthier, most important, they're also even more productive. Yeah. I mean, I would argue that productivity is not the most important element of that. It is pretty important to me as, like, a creator who loves my craft. But I would argue that, like, the productivity is actually the least important element of that. But people are happier and are able to live higher quality lives, and you know, if it matters that fucking much to the goddamn companies who are refusing their accommodations, yeah, they'll also get more productive. You know? Where the fuck am I going? Like if the productivity really matters that much. Apparently Easter exists. Yeah, I keep forgetting Easter is a thing. Easter wiped me the fuck out. Is Easter not today? Or tomorrow, question mark? It's not midnight for me yet. There should be a bridge. I'm looking. Let me explore. Let me explore. I have the ability to see where the light's leading me, and I'm exploring. My point, people are happier and healthier, which is a more important thing, but also more productive. Yeah. Okay, got it. Sorry, apologies, I misread a little bit. Communication over text can be difficult at times. Haven't been to an Easter dinner in a few years, but I occasionally cook a ham or something. I don't have anything in particular planned for tomorrow. I don't know, I made Cajun chicken and rice. That was pretty cool. Nope, not what I wanted. Too dark here. Okay. If I come over to like this little bit of light here, is this enough? Over here, okay. Can I don't know if I can jump that. But it's telling me it's like right in this direction. Huh. We can look around for a bridge or something. I wonder if I can jump that. It seems a little bit too long. Already celebrated Ostara, so I'm just gonna enjoy the day off and sleep in. Real and valid, enjoy it. Spend the day cooking for Easter? Hell yeah. I think I know, you know, I know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I don't really care about Easter as a holiday as an atheist, but my family are Christian enough to actually celebrate it. Real and valid. I, frankly, between being, like, poor and not having much in the way of family, I don't find many excuses to celebrate holidays anymore. Oh, there's the bridge. Got it. Found it. Alright. I don't find many excuses to celebrate holidays these days. I would like to eventually, like, form my own rituals and whatnot, and I do have some of my own rituals, but they're mostly in relation to, like, my own kind of important dates, that matter in my head. I have my own, like, I'm very much someone who is big on annual cycles. There are a lot of personal dates that hold value and importance to me that I hold on to and maintain as being, like, very fundamental elements of my life and personhood to this day. Hello there, little guy! So I guess I don't really celebrate traditional holidays as much as I honor these important milestones in my life. For me, I've got, like, the day that I escaped homelessness is one of them. There's, of course, my— oh, hello there! Huh. Alright, I think step one, we're gonna draw this guy out of his cave. Where's my— there we go. Okay, there's my button. I'm guessing the geyser has something to do with it. We gotta get him on top of the geyser or something. What if he, like, shoots them into the geyser? Really hard to control you, aggro. Christ, okay. Hey, buddy. Follow me. Oh! Well, there we have it. Oh, maybe I used the geysers. Wait a second. Maybe I am supposed to use the geysers. This is more of a puzzle game than anything, you know? Come on. Nope. That did not seem to do the job. I'm realizing I didn't save anywhere near here, which is gonna be a little bit irritating. Can I, like, get on your tail? Doesn't look like it. How do I focus my camera on you again? Does anyone remember how I focus my camera on him? Oh, right. Forgot about that. Tour's cancelled, I have dinner, congratulations. Limzard. One sec, I need to go into the controls for a second here. Bug configuration. Alright, L1. L1, got it. Okay. No? Oh, do I have to hold it? Oh, got it. Okay. Alright. So, obviously, either he or I need to stand on one of the geysers when it goes off. Me standing on it didn't do anything. So maybe if I get him on top of it, that'll do something. Keyboard turtle. I like him. Reptile. Hey, buddy. You should totally come over here. Thank you. I like my model. I put a lot of work into it. I'm glad that people enjoy my loud leftist bullshit. I'm glad that it means something to people. Come on, buddy. Come this way. God, that does so much damage, like even if it lands anywhere near me. Huh. It's not my birthday. No. My birthday is actually on or around Babon, usually. How do I fucking do this? It's very clear, like, I need to be on aggro to move fast enough for anything here to work, but I don't like that. Okay, okay. I don't want to hit yet, no. I might have an idea. Happy not birthday, thank you. Okay, I wonder if I jump off of him onto it, if that'll do it. Aggro, stop. Aggro, please, just move in the directions I'm telling you. I cannot get aggro to go in the directions that I want. Or to shake the earth shall shake even the Colossus. Okay, I really hate that the game I cannot move fast enough to get away from his blast if I'm not on aggro, but the game is such an ass when I'm on aggro. Or rather, I literally cannot control aggro well enough in this arena. Stop moving my camera. Just keep the camera where I tell you to fucking put it. Stop moving it! Oh my god. One of the hardest bosses. I'm seeing that because he's fucking relentless and he fucking moves too fast. Let me back on you. Aggro. Is my inclination here on the right direction? All I'm gonna ask is my inclination in the right direction here. That I need to get him on top of one of the geysers. Is that impulse correct? The Colossus. Alright, cool. I don't know how I lure him on. That's what I've been trying to do from the beginning. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Alright, come on. Sorry, I'm struggling a fair bit with the controls right now, and this fight is very frustrating just with how much damage this guy does. Where did aggro go? Kinda comes down to chance. That's miserable, actually, and terrible game design. Because I was trying to lure him onto that for several minutes last fight, bruh. I cannot see what I'm doing. Sir? One sec. Alright. Where did he go? Fuck. There he is, alright. Come on, buddy. And you need to get on the thing. Stop it! Oh my god, I hate this. This is actually miserable. No, it's trying to get him. It's not dodging that we're talking about is by chance. It is trying to get him on top of the things, the geysers. That's very difficult. Because I really cannot control aggro properly. Fuck. Just get over here. Come on, dude. See, that hits me no matter what if I am, not on aggro. Why am I not running? Okay. Chad, am I allowed to say I hate this fight? Am I allowed to say this fight sucks? He's not even moving towards me. Dude, move towards me. There we go, okay. But that didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. It's not doing anything. He's here, but it's not, like, accomplishing anything. Like, how does this help me? That doesn't give me access to him or anything. Okay, I see the answer in chat. I mean, it doesn't seem to be doing anything either. Oh, great, he's not on the thing anymore. Lovely. I don't understand why the camera will not stay where I pan it. Bruh. Alright, alright, alright. Fucking hell. One sec. Alright. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I know he's stuck while that happens. It's just like really, really specific. And it kind of pisses me off, you know? Oh my, no, dude, oh, please, no! Thank you for the resub, like, and how dare you. I'm gonna commit a crime. Dude, please. Stop it! Can't exactly do that right now. Hello, game. Can't exactly do that at the moment. Enjoy your lurk, I appreciate you. Where is he going? Thank you for the bark boy, bark for the arp. Arp. Yeah, aggro is just too impossible to control, so I'm gonna just fucking run manually, I guess, and try to get him on here. Like, I'm gonna be taking damage every time he does that, but fuck it, it's better than trying to control aggro. I'm gonna be so real. Come on, buddy. Come on, walk towards me. There we go. Did I overshoot it? Fuck! Oh my god, Chad, I'm gonna commit a crime. I'm gonna commit a crime. He wasn't moving, and he moved all at once. That is... Chat, I hate this boss fight, actually. This one's miserable. Shut up, text. Fuck off. I just kind of need to wait and see if he decides he wants to move towards me, you know?
Oh shit.
Oh shit, thank you so much, Super Camborg. Welcome on in. Audrey, thank you for the raid. How goes it? How is your stream? Mods, if we could get a shout out. Hello everybody, hi, I am Archivist, your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream Knuckle Ritual games and do art here on twitch.tv. We're currently playing some... I'm so good at words. We're currently playing some Shadow of the Colossus, hanging out, vibing, causing some problems, as we are off to do around here. It's lovely to see ya. How are you? Ah, rah, rah, rah. Playing some Mario X plus Rabbids? Oh fuck yeah! I've heard about that game. I've never checked it out. How is it? Are you enjoying? I forget if that's on my list or not, but like I've heard about it. I hope it was an enjoyable time. Everyone, make sure you give some love, alright? You know, this does remind me. Is the category correct? It should be. Shadow of the Colossus. Does it not say Shadow of the Colossus? In any case, that does remind me, chat, the other day I went through my following list here on Twitch. I was basically like, you know, going to the very earliest of my following list and cleaning people out because I was getting really close to Twitch's follow limit. I just follow too many people. And so I figured, you know, there were probably a handful of people that I met early on in my journey, followed, and who don't stream anymore. And I went through my first, like, 2 years of accounts that I followed. At least half of those people no longer stream. Many of them had not streamed in 3 years, which is a very interesting thing to think about, given I've been, you know, doing this for 4 years now, how few people make it. And this comes to mind just because, like, Audrey's been around in my community for at least a couple years. That I don't know if this is something you would take any pride in, but thank you for outliving many of those. Like, there is no shame in folks who decide to step away from content, who decide that it's not worth it for one reason or another, who decide that it doesn't fit in their life. There's no shame in that. I understand that people need to live. And sometimes this cannot be part of it, but, you know, thanks for sticking around longer than many of those people have. Thank you for creating with what you got. It saddens me seeing the number of people who leave this community. It saddens me the number of people who don't stick around. Hee I'll be back in a bit. Need to go tell my partner to good night and get some butter. Of course. Self-care absolutely comes first. I just wanted to say I'm proud of you. I just wanted to say I'm proud of you. Thank you so much for the raid. Do what you gotta do. Appreciate the hell out of you. To 4 fucking years. To 4 fucking years. I hope I can stay here for a good while. It's nice to be here. It's really nice seeing content creators stick around in the scene, because most channels don't last more than a couple years, you know? Most people do not continue to create content beyond their first couple of years. So seeing people continue to create in the long run is really nice. Cheers to still living. Cheers to still living, you know? Cheers to still living. Here, queer, chipe. I thought that said creating, and then I got too far into the word, and god fucking damn it. I cannot escape. Neither can this twink, apparently. Doomed to get turtled to death. Please walk towards me. Okay, there we go. Please don't walk too far, just a little bit. You're walking too far. No! I'm going to commit an actual fucking crime. Okay, chat, this fight officially has me, like, actually genuinely goddamn fucking pissed. This fight genuinely has me fucking pissed. That's just not fair. That he sits there shooting me, and by the time I'm far enough away that he actually decides to chase me, oh my fucking god. Why aren't you on aggro? Because I can't control him. Because I kept, like, just not being able to control him whatsoever. I can't control the camera now on him. This fight actually has me fucking pissed. I've been enjoying this game a lot thus far. This particular fight, miserable. This particular fight sucks. Walk towards me. Come on, dude. Walk towards me. Walk towards me. This game looks intense. I've been absolutely loving this game so far. Also, hello, Vexing Cat. Wonderful to see you. Ad will be hitting soon. I'm so sorry, folks, but lovely to see you. Hi. This is an absolutely incredible, like, classic of gaming, which has, you know, defined so many elements of the industry. Holy shit, this particular boss fight has me pissed. I've been adoring this game. It is incredibly crafted, like, puzzle action game. This one fight has me wanting to commit violence. Hope you're doing well. It's very intense, but it's a very, like, fulfilling game, I would argue, most of the time. With the exception of this fight. This particular boss can go eat grass. Yeah, I'm about to die. Yep, that's the last hit I can take. God damn it. Chat, I hate this fight. Chat, this fight sucks. This one sucks. This is already the most retries I've had to give any fight in the game. Okay. Fuck you, 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 fuck you. No, it is not my birthday. No. It is not. Who is spreading the lie that it's my birthday? Which one of you is spreading the lie that it's my fucking birthday? My birthday is in September! Come on, come on, come on, come on. Wait, 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 wait. Oh, thank God. Alright. Nope, nope, I need the geyser to go off again. Please, 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 please. Step over here. Get on the geyser. Please. It's in fact my birthday, and I love all the birthday wishes. I hate it here. I'm so angry. I'm so fucking angry. Come on, buddy. Come on, play nice. Is that not fucking good enough? There we go. Okay, okay. Finally. See if I can remember the controls to do this. Come on, no. Okay, okay, okay. Where do I grab on? Where do I get on? I'm not seeing where I need to get on. I think there was hair on his belly. Nope. Under the belly? Fuck. God damn it. Chat, I hate this. Chat, I fucking hate this. Chat, I fucking hate this fight. Okay. I hate this fight so much. This is miserable, actually. I've been having so much fun with this game up until this point. I'm gonna be so dead ass with you. This boss right here, miserable. Like, this was my one of my favorite games I've ever played on stream up until this boss fight. It's not my birthday. Chat, it is verifiably not my birthday. My birthday is in September. I'm very public about my birthday. Oh, just slightly not far enough. Fucking hell. Wait, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. It's not my birthday. We've been over this, chat. I have no goddamn camera control. Alright, it's fine. Where is the thing? Nope, not what I wanted. I can't, like, do anything to find out where it is from here. Please stop telling me what to do or giving me spoilers. Okay. The Polygon E, thank you. Arrgh. I do really love my 3D model. Thank you so much to Trailbot for my incredible 3D model, which I love very much. I'm so silly like this, you know? I can like say hello and wave and stuff. Oh my god, sex! I can do cute stuff like wave at chat. Come on, buddy. I need to regain some stamina soon. So I might just like chill out on the back for a little bit here, which is not the most secure thing in the world, but I feel like we can stay on if I'm careful. Get some of our stamina back. Run back up onto the head. Nope, come on. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Chat, I'm such a powerful twink. Chat, these are peak twink activities right here. Taking down absolute Goliaths. This right here, this is peak twink activities. Hello, Hanaki, hi! It's my 3D model. I mostly use this for like live music streams and whatnot, but I've been thinking about pulling it out every now and then when I'm playing like PS2 or like similarly styled games, because it is a vibe, isn't it? It is a vibe. He's lobotomizing the turtle. It's deserved. The turtle fucking deserved it, okay? The turtle fucking deserved it. Oh, I hated that fight. That was the worst fight yet. The turtle fucking deserved it. Listen, I'm normally a reptile enjoyer. Normally big fan of reptiles. This particular reptile can eat shit. I don't respect this reptile in particular, you know? I don't respect this reptile in particular. This model makes you so much more bottom coded than the usual model. What does that mean? This is really funny compared to the number of people who tell me that I'm apparently top coded. Like, what does that mean? Normally you'd be top with this model, less so. Why? Alright, alright, alright. Thy next foe is an isolated sand dune. Its tracks are well hidden. Oh, a snake! Snake time. Thank you for the hydrate, Killian. I appreciate it. Probably because of the body language. Okay, it is worth noting that, like, this is just a thing as a VTuber that you kind of have to do. Normally, especially with a like live 2D model, you have to very heavily exaggerate your movements in order to survive, you know, or in order to, like, you know, portray emotion. You are expected to heavily over exaggerate your emotions. I wonder if could I get this thing to read input even temporarily from Let me see. Let me try something real quick. Add asset. Can VBridger... Export to Warudo. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way for me to have both my models at the same time. I probably could if I used a second webcam. Give me a second. I might have something. I might have something. You take care, Yui. All the best. You take care. Do what you gotta do. Alright, there's a chance that doing this kills me. So just give me a second. Give me a little bit of patience. I'm gonna see if I can make this work. First and foremost, I need to cover this. No, it's not your fault, Pyro. That was horrible. Hello, Kijiro. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. Hi. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic and field. I stream not-commercial games and do art here on Twitch.tv. I'm a loud leftist VTuber. Talk leftist shit, politics, queer issues, anarchy. I'm a loud punk. How goes it? How was your stream? Lovely to see ya. Welcome on in, Raiders. If anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, self-care is absolutely vital. Do what you gotta do. I was about to show my chat something kind of cool. If I can get this to work. They also talk about Vor. This is true. I also apparently am known as the VorTuber. 0 days without Vor mention. You would never go missing? I would never go missing. Hope you have a great stream. Sorry I need to head out, but have a nice night. Yeah, you take care of yourself. No worries. Self-care absolutely comes first. Nothing wrong with raiding and running. Appreciate the support regardless. Take care of yourself, okay? Okay? Alright. So what I'm gonna do... is see if I can make this work. Wait. If I do it like this, maybe? Huh. Okay, so it's gonna be a little bit finicky, but I think I more or less got it to work. So I'm using a slightly lower quality webcam than I normally do for my live 2D when I do this. But what y'all are basically about to get a sense for is the difference in movement between these models, okay? That's not what I need. Okay, cool. So, what we're basically showing off here is the difference in the way that these two models display movement. It is very much just a thing that you have to do if you are a VTuber primarily uses Live 2D, where you need to do more exaggerated movements in order to get the model to be expressive. So you can see all my bouncing and whatnot. And to be fair, my model is just not very expressive, like as a model. Even I did rig it to be pretty expressive with like facial movements and all of that. But as far as, oh, by the way, shout out to Hanaki Live. Hanaki Live is my only son. My only son. I only have one of those. But straight up, this is just a thing that like you learn to do. AE collabs with AE, yeah. There's two of me now. It's an AE collab. Shout out to Hanaki Live for being my only child. I put so much work into rigging that boy. Sorry if I take a second to say hi to you, Hanaki. How are you? How is my son? I still need to do your outfit. But essentially, like, as a VTuber, over time, you have to learn how to exaggerate your facial movements on camera in order to, like, be expressive. So my model, like, I would say my model is a decent level of expressive when I lean into it and when I am more focused on, you know, piloting it. Not so much when I'm gaming, but it's worth noting that this is the comparison in how those movements track. Live 2D models are just inherently a lot stiffer. So while I would say I am plenty, and I'm working with a lower quality webcam than usual for the Live 2D, but while I would say I am normally a good amount of expressive with my Live 2D, you can very much see how much here I have to exaggerate those movements in order to like make that work. I also am someone who just like emotes with my hands a lot. AE fun fact that you don't get via the like 2D, I do emote with my hands like quite a bit. It's just showing the tracking difference, you know? Yeah, no, it is a really big difference in how the behavior reads. And I'm so conditioned to doing it that it's hard not to when I am on stream. I do want to make, honestly, I feel like my ideal for how much I want my model like move around and emote is somewhere between these. Because I feel like my Live 2D as things stand is a little bit too stiff. And I would like it to be a bit more expressive. That's something I want to work on whenever I work on a 3.0. But I do love the 3D. It is a little bit too mobile and expressive for like how much I move. But again, that movement is a thing I specifically do on camera. I'm gonna try and turn off. Okay. I'm gonna try and turn off performance mode for a second here. And I'm gonna try to just like emote and express the ways that I normally do when no one is watching. And you'll notice actually my voice shifts a little bit. Because I, especially like if I'm just hanging out in like VCs and whatnot, I don't put as much effort into like my tone. And I tend to have a relatively flat affect. I am pretty flat when I speak. So a lot of the overexpressiveness is like a trained camera thing. But you know, I don't know, I'm just relatively flat, like as a person, in how I express, and I've had to train myself, not just for stream, also because like I've had to train myself over the years to be more visibly emotive and to emote more with my voice. But especially when I'm multitasking, I do fall back into the flat affect. And you'll see me oftentimes if I'm focusing on a game or I am like really locked in on something, I do default back to this more flat like expressiveness. But all this is to make the point of like, as a VTuber, when you are puppeting a model, you have to, but there's actual work that goes into puppeting. You have to put effort, especially if you're someone like me who's not very expressive, into making especially a Live 2D model move and look nice and to be active. And it looks very stupid when you actually see how like severe those movements have to be. It is a world of difference between how I just normally exist and talk versus how I talk when I'm on camera. There's like fucking VTubing is not easy. You know, VTubing is not easy. I love it. VTubing is not easy. Hi, old man Windbreaker. How are you? I wish that I could have the same I probably could set it up so the same webcam output is going to both models. I probably could do that because this is not my normal webcam or webcam placement for the live 2D, so it's definitely a little bit off. But it gets the gist across, you know? It gets the vibe. You understand the impression that I'm trying to give. I wonder if I could get foot pedals to control different parts of the model. Why? So, there are, like, 3D trackers. And if you want, like, people will have, like, toggles where they can make, like, their live 2D model wave. And you can put hand tracking on live 2D models, actually. I've done that before. It's just really fancy and really difficult to pull off. But, like, I don't know. If you want, like, there are plugins for full body VTubing, for full body live 2D VTubing. Like, there are plugins I could use to make this thing function full body. I could do that. I'm not going to. Why would I do that when 3D is an option right here? When I've got this, you know? When I've got this. When I can just pull out this and my full body trackers. There's no point having a full body live 2D model. I do like the hand tracking. I think it's fun. Because I do emote a fair bit with my hands. I am just someone who emotes with my hands a lot. How dare you? I am a Switch. I will have you know. I am a Switch. I will have you know. What's so bottom coded about emoting with your hands? Come on. Fuck you. Alright. Anyway, Live 2D's going back in the bin. He's going to sleep. Goodbye, second webcam, which is much lower quality. Icon is way too precious to be scary. Is the fox form also as freckled as spotted? Not as much, no. Not as much. Alright. Catching up on a couple things real quick. Haunts again. Anyway, back to the video game. Think you could top code hand gestures, but they gotta be more confident and deliberate. To be fair, I'm not very used to using this model, and so I'm not very used to, like, the limitations on the hand tracking. Like, when my hand's here, my hand is directly next to my face. So I end up, like, the hand motions are a little bit sloppier and more unsure than they should be, because it's not one-to-one the way that it tracks. If it was more one-to-one, I'd be a lot more confident with it. But they're all sloppy and whatnot just because issues with the camera, with the tracking, and with, like... I need to figure out how to make it more accurate to my actual hand placement, which is going to take me experimenting. Ultimately, it would work better if I just pulled out my full body trackers, but you know... I think I could, if I was very intentional with my movements and, like... How do I say? Because y'all are basically watching the ways I've trained myself to perform when puppeting a model, but I'm sure if I put the work into it, I could emote in more appropriate ways here. And you know what? That might be worth putting the work into. Maybe I need to get more practice with the 3D model so I can figure out how to properly emote in a way that suits the energy. Maybe. I just need to put more work in. Oh, I just shifted the timbre of my voice. I went from talking like this to talking like this. I just slightly shifted my tone of voice. But I'm pretty sure if I like took the time to learn and practice, I could figure that out. I was curious about the logistics. So much of VTubing is just like being very intentional in your performance. This is performance art. Like, I firmly believe that streaming in general is performance art, but particularly, especially VTubing, is absolutely a form of performance art. There is so much intentionality that goes into making my stream look good and be readable and behaving and performing in ways that are interesting and engaging. Welcome back, Audrey. Lovely to see you again. I did intentionally shift my movement patterns because I was experimenting and playing with the model. I'm like, okay, how could I shift my behavior with the model to, you know, have a more dominating energy? It would literally just be a matter of training a new series of behaviors into my movements, which I could feasibly do. I would just have to figure out how to like train myself to switch when I switch models. And the one issue with that is like I have gotten so used to doing many of the things I do when I VTube that they are kind of automatic switches in my brain. I go live and my brain automatically switches into moving and expressing the way that I'm supposed to express on stream. So it would be having to figure out a way to encode a separate set of behaviors for a different model without replacing the existing ones, and then switch between them intentionally. Which I'm sure I could do if I dedicated enough time and practice to it. The issue just then ends up being having the capacity to keep that going without fucking it up. It would straight up just be a matter of like training my brain into the issue would be being mindful of it all the time, because I can't just train a new set of behaviors, so I'd have to make sure I don't replace the existing ones, and I would have to intentionally figure out how to retain a certain behavior in the long run without switching back into the old one. Which is very similar to another bit that y'all recently witnessed on stream. You know. It's hard. You know, I'll just point at Wednesday. It's hard to maintain something like that for 6 hours straight. You know, a lot of work goes into maintaining something like that for 6 hours straight. And there are obvious slip-ups that are going to occur when a certain set of behaviors is so deeply encoded. And there's an amount of mindfulness and intentionality that goes into that, but slip-ups still happen. You know. All of this to say, now you have me really curious about developing a new set of behaviors to properly portray the energy I want out of this model. What happened on Wednesday? The same thing that always happens on April Fool's Day. Except, like, worse. The Catboy took over the stream again, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm worried about him. As much as I may be Icon's biggest fucking hater, I knew things were off, but fucking hell. Alright, is there like a lizard around here or anything?
Oh shit.
Is there a There is a wizard! Chat, it's a wizard! Where'd he go? Hi, Queen Robin. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, and hello, Zito Kai as well. Thank you so much, Strider Pop, as well, for the follow. Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm AE. I'm your loud, chaotic bastard here on the internet. I stream not retro games and do art while talking about queer, leftist, and punk issues. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Hi. Lovely to see you all. We're currently playing Shadow of the Colossus, an absolutely incredible 2005 game from the PS2 that has done so much to define, like, many elements of modern gaming. It is an absolute treat, an absolute treasure, and I've only gotten pissed off at it, like, twice, which is an accomplishment for a game on the PS2. Currently, it's lizard time. Reptile fans, look away. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? I don't see him. Bruh. Bruh. I saw him fall all the way down. One sec. Can I, like, climb this? I don't think I can. Fuck. Yeah, so I can't get it now. Fuck me, I guess. That sucks. Oh, never mind. Hello, sir. Oh my god, you, sir, are a menace. Fuck you. How you been? I've been doing really well. I've been honestly like full force back on my creation again recently, which has been great. We did a very fun event for April Fools. I've been streaming as much as I can, and I'm going to a music festival this coming weekend. I'm going to be basically going on vacation, taking a break from creation for that weekend before I'm back on my bullshit. I've been working very hard lately, making some really cool stuff, and I've got some really cool stuff in the pipeline that I'm hoping to be able to release before the end of the month. I don't know, like life is in motion again, and that's been a really, really nice feeling. It has been a really, really nice feeling to know that like things are not stagnant anymore. That I'm getting accommodations for health issues. That I'm starting to feel like a person again. And I am chasing my art with everything I've got. That said, music festival is very much going to be my little break for the time being. As they often tend to be. I love to take little events like that as an excuse to just disconnect from the internet for a few days. I find it useful. I don't know if I'm going to get this lizard. He is annoying the shit out of me. Come on, lizard. Where are you? You fucking bastard. He absolutely landed on the ledge that time. Fuck me. You know what? I don't care. Be that way. No, I'm really, really excited for the music festival. Maybe Aggro will let me get up? That's... I don't think I have the patience for that right now. I'm gonna be so real after that last fight, I don't think I have the patience for that in the moment. Fish filter got briefly possessed by a demon? That sounds not great. Less than ideal, even. Hope you managed- nope, nope, stop jumping off the horse. Hope you managed to get that situation under control. I did defeat the creature. It took all of my energy and patience. AE Lizard hate arc, yeah, I've decided actually I hate reptiles now. Always been a big reptile enjoyer until today. /J/silly. Relationship ended with reptiles. Now aggro is my only- no, my fucking god. /J/J. Took me a while to figure out what it was. To explain a loud droning sound, so I didn't fucking know where, scared the shit out of me. Thought someone had broken in. Fish filter. Damn. Fish filter. Pensive emote. Fish filter. Oh my god, stop doing that. I just want to check if we're going in the right direction. You know what that means. Fish! Alright. Not again! Suffer. Fucking suffer. Suffer at my hand. I'm on my evil arc, actually. I'm on my evil arc, I've decided. This is my evil arc. Fuck you. God, oh, I cannot aim through that grass. Okay. Fruit? Where? Fruit? Fruit? No fruit. Huh. Where fruit? Could have sworn I saw fruit. Could have sworn there was fruit. No fruit? What a sad life. Damn. Alright then. Interesting that the fish thing is one of those cases where censorship actually makes the joke funnier. I agree. Yeah, no. Like, there's something about you know what that means fish that is just so fucking funny to me. Like, I also think fish orgy is funny, and I like informing people that the full line is actually, you know what that means, fish orgy. I think it's really funny to blindside folks with that, but I do agree that, like, the funniest version of it is just, you know what that means, fish. The only fruits left are here in chat. Hey, I'm also a fruit. Let's not pretend that I'm not also a fruit. Oh, hello, Liberd. That sounded wrong. Hi, lizard. Where'd you go? God damn it. Sir. There we go. There we are. No, wait, you're fruity, not fruit? What does that mean? What's the difference? We're gonna download the PlayStation version of this game. So this is a PS2 game, and I'm currently playing the PS2 version of it. If you're looking for a ROM link, I cannot offer that to you. That it would be illegal for me on this, or it would be against TOS on this website for me to hand you that link. I cannot tell you where to acquire those. Did they have it on the original PlayStation Store? No clue. This is a PS2 game. There are like remakes and re-releases and remasters of it out there if you want to play it on modern hardware. As far as playing it specifically on the PS2, which is native hardware, I cannot tell you how to get that. Remake is on the PlayStation Store. Cool. Okay. Another save point, question mark? Of course there's another lizard here. I don't know if I have the patience to fight it. Alright. Dick rock. I know there's some cases where PS1 and I think PS2 games are on the store, so I was curious about that. Be a shame if only the remake is available to buy nowadays. I think only the remake. Oh, fuck! Oh no, oh no, oh fuck. Give me a second. Chat, I just spilled energy drink on my desk, and I need to rescue my laptop. I will return. I need paper towels, like, now. Alright, I'm gonna need more paper towels. I did not grab enough. He's fine. The laptop is fine. I managed to rescue it. The laptop was put up on a different ledge far away from the liquid. But I need to clear up the pile of liquid before I continue stream. Apologies. I need to deal with the spill. Is my keyboard okay? Because it did get on my keyboard. Really got a boot cleaning. Okay. To clarify, I spent I spent like 2 hours of string cleaning my boots. It's fine. Everything's fine. I did it, I saved it. Okay, everything's fine, chat, everything is fine. It's okay. Everything is fine. Alright, give me a second, folks. Jesus Christ. I love everything sometimes. Everything's chill, my laptop is safe, the spill has been cleaned. You can tell this is not the first time this has happened. You can tell this is not the first time this has fucking happened. Fun fact, there's a few keys on my laptop that still barely work, because the same thing happened a long time ago. This little laptop has been through hell. I need to, like, fix him up at some point, see what I can do about that. Alright. Save complete. We did it. And let's go figure out what this next Colossus wants with us. Alright. Where's my horsey? Aggro. Hi, Aggro. You need a cup holder or something? Even having, like, I don't know, one of those little thingy-majigs that you put cups down on would be smart, you know? I don't own any of those because I'm poor. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm waiting on adding more things to the throne until after I move into the new place, which is gonna be happening, like, May 5th through 9th, so there will probably not be many streams during that time period, as I'll be, like, relocating my setup and getting set up a new location and all that. Yeah, coasters. I'm kind of saving putting new things up on the throne until after I'm in the new location, because I won't really know what I need until then. I think, though, chat, we found our next Colossus. See, I don't have another table right now. Yeah, it's already been 6 hours. I'm gonna try to push for 7. I'm gonna try to push for 7 tonight, especially because I didn't move into the game until the 4-hour mark. I'm gonna try to push for 7 tonight. Which should be fine, because I only woke up at like 4 PM today. But we'll see. Alright. Well. Only one thing to do. Hello there. Okay, that's less than ideal. I want to try and get over this rock here. This feels important. Okay, so that didn't do anything. Huh. What else do I have in my area that I could use? There are these pillars that I can use. Don't push yourself, the boot cleaning part was fun. I agree, it was a lot of fun, and I'm glad that I got to clean my boots because they needed it. But, nope, no, I don't want it. Okay, these don't seem to be climbable. But hi, Shy, how are you? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hope you're doing well. It's lovely to see you. I'm gonna try to push for 7 hours, but no promises. Alright. Everyone, Shy is like such a cool, talented artist and like absolutely deserving of your time and attention. And like you should totally check out Shy's art. You know. I'm wondering if this is a lot like the eel, you know? But I can't get close enough to really do anything. I'm trying to figure out the why there. Thank you. I love this little boy just panting. I doubt they do the same thing, like with the bird. Oh, okay. If I could have just grabbed on there, you know? The Dune worm is tricky. His face is so creepy like that. Oh my god. I mean, so much coming from you. You're skilled artist as well. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Alright, what is the communicating here? Yeah, I am an artist. If you've seen like my main model, I drew and rigged it. I've drawn and rigged models for other people. I do most of my assets here on the channel. Okay, so jumping onto it's not gonna work, it doesn't look like. I'm just a guy, okay? I'm just a guy. I still feel like okay, I don't know if this rock here means anything. Cause it just does kinda get destroyed when he runs past, but like I don't know what else. Or I don't know why it would be here if it wasn't relevant. I couldn't recover from that quickly enough to do anything. Okay. I feel like you need to trick it out of sand. Yes, but how? Is what I'm trying to figure out, you know? Nope, stop doing that. Okay, let me get out of the way. His MO is probably, how do I say, sensing movement and whatnot. But it's not like I really have options for moving around otherwise. I could actually, if I try to run into one of the pillars, that might be something. If I try to convince it to run into one of the pillars. Aggro, what the fuck? Aggro straight up just like refused to move there, and I'm like, aggro, come on. I need you to keep running. I wonder if I can run it into one of the pillars though. Because I think it just comes straight at me. So if I come on the other end of this pillar. Fuck. I cannot control aggro well enough to do this. It won't let me move the camera direction. There we go. Jesus Christ, those eyes are creepy. Can I have my camera not be behind me, please? I really need my camera to not be behind me. Hello, Blem. How are you? Okay. Where is he? Okay, it seems like it's smart enough not to run into the pillars, unfortunately. Huh. Right now it's running after aggro. Oh, hey, listen. No worries about that, Lucky. Please, I'm so glad you got an opportunity to treat you and your girl. I'm proud of you. Congrats on the anniversary. But it's so lovely to see you. I hope you're doing well, my dude. Yeah, okay, so he's smart enough to not jump right into this. Okay. That is the only idea I had. Was there a hint beforehand? Nope. Or at least not one that I recall. I'm waiting for it to prompt me with the in-game hint in here. No clue. Probably not, though. Why is it not prompting me with a hint yet? I feel like it should have by now. I wonder if I need to get it in a chase sequence similar to I did earlier and then jump onto it. I wonder if that's the path. Because I doubt I can, like, just run and jump onto it like that. That's the only other idea I'm getting right now. Come on, aggro, you dumbass. Get over here. God fucking damn it, that was half my health. Aggro, get over here. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Alright. I'm surprised the game has not given me an in-game hint yet, but alright. Alright, we're getting back into that sort of zone again. Oh my god, come on, aggro! I need you to keep running! I don't know why aggro literally stops. Surprised you didn't get a hint all that time? Yeah, me too. I'm also surprised I didn't get the in-game hint. Oh my fucking god. The fact that it doesn't start me on aggro here is also very irritating, because aggro will not get out of the way. If you hit in place of the game, please don't! I've already asked multiple times for people not to do that. Don't. It kind of ruins the fun when people just tell me what to do. Because I don't get any kind of sense of accomplishment when people are just telling me what to do, you know? It takes away any sense of accomplishment or, like, feeling good about myself. Okay. Aggro. That's the hole I keep ending up in. Aggro just completely stops. Yeah, a lot of people have been, like, basically, like, since I started playing the game, just kind of posting and telling me what to do before I even ask for it. And it's made it a lot harder to enjoy the game. You know? Like, I want to use the information that the game gives me up until I hit a point where okay, that's fun. Where I am actively requesting the information. You know? Is it similar to why you want people to teach you instead of doing it? Yeah, like, it's no fun if I don't build the skills myself, you know? Like, it's irritating. Like, I know I'm not good at video games. I know I'm not good at video games. But I don't want people to just do things for me. I want to learn the skills to do them myself, even if it takes me longer than it would. And a lot of people see me struggle and see it take me longer than it takes others and immediately go, well, I'll just do it for you. And I'm like, no, that's not what I want. I want to learn these skills, and the only way I'm going to learn them is if people take the time to teach me, you know? I feel like I was onto something with that. I feel like I was onto something. I didn't pull it off, but I feel like I was onto something. I'm also confused as to why the game's not giving me the hint. I'm also a little bit mad because every other boss fight before this, before the last one, I have done within 2 attempts. And I'm very, very upset that I am no longer getting the boss fights within 2 attempts anymore. All of a sudden they're taking longer, and that makes it a lot less fun for me. I'm gonna be so real. When I start dying repeatedly in games, I immediately stop having fun. And I know that's a me problem, but it is in fact a problem that I have. Oh my god. I cannot get onto aggro in time. I do not know how I'm expected to get onto aggro in time with that. Hello, Road to Dusk, bark, bark, bye, bye. But yeah, no, I'm someone who, like, I don't enjoy dying in video games. So the moment I, like, start playing a game or start having the experience of dying repeatedly, I'm like, oh, I'm not having fun. You know, and I know that's a problem, but kind of a hard one to address. They're currently trying to do to take it out. I am trying to basically jump on its back off of aggro. Chad, I'm not having fun. And I don't know what to do about that. Because I've been having so much fun with this game until this stream. That sucks. That's a mood I'm the same, and it's often because I love to focus on the story game. If I'm constantly dying and struggling to get deeper in the story, if it's hard to do the story, yeah. Are you okay with being told control stuff? Yeah, that's fine, but also I know the controls. I am not struggling with the, or rather, I'm not struggling because I don't know the controls. I know the controls. I just have issues with coordination. Disability shit, you know? Oh, the game. Okay, I'm gonna be so real. I was functioning off of Red Dead Redemption 2 logic with the horse. I was straight up functioning off of Red Dead Redemption 2 logic. Didn't know I could hold the button. Where are you? So there was something I didn't know, thank you. Hi, buddy. So every now and then he comes up and does that. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 has the style where you have to repeatedly hit the button to keep up your speed. And that is Aurora. Hope you have a lovely time in the danger and willing to sleep for work. No worries, you take care of yourself. Thanks for being here as per always. Okay. So if I jump... No. So that did not do what I thought it would. Okay. Yeah, no, aggro is immediately a lot less worse to control if I can just hit, like, hold the button. I'm gonna be dead ass. That was a whoopsie on my part. I wonder if I'm supposed to do something when he does his big bite attack like that, but I'm not sure on the what. Okay, yeah, I don't know how to aim myself if I'm supposed to do that. If that's what I'm supposed to be doing, I don't know how to aim myself. What the fuck? Why is the game not giving me the hint yet? Okay. Yeah, if someone could find what the in-game hint is, that'd be great. Because the game's not giving it to me. This is the most I've died to one of these bosses and it just immediately stopped being fun. The moment I start dying repeatedly in a video game, I just stop having fun. I'm gonna be so dead ass with you. Like the moment I stop feeling good and powerful, I don't enjoy it anymore. First one tells you your legs alone can't carry you away, the second tells you the answer. Got it. I mean, I figured the first pit there. You mean the second one? Really just straight up tell you the answer? Okay, they knew this one was hell then. Yeah, I'm telling you to give me the second one. Oh, I did not know that I could use the bow and shoot while I'm on aggro. Okay, I did not know that I could do that at the same time. Huh. It's gazes upon. Okay. Got it. Okay, interesting. Audrey found something different. I literally did not realize I could shoot the bow while riding aggro. Alright. Where are you, buddy? Listen, it's a PS2 game. I didn't think it would be that in-depth with its mechanics. Alright? Honestly, I feel like its gaze sits upon you is like kind of a more ideal answer with this kind of shit, you know? Where is it? Hey, buddy. There we are. Fuck. Try that again. Yeah, I underestimated the power of the PS2 with that one right there. Alright, come on, buddy. Come on. Come and find me. Come on, you can do it. You can find me. Hey, buddy. Nope. Oh my god, that's gonna take me a while to figure out the controls for. Fuck. How do you aim on horse? I'm trying to figure that out currently. And I'm really bad at, even if I know the controls, I'm really bad at hitting the correct buttons. Even when I know what buttons are right, because I have disability and shit. Hello, Wonder! Bark, bark, bite, bite! How goes it? How are you, friend? I don't remember how to stand on aggro, and that's way too much to ask. I cannot hit that many buttons at the same time. I'm already struggling just to hit the correct button to aim the bow. Do not ask me to hit another button in the combination. Guys, Wonder is a good friend of the channel. We absolutely adore her. Fellow trans anarchist content creator. How are you, my friend? I'm still stuck in Frankfurt. You're still fucking stuck? Bruh. Get this girl out of Frankfurt. Oh, this is hell. That is hell. Why is it designed like that? Chat, I don't know if I want to do this fucking boss fight tonight. I'm not having fun. Being so dead ass. I'm not having fun. I don't know if I want to do this tonight. I mean, I'm already past my 6-hour mark, so this might just be where I close out. Cause like, I'm not enjoying this. And I don't want to do things on stream that I'm not enjoying. And I'll see if I feel like coming back to this game later. I did the same thing with like, Ocarina of Time, where I just hit a boss that I wasn't having fun with and I said, okay, I'm done with this game. Fight should actually be leaving soon so I can't stay for long, just hope stream has been fun. Yeah, no, it's been a really great stream aside of this fucking fight. Fuck me. I literally cannot just hit the buttons that I need in order to do this. It's kind of where I'm at. Oh, bongo bongo. It's just, this just requires me to hit way more buttons than I am physically capable of hitting at one time. And I do not think it is possible for me to beat this fight. I do not think, I think that unfortunately a lot of the disabilities I have, it is not possible for me to beat this. Yeah, it's not gonna be possible for me to do this, due to my... Can you remind stuff use mod? What kind of fucking mod would I use to do this? I don't know, aside of a mod that just kinda automatically, like, does it for me, I don't think any mod's gonna help. Come on, come on, come on. My coordination is so bad. I don't know if that did anything. I don't think that worked. Oh, rebinding would not help. No, it's not a. It's a matter of how many buttons I'm having to hit. The only thing that would be able to help is if the like bow automatically aimed behind me. That's the only thing I could think that would help right now. Would be getting the bow to automatically aim behind me. Which is not something that a rebind would be able to do. I might have to just put this game down and not finish it. It's kind of where I'm at. Oh, sorry. It's fucking force of habit. But it's the having to aim the bow that's a problem for me. Like, having to aim it at all. So I guess if I had something that auto-aimed, but at that point it's not even, like, a challenge, and there's no accomplishment in it. Stand inside saddle, how are you supposed to do that? I cannot do that. That is asking too much of me. I can't do that. That is just not feasibly possible for me. It's the aiming that's the problem. It's having to turn the camera and all that shit. Like, that's too much for me. I don't know what to do. If it was the remaster, maybe, nah, fuck gyro controls. I hate gyro controls so much. No, I hate gyro controls. Oh, fuck that shit. I have really bad, like, okay, I don't think I've talked much about this, actually. I have a rest tremor in my left hand, which is a tremor that specifically is present when the hand is not, like, doing things. And it'll act up sometimes when I'm holding a controller. And it makes it difficult to do inputs with the left side, on like the left side of the controller. The rest tremor is a result from being put on psychiatric. Okay. The rest tremor is a result of being put on medications that should not have been combined by a doctor to a point where I developed drug-induced Parkinsonism, and they tell you that the side effects of drug-induced Parkinsonism should not continue for longer than a year going off the medication. It has been 3 years. It has been 3 years and I still have a rest tremor in my left hand. So, like, if I'm not, like, actively moving or working with my hand, it just, like, tremors and shakes and makes it really hard to do minute tasks. And for some reason, like, you know, I don't do much with my left hand, admittedly. My right hand does most of the work and most of the things I do, but when, like, holding a controller, it gets really hard to, like, hold it still and to, like, do those minute movements. I don't know. Shit's weird. Fuck that doctor. But yeah, like, I end up, I don't know if anyone ever notices this, but I end up flicking the control stick to look around a lot when I don't intend to. I end up hitting the left control stick accidentally a lot. Cause I just have a tremor, so I accidentally hit the fucking control stick all the time. I don't know how noticeable it is. So, like, anything that requires me to aim becomes a problem. And he's gone. Okay. Fuck me. I don't know Pyro. I don't think most disability controllers are made with that particular issue in mind, you know? They also are really expensive, yeah. Bodies are weird. Hey, buddy. Any better one? No, it's so how a rest tremor functions is when the hand is not actively in use and actively doing stuff, there's a tremor, but the tremor is not present when the hand is resting. So it gets worse if the hand is at rest. That's the entire point of it. Come on. I don't know. It's a mild tremor, but it's a thing that, like, noticeably makes this shit harder. What happens if you blind it? No clue. I have not managed to do so yet. Because I just cannot aim it in time. Because, just, like, 2 unstable hands. Aggro has not been automatically steering. That is not true. Aggro keeps stopping because he hits obstacles. Aggro absolutely is not automatically steering. No. He just did it again. See? He's not automatically steering. He hit a wall. I have not managed to blind it. That was not me blinding it. Aggro does not automatically steer. I just put way too much of my life into fucking Red Dead 2. Jesus Christ. I do not think Vivi would be able to help. As much as I love Vivi, she's also someone who I refuse to talk to about this kind of shit because she's constantly kind of putting me down for it. And low-key, I don't know. I love and appreciate her. She has said some pretty ableist shit to me regarding it, so, you know. And I don't think she recognizes it as being ableist shit, but, you know, that's how it goes. I don't think she's aware that she said a lot of ableist shit about it to me. She just has. And I don't blame her for that. It's not her fault for not realizing or picking up on something like that. But nah. Fucking hell. I'm gonna give it one more attempt. I don't know how the hell... I don't think there's any advice that will help, being perfectly honest. Unless I can get like an auto aim mod that will automatically aim for the eyes for me, I don't think there's anything that will help. Because aggro is not automatically steering. I don't know how the hell I'm supposed to get on aggro in time for that. Like, Vivi's the same person who kind of insisted on putting us on the second hardest difficulty when we played Halo together, and would not change it even when I outright explained multiple times that I wasn't having fun. You know, I love her, but I don't want to... Nah. I don't want to have that conversation. Nope, no. Nope, don't. Yeah, aggro does not automatically steer. Nope, come on. What am I supposed to... Oh, fuck. What the hell are my hands doing right now? This is not normal. I'm currently controlling the stick with my pinky. I don't know how my hands ended up in the situation. There we go. And I took too long. Okay. Am I supposed to hit both fucking eyes? And if so, how? Okay, wait. There we go. Get on to its back, please. Oh, fuck me. Just get on it somehow. Anyhow. I don't care. You're on a time limit. Yeah, this game is so fucking cool, except when the controls suck. The game is genuinely so cool and feels so powerful, except for when the controls suck, which unfortunately is a lot of the time. It is a PS2 game though, so you know, you kind of expect that. Where is your weak spot? You know, let me come back up here and figure. There it is. Fuck, don't make me do that again. Oh, okay, okay. Alright, aggro. Hi, Sage, how are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. You got the avatar state lock with the picking thing. I don't know how I did that. What ended up happening there is I accidentally somehow ended up with my pinky handling the control stick, which was for some reason better than doing it with any of my other fingers. You take care, Super Cambora. You got this. Hope to see you around sometime in the near future. All the best. Hello. Oh my god. I need you to fucking not do that so quickly, my guy. Come on, show me your eyes again. Now aggro's auto-steering. I don't know why he wasn't earlier. Did not even show me eyes. Alright, alright, alright. Come on. Literally, my best solution is just staying aiming behind like this and then hoping for the best. Show me your eyes. Show me your fucking eyes. Show me your eyes. Sir. Fuck me. Please, 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 please. Fuck me. Aggro? 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 Where'd it go? Oh oh my god, dude, just show me your eyes. He literally, like, will not show me his eyes long enough for me to do anything. My dude, my guy. Stop being shy. I'm only gonna bite you a little bit. God damn it. I hate this so much. You know what? If I stand by one of the pillars, he can't damage me. I'm gonna regain health. He cannot damage me if I stand here. Oh my god, fuck this, fuck this, fuck this, fuck this. Deep breaths, AE. Genius 2 billion IQ play. Listen, listen. We love stalling! We love stalling! Give yourself a partner that wants to see your eyes as bad as AE. Let me stare directly into your eyes. Hot Grape says meow. Tell Hot Grapes that I say bark 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 bark. What's up, Monster Kicker? What's up? I am vicious. I am terrifying. Yes, I am a savage feral animal. You should know this about me. I've been in your home. Grapes, I have been in your home. You should know this of me by now. A killer indeed, yes. A feral beast. Why'd you phrase this like a threat? Hey, I know your address. Hey, Lucky. Hey, Hot Grapes. I know your address. I know where you live. Does he have his rabies shot? Good question. The fog is coming. 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 It's okay, you also know where I live. God, I need to visit y'all again sometime soon. I need to get my ass to that city sometime soon. Aggro. Get over here. Where are you, my trusty seed? Where is my trusty steed? Hello, Steed. Where are you? There you are, Steed. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna need you to come back in a second. There we go. Thank you, Aggro. And we ride. Oh, whoops. And he's already doing the thing. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I hate that he won't, like, follow me around the edges of the arena. I'd be worried if you did not know where your friend's living. I do have good weed. Yeah, listen. I know you got some PTO right now. I need to find a day where I'm not hellishly busy. But when I do, I'll send you my schedule soon. And we'll plan something. I need to get my I'm getting like my schedule for the next 2 weeks. Tomorrow, so I'll hit you up. Hi, Reggie. Lovely to see you. Come on, we gotta do like a battle jacket or a patch day or something. monster, where are you? Big monster! There you are. Alright. Fucking hell. He's so terribly afraid of running into anything. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, I did it. 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 Huh. Okay. Just get over there. Twink, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Alright. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Boy, just get up there. Where is it? It was right here. It was here. Where is it? It was right here before. It was literally right here. Where is it? Fuck me. I'm gonna cry. I'm going to cry. Don't do this to me. No, 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 please, 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 please don't flip back over. Okay, there he is. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Oh. Most terrifying moment of my goddamn life. Most terrifying moment of my goddamn fucking life. Oh my god. I did it. Alright, we're saving the game. We're saving the game. We're gonna look at this next little cutscene. And then I'm going to sleep. Sound like a fair deal? We're almost at the 7-hour mark. I did a good job today. I deserve a nap. We've streamed for almost 7 hours. I'm pretty content with that. Ooh. Figures. We're gonna end up watching this cutscene again at the beginning of the next stream, but that's fine. Oh, yeah, feel free to paste the question again, apologies. That was hell. That was actual fucking hell. Oh. There is a part of me that's tempted to go a little bit longer, but like I shouldn't. Thy next foes. An altar overlooks the lake. A guardian set loose to keep the flames alive. There is chat. Do I go longer or do I end here? Do I try to take out another one of them or do I end here? You know how I'm doing some lore on the Vigil server and you want to be kept in the loop? Do you have another preferred way besides giving the lore books when you're on-off stream? You can also just like post it in the Discord if you'd like. I think you should actually sleep. Yeah, it's been a long stream. We almost hit 7 hours. Alright. Let me see in that particular case who all is on to... Hello? Hello? Who all is on to raid? I do love being here and hanging out with y'all, and I want to hit a point where I can do like 8-hour streams and stream like someday. I want to hit a point where I'm doing 4 8-hour streams. We're not at that point yet. I have a very long day ahead tomorrow, so we're gonna go ahead and say goodnight. Let me see who all is on to say hello to though. Let's see. Let me see if I got anyone doing anything special at the moment. Any special events or whatnot we want to pop by. Ooh. We got a Donathon from Many Sharp Teeth I could throw y'all at. I haven't said hi to Healy in a while. If y'all are willing to watch League of Legends. If League of Legends isn't so bad that it is you know, horrid. You know what? Let's bully Healy for playing League of Legends, actually. Let's go bully Healy. Chat, we're gonna make fun of Healy. Like, half a joke. We're making fun of Healy for playing League. Healy's a longtime friend of the channel, a little sweet, wholesome, demon girl VTuber, someone I've known basically since I started this journey. Y'all take care, go say hello to her. I will next be live on Monday. I'm only gonna be streaming Monday, Wednesday, maybe Thursday next week. I need to look ahead of my schedule and figure things out, because I am going to be away at a music festival next weekend, but I'm looking forward to seeing y'all in the meantime. Take care of yourselves. News in the Discord, etc., etc. Thanks everyone for being here. Always a pleasure. Sorry for getting a bit frustrated at the game there. It's how it goes, but lots of good yapping, lots of good chatter today. I'm really, aside of, you know, my frustration at that boss fight, I am pretty happy with today. And thank you, as per always, for joining me. Again, sorry for my frustration. In any case, signing off from the archive. Nightfall.